Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 126, The Chase of Zhang Zhang 8. She needed to move. She needed to move. She couldn't linger where was, lying on the ground, waiting for the effects of the toxins to recede while madness took place too far from her eyes to see. She groaned, almost shrieked in blind rage, but she couldn't seem to shift in any way. Only her face, her head, still had some semblance of mobility. Everything else was paralyzed, completely rigid, her body as solid, heavy, and unyielding as a rock deeply encased in the ground. She could hear their voices, though. She could hear echoes, rumors, through the trees. She knew they were still nearby. Sokka was down there, with them. She hadn't heard any piercing screams in Sokka's voice, cutting across the night after being harmed somehow by the enemy's forces. So she wanted to hope, to think, that they hadn't hurt him, but what if they were trying to drag him away? What if the one who was to become a captive this time was him? Her stomach twisted so painfully at that thought, and her mind started to spin. She couldn't fathom it. Sokka couldn't be taken from her side. They belonged together, they would stay together forever, wouldn't they? Wasn't that what they had promised each other that very same day, at the top of that volcano? Rage, despair, and anxiety built up and boiled within her, and somehow it seemed that wild blend of emotions gave some strength to the fingertips of her left hand. She cried out as tingling feelings started to surge through her limb. The toxins were losing their power over her arm. She knew it was a good sign. If her arm was waking, the rest of her body would follow. She only hoped it wouldn't be too late to help Sokka by then. The voices in the forest seemed to dwindle. She flinched, the tingling shifting from uncomfortable to painful now, even though she was able to move her arm ever so slightly now. Princess. She heard Ruishi call her, several feet away from where she lay. Unlike her, he had fallen face up, and he was watching her move through the corner of his eyes. Princess. She didn't answer him, only spared him a quick glance to make sure he wasn't injured in any worse ways than the obvious one. His body looked unharmed, no blood anywhere. His clothes were somewhat torn, but other than that, it seemed the paralysis was the only problem he had. She could come back to him once she had helped Sokka. So, with all the pain rushing up and down her arm, Azula stretched out her hand and dragged herself over the road with difficulty. Her arm still hurt, the rest of her body was starting to feel the unpleasant worming now too, but she couldn't stop. She needed to get to him. He needed her. She had to reach him, she had to protect him. It didn't matter the cost, she had to do it. She screamed again as the worming in her body stabbed at her repeatedly as small, multiple knives would. Tears built up on her eyes, but she held them back, snarling and ushering herself to carry on. Her fingertips dug into dirt, small rocks caught between the nails and the flesh, and she cringed at this new source of pain, but she carried on despite it. The small stones on the road were another problematic obstacle, but she had to drag herself over them. They might scratch her skin and clothes, but she needed to bear with the discomfort. By the time she reached the slope she could already move her knees to an extent. But just as she was using them to push herself harder, faster, she heard that deafening, savage roar she had heard just moments earlier. Nilla. No. She said, her eyes wide. No, Sokka. She hadn't needed the last bit of motivation the roar had given her, for she had been determined to throw herself down that slope before hearing it, but it offered her further strength to push forward regardless. Horror pooled in her stomach, but if those toxins hadn't paralyzed her for long, neither would the fear. The dread somehow only encouraged her to push herself harder yet. She rolled down the slope painfully, over loose roots, rocks, even upright trees and vegetation. She took more blows than she expected as she crashed against all the obstacles in her path, until at last she reached level grounds that broke her fall. She took a moment to figure out her bearings, faint and confused as she was. She pushed herself up with some difficulty, her right arm still numb. And that was when she saw them. Nilla was groaning in pain, lying to the side, her long tongue out of her mouth. Her only movement was that of her breathing. She was so large it was hard to notice Sokka at first, for her shape seemed to blend into his, and the moonlight mostly reflected off her body. That very moonlight betrayed that the massive talons on her front right paw were covered in a dark substance that could only be blood. blood. Angela felt her entire body growing cold as she finally took in his limp figure, lying not too far from where Nila was. He was coughing, shaking, his body shuddering with each desperate breath he took. There was something pooling beneath him, and it only grew larger as Angela watched him in chagrin. Blood. The blood was Sokka's. Nila's claws had torn through his abdomen, and he was bleeding to death. Angela shuddered and shook her head, dragging herself with difficulty towards him. She didn't register that her lips were moving on their own accord, that she was whispering a word with a thread of a voice. No, 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 no. She gasped, as she dragged herself closer to him, her right arm still numb. Sokka coughed and turned his head ever so slightly. His blue eyes, as beautiful as they always had been, were unfocused, and it was clear he could barely see her. Angela stopped right next to him, breathing heavily as tears started to pour down her cheeks. No, no, Sokka, what? She said, her knees drenched now with his blood. He coughed again and, to her chagrin, he smiled. Why Yuri okay? He said, with the weakest voice she had ever heard from him. Her breath seemed to fail her, even though she was inhaling lots of air desperately, hyperventilating at the sight of him in such dreadful shape. Sokka, no, please, she said, her hands going to his torn abdomen shakily, the sight of his bleeding injuries sending her into a panicked frenzy. No, no, why? Why did this? Jai Zhang. Sokka grunted, coughing after finishing his name. Be bastard, he was after me. I know, I realized it, but it was too late, and Angela gasped, looking at his face now. Blood trickled down his cheek too. He groaned. What am I? What do I do? Sokka. I don't know, is it as bad as it feels? Because, it really doesn't feel like anything, he said, with a small cough again. Don't feel legs. Sokka, you should stop talking. You have to save your strength, you have to. She dared touch the deep gashes, but he flinched. She jerked her hands away immediately, unwilling to cause him further harm. I need to stop the bleeding, Sokka, she said. He grimaced. Not sure how to do that, he said. Didn't she split me in half? No, you're going to be fine, Angela started saying, mindlessly. She didn't know if he would be, but she knew she needed him to be. She just needed him to be. You've faced worse odds, haven't you? I mean, have I? Sokka asked, with a weak but disbelieving smile. I can't remember anything this bad. Why you'll get through this, she said, inching closer to him. Her hand touched his cheek, but she jerked it away when she realized she was spreading more blood over his face, enough of it was already leaking down his left cheek. Sokka smiled, though, and his eyes finally seemed to find her. Hey, you're beautiful, he whispered. Angela gritted her teeth. Beautiful, really? She asked. You're seeing things, because right now I must look beautiful, Sokka said, swallowing hard though his throat was dry. Beautiful, but sad. You know, I always hate it when you cry. So what, am I not supposed to? Angela asked, looking at him in disbelief. Sokka, She could not utter the last word, and more tears flooded her eyes. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. Sokka wasn't dying. He wasn't dying, he wasn't. But the blood leaking through those cuts spoke for itself. The injuries said everything that needed to be said about his condition, and although Sokka couldn't see them, couldn't feel them, he knew what the numbing of his body meant. He knew what Angela's tears meant, too. He knew it just as well as she did. Angela shook her head, refusing to believe it even as she saw it, as she tried to close the gashes with her trembling hands. Sokka cringed again, but she didn't pull away this time. She couldn't let him die, she couldn't. She had been talking about a future with him just hours ago, on that blasted volcano. She had heard him say one night ago that she would always have his love. She couldn't let him die. She couldn't. What about the 3 children they were supposed to have? What about their wedding? What about every hope she had about growing old by his side, of living with him for the rest of her life? She couldn't live on without him. There was no doubt about it. She couldn't let him die here, not tonight. But how was she supposed to avoid it? How was she supposed to keep him alive? It's a clear night, Sokka said, biting his lip. Kinda cold, though, really cold. It's okay. I can. Angela said, swallowing hard and lifting one of her hands. Despite her best efforts, she was achieving nothing by trying to force his wounds to close. A small, shaky plum of blue fire danced on her hand. Sokka huffed in mild relief, maybe by the warmth, maybe by the light, at least he could still perceive them, but for how long would he? When would he lose consciousness to the point of failing to sense warmth, or feel her right there next to him, crying violently as she stared at his limp form in panic? Thanks, that's nice, he said, smiling. I did always like your blue fire. Why you did? You do, right? Angela said. Sokka chuckled. It's the best fire there is, he whispered. Always was so beautiful. Sokka. Angela gasped, her lips trembling as she spoke. The fire flickered under the intensity of her tears, weakened by her lack of control. She was losing him. She was losing him. Hey. He said, swallowing dryly again. I love you. You know that, right? Of course I do. Of course she said, her lower lip trembling harder now. I love you too, Sokka. I love you. Why you do? He said, smiling a little. Gee good, then, marry me. Angela shook with the strongest sob so far. Sokka was smiling sadly, his eyes closed now. What did he ask that damn question for? Why, when he knew? He knew he was dying. He just wanted to hear her say yes once, at least once, before he could never hear her voice again. The realization was as painful as it was persuasive. There was only one answer she could utter right now. Yes, she sobbed, her voice cracking as his often did when he was shaken up. I'll marry you. I'll marry you 1,000,000 times over, 1,000,000 times again. You will? Sokka asked, his smile growing as genuine as it could under the circumstances. You said yes. You said, heh. Then we have to get married in the water tribe, okay? My dad, he'll want to see it, I'm sure, and... Yes. We can do that, of course, said Angela, smiling through her tears despite it all. We can do whatever you want, cut our hands open, what your people do. That's nice, then, we'll have 3 kids. Sokka asked. I'll give you 1,000, if you want them, she said, sniffing. She could barely see him through the film thick of tears on her eyes right now. I'll give you, every single one you want. And, what about a pet? He said. Xin Long's not a pet, says you, so, we need something like a tiger seal, right? Huh? Didn't he one of those, eat your pants or something? Angela asked, with a soft, nervous laugh. Sokka chuckled softly, the sound a mere puff in his voice. That will make the kids laugh, don't you think? She laughed again, and the light around them shifted in color. The fire, weak as it had been, grew stronger when fueled by a very different emotion, an emotion that made it glow gold. An emotion that made it sparkle powerfully. One of those sparks jumped out of her hand, falling on his abdomen. Despite he had been lying there with eyes closed, Sokka suddenly gasped for breath, his eyes wide. Angela jumped. I'm sorry. She said, the fire turning blue again. I am sorry, Sokka, you. She looked at the spot where the spark had fallen. It was on the lightest of the gashes, and the skin it had landed between somehow seemed to shift. It wasn't fully mended, but it had burned him just enough to slow some of the blood's leaking. Angela's eyes widened with the power of the obvious, only idea she'd had so far. Sokka, she said, her lips still trembling as she looked at him with uncertainty. Sokka, please, just. What? He asked, swallowing again. Stay put, she said, gritting her teeth. This will hurt. But. I have to try. Try? Sokka asked. Azula. I'm sorry, she said, closing her eyes tightly. I can't let you die, and not like this, and not now. We have so much to do. Sokka. You're amazing, Azula. You can still do all those things even if I'm not there. Sokka muttered, clenching his teeth. Maybe. She said, looking at him regretfully. But I won't want to. Az-. He gasped, as she breathed deeply to steel herself. I love you, she said. I love you so much, damn it all, She was still crying as the flame in her hand shifted from blue to gold. Determination and despair gleamed in equal parts in her eyes. And she pressed the fire to his skin. Sokka screamed. Azula didn't stop, though, even if her heart begged her not to put him through further pain. He probably couldn't handle the pain, he would still be too weak no matter what she did, he had lost too much blood, and the fire might fail to cauterize those wounds properly, but she couldn't let him die without fighting back. She'd never forgive herself if this failed, but she'd never forgive herself if she didn't do anything, either. So, she held her ground, burning his wounds closed through her fire, even as Sokka writhed violently beneath her. He was too weak to pull away, but not weak enough not to feel anything, despite what he had said before. His body was no doubt overloaded with the worst possible sensations, but he was unable to stop it. The fire, the bleeding, the agony was constant either way and he couldn't do anything about it other than wait for Azula to stop. And she did, at last. She withdrew her hands, and to her disbelief, she had succeeded at closing every gash. His skin was red and hot where she had touched him with the gold flames, but the bleeding had ceased, at least, on the outside. Azula was still terrified regarding what could be happening within his body. She looked at him fearfully, and Sokka breathed heavily, as though he had just surfaced in deep waters to fill his lungs with clear air once more. He opened his eyes, but his gaze resembled Topha's, it was lost, as though he couldn't discern any shapes whatsoever. Sokka, I'm here, I closed the wounds, Azula said, moving closer to him and holding his face between her bloody hands. Sokka, please. That hurt. He said, cringing. She allowed a couple more tears to fall from her eyes, dropping on his face. I know, but the alternative was worse, I think. I hope. I don't know anything anymore, Sokka, she said, shaking with every sob. What now? What was she supposed to do? Could she move him? She had to, but she needed help. For once in her life, she had no choice, no alternative, but to admit that she needed help. She couldn't handle this by herself. Sokka, she repeated, swallowing hard and steeling herself to speak clearly, but fortunately, she didn't need to make more efforts to find help, for it came to her willingly. Princess. Princess. Ruishi's paralysis was over. She turned, desperate, wiping her tearful eyes with her forearm hastily to see him approach through her still blurry gaze. She didn't miss the way the concern in his face shifted into utter horror as well as he looked at the blood all over her hands and clothes, and at Sokka lying down before her, breathing with difficulty. Help me, Ruishi. She said, the fear in her voice and eyes clear for him to see too. He shook his head to snap himself out of his shock before kneeling next to her. The burns on Sokka's stomach, along with the charred, torn clothes were confusing, but they somewhat explained wordlessly where all the blood had come from. Sokka, we're going to lift you now, Ruishi said. Sokka grimaced. We need to get you somewhere safe. Please, just, hold on, alright. I'll try. He gasped, and he cringed when Ruishi lifted his shoulders a little. I'll need you to lift his legs, princess, said Ruishi, looking at her imploringly. I found a less complicated path that led me here, it's only a little further away, we can get back to the road end, and the village can't be far. We'll get the town doctor. We need to, he needs. Angela said, shaking even as she obeyed Ruishi. Ruishi nodded. We'll do that when we get there, he agreed, and together they lifted Sokka with some difficulty. The gladiator gasped and groaned, the burns on his stomach grew more painful by the minute. He was no longer losing blood, but his body finally seemed to be reacting again to the intense pain. Every step Angela and Ruishi took with him in their arms was sheer agony for him. He didn't want them to move anymore. He wanted to stay put, because each movement just made the pain explode in wild bursts again. You'll be fine, Sokka, just wait, you'll. Angela said, gritting her teeth as they climbed up to the road again. Her footing almost receded, but she caught herself every time she was close to faltering. It hurts, he said, before coughing again, his face contorted with agony. You'll make it, you have to. You're always saying you're not that easy to kill, right? That we won't get rid of you that easily. Angela asked. Sokka coughed and groaned. Just stay with us, please. Her pleading made Ruishi grimace. He had never heard her speak this way, never seen her as emotionally drained and destroyed, despite he had found her once, crying, because of the very same man they were carrying away now. He made a mental note to scold Sokka once he was better. He couldn't keep making the princess cry this way, especially not now that they were involved. The walk to the village seemed to take an eternity, with Sokka gasping and cringing all the time. But in due time, lights were in sight. Angela almost cried out in relief, but instead of wasting her breath that way, she used it to shout for a better cause. Help! Help! Ruishi joined in with her soon, and the few people still awake in the village glanced out their windows to find out what the ruckus was. Even the ones who were going to bed had jumped out of their mattresses, confused by the uncharacteristic shouting in their usually peaceful village. We need a doctor. Ruishi shouted. A physician. Anyone. It wasn't long before a middle-aged woman gave them the directions towards a small but cozy house. The physician had been roused by their shouts too, and Angela and Ruishi entered the house as soon as he opened the door. What? What is this? The man with graying hair asked. He was a few years older than the woman who had directed them to his home. He was attacked, Angela explained, breathing heavily and trembling as she spoke. He lost blood, a lot of it. It was a beast, a Shirshu. It had these claws. I cauterized the wounds with fire but I don't know if. I don't know if that's enough. It's all right, young lady. We'll take care of him now, said the doctor, frowning as his wife showed up too at the house's staircase, wearing her sleeping clothes. The doctor asked Angela and Ruishi to carry Sokka into an available room in his house, but after that he ordered them to leave him with Sokka and with his wife, who seemed to be a healer in her own right. Angela was unwilling to do so, clasping Sokka's hand somewhat desperately before Ruishi led her away. What's he going to? What's going to happen? I should be there, she said, as Ruishi surrounded her shoulders with an arm and guided her to the small house's sitting room. You did your best. You probably saved his life, so now you can only wait patiently for them to do their part, said Ruishi, releasing her and hoping she might take a seat in the room's couch, but the idea didn't seem to even cross her mind as she continued to stand tensely in front of him. He'll make it. I'm sure he will. He has to. He does, doesn't he? Angela said, with a nervous, almost hysterical smile. He promised things and he has to make them happen, right? He can't just. She felt the tears building up again, and she instinctively raised a hand to wipe her eyes, a hand covered in Sokka's blood. She found herself staring at her hands in disbelief, the tears streaming freely down her face as she lost whatever strength she'd had left. Ruishi grimaced but approached her, surrounding her in his arms and allowing her to cry on his chest as she stood there, in a deeper shock than she could process as she was. She couldn't stop staring at her hands, staring at the blood, the image of his body bleeding out deeply engraved into her very soul. He was dying. He was. She gasped, through the sobs. I can't let him, he's supposed to, him and me, we're supposed to. Yeah. Said Ruishi, gritting his teeth and holding her close. Yes, you are. The two of you, you're going to be together. And you'll keep pissing me off, for sure. You'll kiss in front of me, behind my back, however you want, I know it. You'll never be apart. Not again. Don't worry. I almost lost him. She cried, clutching at Ruishi's clothes now. Ruishi, I almost. Ruishi wanted to encourage her, remind her that she had a life outside of him, responsibilities, a future and a destiny to achieve, that she was stronger than anyone he knew and that she could get through this, regardless of the outcome, but he realized, naturally, that those weren't the words she needed to hear now. She was shaken, she was distraught, she was broken. The sight of the one man she had given her heart to, bleeding to his apparent death, had hurt her in ways he could hardly fathom. All he could do was hold her, feeling her tears drenching his shirt, and pray to every spirit and god that might exist for Sokka's recovery. Ruishi didn't want to lose a friend, but most importantly, he didn't want the princess to lose the love of her life. And so, he held her, letting her release her grief even if he knew his support wouldn't suffice. This matter was going to haunt the princess for a long time, regardless of whether Sokka lived or died. He managed to convince her to sit down after around 10 minutes of crying. She did as she was told, but she couldn't stop shaking. Ruishi's arm was still around her shoulders, and whenever she stopped crying for brief moments, she took no time to break down again. Ruishi could barely fathom looking at her, and soon enough he had the suspicion that the sight of her blood-drenched hands kept triggering her crying bouts. "Princess, come," he resolved, at last. "Come, we have to clean you up." He led her outside, where they found a water pump. He took care to wash her hands in the middle of the night, and the coldness of the liquid made her trembling grow more intense. Red faded away from her hands and forearms, though it continued to stain her clothes. Hopefully the doctor, or anyone else in town, would be able to offer a change of clothes for the princess. Ruishi's initiative helped to keep Azula's crying to a minimum, but even though he sank in his chair again, feeling defeated by exhaustion after a while, the same couldn't be said for her. Her heart was racing, and she couldn't stop breathing agitatedly. Her eyes were wide, and she didn't even dare close them. Her body probably was sending her signs to let her know she needed to rest, but she didn't listen. She couldn't feel anything but despair, her mind in disarray as all the worst thoughts crossed her mind, filling her with worries and fears she didn't know how to fight against. Ruishi wasn't the only one who could see Azula's grief quite clearly. Xianlong felt it more closely, far more intimately, than the guard could. As the battle and chaos in the stronghold had stopped since at least half a day earlier, the dragon had naturally turned to see what was happening with his rider. It took Azula's entire willpower to tell Xianlong not to come find them yet, and to wait for her to give him a sign. She didn't think Zhang would still be watching, but she couldn't be sure. She couldn't be sure of anything. If his men followed her dragon to this village, and discovered that Sokka was still fighting for his life, she couldn't fathom it. She couldn't let it happen. Even if it was a risk to stay here for too long as well, it was worse to guide Zhang right back to their position. So, although Xianlong was clearly worried and wanted to help, she had to ask him to wait. She would have to call him when the time was right. It was almost 2 in the morning when the doctor and his wife returned. Azula jumped out of her seat, her racing heart seemingly speeding up further as they approached her. Ruishi woke with a start and stood up as well, looking at Azula worriedly. "Is he?" she asked, swallowing hard. "Please, did you?" "Truth is, there wasn't a lot for us to do," said the doctor. Azula's heart sank. "We sought to treat the burns on his abdomen, but there's no immediate cure for that." But he was, the cuts, they were deep, were they? Did he bleed internally or anything like that? Was the cauterization done right? "Actually, well, there were no signs of internal bleeding," said the doctor. Azula's wide eyes were filled with relief upon hearing it. "And cauterization, well, it's a risky gamble, normally. But truth is, however you did it, it even seems to have mended his tissues to a degree, and not just blended the cuts together. I don't understand how that happened, but there wasn't much we could do other than tend superficially to his burns, and to the cut on his face. He's very, very weak though," said the doctor's wife, looking at Angela with concern. How much blood did he lose? Because. A lot, Angela said, through gritted teeth. But, he's going to make it, right? He's going to. I would hope so, said the doctor. We did everything we could, all of us. He needs to rest now, though. He's already fallen asleep, so we shouldn't bother him in the meantime. See, can I? Angela said. I won't wake him, You'd like to see him, said the wife, smiling at her. Well, that would be fine, I'm sure. Right, said the doctor, sighing. I just need a bit of rest now, too. Call me if he wakes up, or if you notice anything's not right, okay? Angela nodded and followed the doctor's wife through the corridor. She allowed her into the same room as earlier. It was mostly occupied by the bed, and tall shelves furnished with an assortment of medical goods, but Angela didn't take in the rest of the scenery, for her eyes went straight to Sokka's shape as he lay on a bed, his eyes closed, his mouth slightly open. The clothes of the top of his body had been discarded, but his abdomen was covered by bandages. The cut across his cheek had been treated as well, with a thick bandage of its own. Angela trembled as she approached, making her way to his bedside and touching his face with her fingertips. She had seen him unconscious and wounded before, a very long time ago, and she had sat beside him as well, waiting for him to wake up. She had been shaken up back then and she had barely known him. She had cried, too, and at the time she hadn't understood why. Years had passed since then, but seeing him unconscious had only become a stronger torment than it already had been. She couldn't stand the sight of him like this, his chest hardly rising as he breathed, as though he were almost. Here, said the doctor's wife, offering Angela a chair. The princess nodded gratefully once she processed the gesture. I'll find you clean clothes, if you'd like. Thanks. I'll take you up on that, Angela said, swallowing hard as she sat beside Sokka. She stretched a nervous hand over his body, setting it down on the left side of his chest. The soft thumping under his skin soothed her concerns slightly. His heart was still beating. He was still drawing breath. He was weak, but he was still alive. She breathed out slowly in relief, her sped-up heart finally slowing a little now that she had a way to ensure he was still with her. Her hostess left a set of clothes for Angela on another chair and left without another word. Angela merely stayed where she was, her hand on Sokka's chest to feel his heart's every beat. The night went by, and morning came. The doctor and his wife were resting, as was Ruishi, but Angela remained vigilant, sitting by Sokka's bedside, her head aching horribly, but she resisted the pain all the same. She needed to stay with him, and she couldn't let herself lose consciousness, not for a second. After dawn had broken, a hand dropped on her shoulder. Angela flinched. Princess. Ruishi said, but he gritted his teeth and regretted his choice of word right away. Maybe they should keep their titles and names secret again, especially when Angela was behaving this way around Sokka. I know. I should rest, but she said, swallowing hard. You should, but you should probably change out of those clothes, too, he said, moving towards the available change of clothes to hand them to Angela. I'll stay here with him until you come back. I promise. Angela sighed and nodded, muttering a small thank you. Ruishi watched her leave, shaken up by how slow her movements were, how apprehensive she seemed. She wasn't gone for long, but for her it was too long instead. She rushed back to the room almost in a frenzy, as though expecting Sokka to wake up just when she had stepped outside, but that hadn't happened. He still lay dormant, breathing weakly, with Ruishi beside him. No changes, said Ruishi. Angela sighed and nodded, returning to her seat. But I have to say, I don't know if it's wise, it probably isn't, but, the beast, the Shirshu, was it dead? I don't think so, said Angela, swallowing hard. I think I saw she was breathing, but, why did she do it? How? I don't believe she did it as willingly as you might fear, said Ruishi, biting his lip. But I thought I'd go find her so she can help me find her owner, in turn. I know you probably don't care much for the bounty hunter either, but... Angela's head turned towards him slowly, and she looked at him with uncertainty. Ruishi was apprehensive at the confusing look on her face. "I have no idea where she is, or what they might have done to her," she said, with a thin voice. Hopefully they didn't kill her," Ruishi finished. "It's what worries me, too. I thought I'd find her by using the shirshu, though. The saddle must have something of June's on it, I think. It could help me locate her, if the shirshu is willing. Find a slab of meat to offer her or something," said Angela. "It's how June kept her in check, looks like. Be careful, Ruishi. That shirshu is capable of great harm without her rider. If she's in bad hands, I'm sure," said Ruishi, sighing. "I think the people here are trustworthy, but they must be. Zhang must think Sokka's dead after leaving him alone with the raging shirshu. His lot probably won't keep chasing us to make sure that he is," she whispered. "These people don't look to be his associates in any way, so we should be fine." "I won't take long, I hope," said Ruishi, looking at her apologetically. "Get some rest in the meantime, please. You'll need it." "I'll try," Angela said, shrugging. Ruishi patted her back and made to leave. One last glance over his shoulder revealed that the princess had reached out to clasp Sokka's hand with hers, her fingers stroking his lovingly, as though hoping for an instinctive response from him, at least. None came. The captain of Angela's guards gritted his teeth and left the room, unable to watch more. He never enjoyed the displays of affection between his charge and her lover, of course he didn't, but this wasn't uncomfortable, it was painful. He had never seen Angela as broken and devastated as she was right now. He told the doctor and his wife that he would be leaving shortly, just as they were getting ready to check on Sokka. They told him not to worry, to come back safely, and Ruishi took off right away, stopping by a marketplace first to buy some meat, as Angela had recommended. On his way to the Shirshu's location, Ruishi stopped by the wreckage of their old carriage to pick up Sokka's weapons, along with the luggage that hadn't been burned or broken in the middle of last night's violent scuffle. It seemed not many other travelers had been through this path once it was dark, as was natural, so nothing important had been stolen, from what Ruishi could see. After he was done gathering everything, he headed down to the clearing to find the wounded Shirshu. He found Nilla half awake, still lying down not far from where they had found Sokka, and she seemed to be in pain. He picked up Sokka's sword and club here, as he wondered how to tend to the beast's wounds. He hoped that, if June was safe and sound, she would know how to do it. But until they found her, he'd have to cross his fingers and hope Nilla would cooperate for the better. Strangely, she seemed too defeated to react aggressively at him when he approached her. He made his way to her saddle as silently as possible, looking through it with uncertainty and hoping to find something that was undoubtedly June's. He frowned as he poked one of the saddle's pockets, finding a pair of worn fingerless leather gloves, probably a spare set the bounty hunter kept around in case she needed them. He pulled them out, walked cautiously towards Nilla's snout and he waved the glove in front of her nose. Nilla groaned louder now, the scent of her owner eliciting an immediate reaction. Despite the pain in her jaw, Nilla forced herself to stand up with difficulty, and Ruishi thanked her weakly before climbing on her saddle, bringing all the luggage and weapons with him. They made their way into the forest slowly, but Nilla was still moving with all the strength she had left, hoping to find her rider and partner safe and sound somewhere in the depths of the Earth Kingdom's forests. The doctor's name was Wang, his wife was Mei Yang. They had offered Angela some food, dry muffins, and some cheese, and she had scarcely touched them. She had also been told that there were free beds in other rooms, in case she wanted to sleep, but she still didn't move from his bedside. Even so, exhaustion defeated her despite she was doing her very best to stand against it. By mid-morning, she had dropped her head on an empty space of the mattress, her hand still holding his. Tired as she was, though, she was still alert. His hand twitched against hers and she heard a soft groan. She jumped immediately, sitting up to look at him. Sokka's brow was slightly furrowed, and his breathing was uneven. His mouth had opened, as he was trying to say something. "Hey, Angela," he whispered. She gritted her teeth. He had yet to open his eyes, but had he recognized the touch of her hand? "Sokka, I'm here, she exclaimed, inching closer. To her surprise, his breathing seemed to grow more even. Why Yuri all right? He asked. She had to hold back the urge to cry again as he asked her such a question. I am, but you're not, she said, standing up and looking at him with uncertainty. Jay, just stay awake, okay? I'll be back in a moment, with the doctor, I promise. I'm kinda thirsty, he said. She nodded. We'll do something about it. I'll be right back, she said again, kissing his fingers softly. Sokka sighed. Okay, he said, as she reluctantly let go of his hand and rushed to find the doctor. Wang and Mei Liang came quickly to have a look at Sokka, and they asked him many questions. The physician tested him a little, hoping to find out if Sokka was in any shape to drink or eat anything. As he couldn't see any signs of internal bleeding, he decided to take his chances and had him drinking some water. Not long after he was done ingesting all of it, Sokka fell asleep again. Azula sighed. He's very weak, Mei Liang said. He needs to rest to regain his energies, but it will be a long recovery regardless. As long as he makes it, I don't care how long it takes, Azula said, sighing. Wang patted her back gently. We will make lunch soon. Your other companion seems to be out for the day, though. Should we wait for him? I don't think he'll be back yet, said Azula, shaking her head. You'll do best to eat now, yes. Very well, then. We will bring some more food for you, said Mei Liang, knowing Azula was unlikely to touch the food this time around, too. Still, Azula nodded gratefully. I appreciate it, she said. She took her seat next to Sokka, her hand on his slowly beating heart again. She scarcely ate any of the lunch she was offered, her stomach seemed too tight and tense to accept any food, no matter how badly she might need the nourishment. She rested with her head on the mattress again, waiting as patiently as she could until he reacted. It happened a lot sooner this time, as she felt a hand caressing her cheek. She almost jumped this time too, but she managed to keep herself in check, merely looking at him nervously. His eyes were open this time, and he was smiling a little. The sight of him, conscious and smiling, brought tears of desperation to her eyes. Sokka, you're... she said. His grin grew a little crooked. Banged up pretty badly, aren't I? He asked, grimacing as he shifted slightly on the mattress. How are you? Why do you keep asking that when you're the one who... she asked, looking at him in disbelief. He chuckled softly, his face contorted with pain. Just... I hope you have a better answer than I do, he said. Damn, I think I can't laugh as it is. You shouldn't, Azula agreed. I'll get the physician, he should. Hey, he said, reaching out somewhat clumsily for her hand. What? She asked, taking it between hers. Thanks, he whispered. The tears did slip from her eyes now as she inched closer, pressing her face gently to his. Just, feel better. Recover, she whispered, moving a hand to his uninjured cheek. That's all I care about right now, okay? Sokka said, nodding weakly. I'll try. I need to get the doctor now, all right? She said. Sokka smiled. Maybe you can have more water, or even food, or anything. I need to ask him, though. All right, he said, with a soft sigh as he closed his eyes again. I love you. And you, she said, kissing his forehead as softly as she could. His smile softened, no longer as hindered by the pain as before. She was gone briefly, and she returned with Wang and a glass of water he had authorized Sokka to drink. Azula sat by the bed somewhat impatiently, as the man checked Sokka's body again to ensure his condition was stable. He undid the bandages around his stomach, revealing the still tender burns that had rejoined his skin, and Sokka glanced down at them with a small frown. I see no signs of trouble, Wang said, smiling at Sokka. You're also not feverish anymore, so I guess you prevented an infection somehow. Remarkable, really, if you were indeed injured by a beast and saved through cauterization. Sometimes I have good luck. Sokka said, with a weak grin. Wang laughed. That you do, but these burns still need to be treated, he said, taking the ointment he would apply on them. They aren't too severe, but I'm afraid they will sting for quite a while. That's okay, said Sokka, sighing. I've had burns before. In fact, the burn that had lasted the longest had been another one on his stomach, delivered by the very same person who had saved him this time. He frowned, gazing down at the wounds again. The mark she had left upon him on their first encounter, that fist to his stomach, was gone. The cauterization had as good as written over the previous wound, and it had even somehow smoothed his roughened skin. He flinched a few times as Wang applied the ointments, offering explanations to Azula so she would do it the next time. He left after letting her know that he would bring some broth for Sokka later, hoping he would be able to process something more substantial than water the next time around. Here, drink a little, Azula said, bringing the cup to Sokka's lips. He hummed gratefully and sipped the water, swallowing with some difficulty. I'm real helpless, huh? He asked, looking at her with uncertainty once she pulled the water away. For now, maybe. But we'll take care of you, she said, looking at him hopefully. How are you feeling? Weird, he admitted, closing his eyes. Weak. I don't know if I can be as annoying as I always am when I get hurt. Even if I forced my body to do things, I feel like it won't obey. You lost too much blood, Azula said, looking at him worriedly. The image of him lying in that pool of red came to her mind again as she spoke. It's only natural that you'd feel this way. But, how? What happened? Well, that is, if you want to say. Maybe you need more rest instead of. And nah, I'd rather talk, Sokka said, looking at her through scarcely open eyes. Nilla was out of control. I think that, maybe it was my blood? They cut my cheek for no reason, I thought, but, maybe it was to make her attack me. And you knocked her out somehow? I think your club was lying there. Yeah, I think I got her. It's all blurry, though, he said. I guess she hit me after I swung my club, then I was lying on the ground and I couldn't move, and then you found me. Azula sighed, clasping his hand in hers. Sokka looked at her hopelessly. You saved my life, he said. For the millionth time, of course. I wish I'd thought of it sooner, cauterizing your wound with gold fire. I'm such a fool, she said, shaking her head. If I had, you would have made it out in better shape, surely. You wouldn't have bled out so much. You still saved me, you know. He asked, smiling. I'm alive, aren't I? I know you are, I'm so relieved that you are, Sokka, but she said, gritting her teeth. I should have protected you better, I should have known. You couldn't have known they were White Lotus. Sokka whispered. Her eyes widened. They. White Lotus. She repeated. All along, that scumbag, Zhang, he was White Lotus all along. I didn't figure it out either until he said it. Sokka said. I didn't realize they were after me either, but. I'm glad. You're glad. Azula repeated, raising her eyebrows in confusion. Sokka smiled weakly. If they just wanted me, then it meant they weren't going to try to hurt you or kidnap you. It was my only relief. My only hope, he said. Azula gritted her teeth, tears burning in her eyes again. Her hand around his tightened, and she lifted his fingers to her lips, pressing a trembling kiss to them. He smiled sweetly. But you're okay, Yuri? He said, stretching out his fingers a little and touching her face as her shoulders shook weakly with her sobs. I saw you there and I couldn't. She gasped, her elbows on the mattress now as she clutched his hand, as if it were the only thing that could anchor her to reality. I'm supposed to protect you, I should have been able to. I just. There's no need to cry, Sokka whispered, with a weak smile. Didn't the physician say I'd be okay? You will be. You have to be, she said, breathing deeply and trying to calm down. His fingers intertwined with hers. Then the worst is behind us, okay? He said, still smiling. Don't feel responsible, Azula, you didn't do anything wrong. It's not your fault. I'm pretty sure that's not the case, but. she said, releasing his hand and wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. She breathed deeply and looked at him, through her still blurry eyesight. I'll just pretend you're right and focus on what matters. I shouldn't be so irrational, I'm not telling you to keep your feelings to yourself either, he said. You can be irrational. I need to focus on you, she said, shaking her head and looking at him. Do you think they might come back for you somehow? What did they want? Why were they after you? Sokka's light smile faded as he frowned, thinking back on his encounter with Zhang Zhang. He focused on the feeling of Azula's hand on his and he smiled a little again, if only briefly. Well, they shouldn't come back. They must think I'm dead, he said. As for what they wanted. Zhang Zhang wanted to find out whether I was some sort of eligible asset for the White Lotus or not. He wanted to turn you into one of them. And this is how he went about it. Azula asked, her misery almost fully overwhelmed by her indignation now. Sokka waved his free hand around dismissively. I don't know if he really planned to turn me, honestly, but I may have pissed him off a bit too much and that might be why he decided to kill me, he said. But, it's funny. He didn't bother doing it himself, won't get his hands soiled with blood, just gives out the commands and tricks Nilla into doing it, huh? He's so full of it, that jackass. Why did you anger him? Azula asked. Sokka huffed. Because he says Piandao wanted me to influence you, he said, looking at her nonchalantly. Azula froze. He says that was the plan all along, pretty much. But he was a skeptic, he thought I'd been corrupted by the luxuries and life I'd lived in the Fire Nation. It seems he saw the opposite of himself in me. He figured I'd betrayed everything I ever believed in, my people, everyone I cared about, and I realized nothing I said would make him think differently. So, I just said what I really thought. He didn't like it. Sokka. Azula said, swallowing hard. He smiled. I don't know what else did he expect, really, Sokka whispered. Even if I'd groveled to his feet begging for mercy he would have only stomped on my head. He was only there to prove himself right, but at least I kicked his ego a bit in the process. You're such a troublemaker, she said, shaking her head and caressing his hair gently. Sokka closed his eyes and enjoyed the sensation. So that was it? He wanted to know if you were corrupt. Well. I think he also wanted revenge for what I did back in the capital, said Sokka. He didn't say it outright, but he didn't need to. All he really wanted was to know if I'd be loyal to them or to you, I guess, and my answer was so blunt it's probably is what left me in this shape, huh. You rejected him, Azula whispered. You chose. I'll always choose you, Azula. Always, he said, smiling gently at her. She sighed. It's not like he was offering much in the first place. As I said, he just wanted to blow his own horn and prove Piandao wrong about me. But Piandao wasn't there, so I imagine Zhang Zhang must have taken off to tell Piandao that I'm just as rotten as he believed I was. What did Piandao want from you anyways? Azula asked, snarling. To influence me how? And, was he really only ever using you? I don't know, I'd have to ask Piandao himself, likely, Sokka said, grimacing. But I guess Zhang Zhang was sure you'd only be like your father. Piandao's plan to make me influence you, it probably was based on the hopes that you could break free from his legacy. Zhang Zhang refused to believe that was possible. And because he refused to believe it, he decided to kill you? So he could make completely sure it would be impossible. Azula asked. Because, curse it, if he had succeeded, you'd be running through those forests trying to take revenge? Sokka asked, with a weak smile. You're lovely. I can't promise I won't try to murder the bastard if I ever do meet him, truly, Azula said, gritting her teeth. Revenge for what you did in the capital, too, for keeping his friends and allies alive despite my father would have gladly slaughtered them? Really? This is how he repays you. Looks like it, Sokka said, sighing. I just knew it was the right thing to do, so I did it. I know those guys, the White Lotus, they're very similar to who I used to be. They hate the Fire Nation and think they're right to do so, but they haven't seen what I've seen. They haven't lived what I've lived, they may have forgotten fire is part of balance too. They don't seem to realize that harmony can be achieved if you just try hard enough. Angela looked at him hopefully, and he smiled warmly at her. I mean, look at us, he said. Took us a while, but we're balanced now, aren't we? She smiled a little and nodded. Sokka sighed in relief, and she leaned close, a hand moving to his cheek as she kissed him softly. Her lips were still trembling, and he noticed it easily. We are, she said, as firmly as she could. More than ever. Good. Said Sokka, smiling. Means we'll do just fine when we do get married, huh? Angela's eyes widened and Sokka chuckled, though laughing certainly was painful. He smiled awkwardly afterwards. You remember that she asked. Sokka smiled. How could I forget? He asked. It's a bit blurry, but you did say yes, didn't you? Angela's smile grew more genuine, although it was still sad. She kissed him again, fingers lacing through his soft locks. I did, she confirmed. Sokka's smile widened. And I might do it again if you ask once more. Oh. He said, raising his eyebrows. Will you marry me? Yes. He laughed and it hurt again, but he barely felt it as she kissed him, having answered him as earnestly as she could have. His heart soared, despite he was weak and hurt, for he could tell she had no doubts, no hesitations anymore. She spoke as truthfully as possible, with more determination than that of any strong-willed hero of old stories. And her truth was setting his heart ablaze, much like hers was with feelings of love for him. You saved me. He whispered, as she kissed his face all over, softly. You used your gold fire and you. I'm sorry it hurt as much as it did, but I had no choice, she said, cupping his face. I wasn't about to face a life without you, damn it all. We were supposed to. She fell unexpectedly silent, and Sokka frowned. He raised his eyebrow slowly. Supposed to what? He asked. She swallowed hard. Why you were dying, she said. He nodded. When I found you, I lost it. I was a wreck, I couldn't think properly, couldn't figure out what to do, I was at a complete loss. All I knew was that every second spent doing nothing was another second closer to losing you. And the things you said, the way you still tried to make me smile, it made me bend gold fire. And then I cauterized your wounds. Yeah, that's how it was, Sokka said, nodding weakly. Angela swallowed. The gold fire, the light, she muttered. Sokka frowned. And that feeling of emptiness, of despair, of hopelessness. I was falling into darkness. I was about to. She brought a hand to her mouth, looking at Sokka in chagrin. He stared back at her, in mild disbelief but also in amazement. But if you think that's what the fortune meant. Sokka muttered. What about losing everything? I mean. Sokka, you fool. She said, swallowing hard and leaning closer to him. Don't you get it? Losing you, it would have meant losing everything that truly mattered. His eyes widened, and she pressed her eyes tightly shut as she felt the tears about to escape again. I couldn't let it happen. Not now, not like this. She said, shaking her head. I couldn't let you go, not when we still have so much more to live together, right? Right, he said, releasing a deep breath. Oh, Angela. I know what you're thinking, she said, as he looked at her apprehensively. I know. I can't give up so easily. We have so much to do, so much work ahead of us, an entire world to fix and you don't want me to give up if something were to happen to you. Yeah, it wouldn't be fair, he said, sighing. You're so talented, so capable. You could lead the Fire Nation into a right path. But I want you there, leading it with me, she said, her voice trembling. I need you there, because that world we're going to fix, it's supposed to allow us to be together, remember? It's supposed to give us freedom. I can't do it without you. You can. Well, then, I choose not to, she said, determinedly. Sokka chuckled again, groaning a little when his laughter yielded pain as well. Is that clear enough for you? You're beautiful, he said, sighing. You're wonderful. I sure as hell don't deserve a girl like you. Says the man who refused to say simple words of submission to a madman who wanted to kill him, just to remain faithful and loyal to me for good, Azula said. Sokka smiled a little. You're the love of my life, he said. I'd die for you if I had to. You would, I can tell, she said, looking at him sternly. But I can't let you throw your life away that easily, damn it. I need you. I have a path ahead of me, you just said so, and I want to walk it with you. Can't do that if you die on me, can I? Azula. I get it, and I'm amazed that you're so loving, that you'd do anything for me, but the next time? Maybe lie, she said, gritting her teeth. I'll understand. I won't care as long as it means you'll survive. Sokka said, staring at her in disbelief as she brought his hand to her face. You're stubborn, too stubborn, she said, sighing. And you're reckless to no end. I'm amazed you can love me as much as you do, Sokka, but maybe love me a little less if it means you'll be less ready to throw your life away, okay? Oh, Azula. He said, reaching out to touch her face. She sighed and pressed her cheek against his palm, kissing his hand softly. If you won't do it for yourself, do it for me, she said, swallowing hard. Live on, because you know I can't go on if you don't, at the very least. I'm not as ready to die as that, Azula, he said, with a weak smile. Especially not ever since you found me again. Didn't I tell you? You gave me reasons to keep on living. You always have. Ever since we got together for good, I've kept imagining a future for us. I hadn't thought about the future in that way since I was a kid in my tribe, you know? All I could think of when you found me was the day I'd return, but, now I can see so much more in the future, thanks to you. Like, 3 kids? Azula asked, smiling a little. Sokka smiled back. Only if you want them to, he said. She chuckled. Tough luck, then. She whispered. He laughed as well, feeling the urge to sit up and kiss her, but with such a weak body, it wasn't meant to be. Wang returned then, bringing a bowl with broth, as promised. It stung Azula that Sokka wouldn't complain about the lacking meal he was being provided, for he would surely do so in any other circumstances. He merely smiled weakly at the physician, who instructed Azula to feed it to Sokka very slowly, and to inform him right away if anything went wrong. We need to make sure your body is working properly, said the doctor, patting Sokka's shoulder gently. So take it easy. If this goes well you can have more later, all right? Sure. Said Sokka. Don't worry, soup is a sign of progress in these circumstances, he reassured him, smiling. You're getting better. Your wife here is looking after you to make sure you do recover, and I bet you don't want to disappoint her. Sokka's eyes widened a little and he looked at Wang with surprise. The man excused himself and Azula was left to smile fondly at Sokka's reaction. I guess that marks 2 people who got it right, she said. Sokka smiled now. Well, you probably haven't even thought to disguise our relationship through all of this, he said, as she sat next to him on the mattress, the bowl between her hands. I guess he'd have to be blind not to see that you care a little too much about me. And you care a little too much about me, too, she said, brushing his hair away from his face gently. Now, shall we? It was strange to be helped to eat by Azula, but Sokka's hands were unstable and trembled constantly, making it impossible for him to use them for refined movements. At least his hands weren't dead weight, though. His legs were still dormant, and he had the feeling his blood loss had meant that less of it would flow south. He snorted weakly at the thought, which made Azula raise an eyebrow once she put the now empty bowl away on the nightstand. What is it? She asked. He looked at her somewhat apologetically. To think we'd just broken our dry spell, and this happens. The universe loves to mess with us, huh? Looks like it, she admitted, smiling weakly, still sitting on the mattress. But as much fun as it may be, you do realize that that's not as important as my full recovery and survival? Yeah, I know, he said, sighing. She leaned closer, still smiling. You're so thick-headed, she whispered. And you really do need to get your mind out of the gutter. You've just crossed paths with the #1 enemy of the Fire Nation, and what frustrates you the most is that we won't have sex until you're all better. Yeah. Isn't that how my mind always works? He asked, smiling a little more. She laughed softly and kissed his forehead and lips. Well, that broth certainly has helped. You're really sounding like yourself again, she said, cupping his face. He inched his head to the side, kissing her palm softly. Climb up here. What? Angela whispered. He smiled. It's a big enough bed for the both of us, he said. Can't you? Angela bit her lip but smiled. Indeed, there was enough room at the other side of the bed, so she decided to abide by his wishes and rest by his left, climbing on the mattress as he requested. He was smiling, his head turned towards her as she lay on her side, staring at him in wonder. Her hand stretched out, finding his bare chest, but specifically, his heart once again. It wasn't a big difference, but she could have sworn the beats felt a little stronger now. Maybe it was her wishful thinking, or maybe Sokka was indeed recovering, but it would take a long time for him to be back in shape, she knew as much. It would be a long road, though it was not the road she had expected to be walking with him after his proposal from the day before. Nothing could have prepared her for this cruel reality blow, for the sight of him as broken and weak as he was now. Those thoughts reminded her that the panda lily he had given her at the volcano with his proposal had been in her pack. She closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, hoping Ruishi would have found their luggage before anyone else did, or else they would have lost many extremely valuable things, including all of Sokka's weapons. She sighed, though, trying to stop worrying about those things. She merely cuddled closer to Sokka, kissing the top of his head as she embraced him gently. Do you want to take another nap? She asked. He grunted, which she guessed was a yes. I think I'm sleeping with you a bit, he said, smiling somewhat mischievously. She actually laughed, kissing his forehead. I think you are all better now. I bet this is just an act to make me worry, she teased him. He smiled. Filthy-minded gladiator. Overly classy, beautiful princess. He said, sighing. His trembling hand managed to find hers over his chest. She pressed her head to the side of his head as he closed his eyes, and she caressed his hair gently with her other hand, to appease him into another round of rest. He dozed off quickly, and Angela took it as a good sign. He could have responded badly to the broth, but he had finished all of it and there was still no nefarious reaction. Maybe in a few hours he'd be able to drink something more consistent. At least, she hoped so. He would get better, she knew as much. He had undergone terrible trials, though she doubted he had ever been as badly wounded as he was right now. He had lost blood after his fight with Jet, but he could still move. The wounds had been mostly superficial, never lethal. The entire opposite had happened this time. His life had been in more danger than ever before, far worse than dangling on an unstable chain above a pit of molten lava, worse than what Toph had done to him on their first fight, worse than his fight against Roan. She shuddered as she watched him sleep, deep fears dawning inside her. He looked peaceful, but she certainly couldn't share the feeling right now. She had never been as scared in her entire life, never felt as powerless, even though she'd had the power to save him in the end. She had never wanted so badly to be in his place instead, to take all the pain, to take the brunt of Zhang Jiang's rage instead of Sokka. She would have taken all of it without a second thought if she'd had the chance. It was her own fault, though, that Sokka ended up in bad shape as often as he did. She had pulled him out of a life of ever-lethal violence, but she had given him a life that was still lethal, even if not at all times. He still was at frequent risk of death as her gladiator, he still was badly injured too often for her peace of mind. Zhang had done all this because Sokka kept choosing her above everything else. He had wanted to murder her gladiator because of his bond with her. Every single time he had wound up in bad shape it had been because of her, somehow. The thought made her clench her teeth and close her eyes, feeling tears surging again. She didn't want to cry anymore, but it was hard to help it after what had happened. The attack had been a cruel blow, one that had reminded her of the true fragility of life, and of the consequences of her decisions, too. At this rate, she truly would get Sokka killed one day and she would have nobody to blame for it but herself. The fortune-teller's warning came to mind again, and so did her initial understanding of it. If their relationship were discovered, Sokka would certainly be put to death. He would die, and if he did, she might as well die too. She couldn't let that happen. She would never let that happen. Their relationship had come too far as it was, there was no backtracking anymore, and because of that, she needed to protect it now more than ever. She couldn't make more mistakes. She couldn't put him at risk anymore. She had to take this seriously, or else. The memory of his body on that pool of blood chilled her to the bone. It came back to her mind so vividly, as though she were seeing it again right in front of her eyes. She felt a sob shaking her, and only then did she realize her tears were actually rolling down her face. She inched closer to his sleeping figure, dropping her head on his shoulder as she cried silently, trying not to disturb him. Her hand went back to that spot right above his heart. It was still beating. It was still beating. He had to keep on living. There was no way around it. They had made too many promises, too many vows. He had to stick around to make sure she would fulfill their goals. That was the deal. That was how it had to be. He had to see his family again, didn't he? He had so much to do, so much to live for. She sighed, her entire body shaking as she curled against him. Her voice was weak, a bare whisper, as she spoke without needing to be heard, doing so only to relieve the grief in her heart, if just a little. "Don't leave me." Despite what she had thought, uttering the words only seemed to make her fears more real than they had been before. She sighed and held onto him tighter, knowing her sorrow would not be chased away easily. Knowing he would need her through this recovery process, but also knowing that her mind would be tormented by the image of his broken, dying body for many years, if not the rest of her life. Still, it served to build her resolve to never let him come to harm again. It didn't matter what she had to do to prevent it, she wouldn't allow it, no matter what. He had protected her countless times, she was determined to do the same for him, come what may. Chapter 127, The Chase of Zhang 9. It was midday when Nilla grew anxious and started to run faster. Ruishi didn't resist, only holding on tight to the reins and making sure not to drop any of the load that he was carrying. He hoped the beast's sudden boost in speed meant they were close to finding her owner, and he wasn't disappointed when, at long last, they came across a hunched figure, who walked with an unbalanced stride through the forest's trees. She raised her head immediately when she heard the unexpected noises of claws digging into the ground, along with the Shirshu's heavy breathing. Upon identifying her longtime companion and only truly loyal friend, June actually allowed herself to smile. "Nilla? Fuck, it's good to see you," she said, her voice completely sincere as Nilla rushed to her side. Ruishi yanked back the reins to keep Nilla from trampling her human partner, but June didn't seem to mind, embracing Nilla with a single arm and pressing her face into her Shirshu's fur. There, girl. I'm glad to see you too," she said, with a few sighs. Ruishi frowned as he stared at June's right shoulder. She hadn't moved her right arm whatsoever so far, and he could see that, aside from her snake tattoo, there were nasty bruises in her shoulder. "What happened to you?" he asked. It seemed that it was only then that June only noticed he was there. "Huh? What are you doing there?" she asked, frowning a little. You're the princess's second boyfriend, aren't you?" "I'm not her boyfriend but I was her other traveling companion, yes," said Ruishi, with a grimace as he jumped off Nilla's saddle. June had been the picture of dark and dangerous perfection, deadliness encased in beauty, when he had first seen her, but right now she wasn't even the shadow of her usual image. Her hair was a mess, tangled and filthy, her clothes were torn in many places, her skin was colored with bruises and her makeup was long gone. The nail polish in her left hand was gone too, replaced by dirt and dry blood. She didn't have any other apparent injuries other than the likely joint dislocation on her shoulder, but her usual calm and cool facade was long gone. Ruishi could swear he was seeing fear in her eyes right now. "What happened to them? Where are they? Why are you with Nyl-? Ugh," she asked, but an instinctive attempt to raise her right arm silenced her as a blast of pain shot through her. Ruishi grimaced and approached her. "What happened to you, first of all?" he asked, swallowing hard as he considered how to set her shoulder. "Zhang Jiang's men caught you." They did. "Caught Nilla first, got me when I tried to set her free," June explained. Despite she didn't usually welcome anyone's touch when she was as vulnerable as she was now, she couldn't recoil when Ruishi touched her shoulder. He did it so very gently, without causing other bursts of pain. "I fought the bastard, but he had too many goons, they were too strong together. Next thing I knew, they'd thrown me in some damn pit in the ground and left me for dead, I guess, so I just climbed out of it." "You did? How?" Ruishi asked. "Your right shoulder's joint is dislocated." "No kidding," said June, raising her eyebrows. "That's a souvenir they gave me in the fight, it was how they stopped me from fighting back at my strongest. I think I took out around 7 of them before they could hold me down. I thought they'd broken my arm, but I understood they'd just snapped it off its socket later." "I should set it back," Ruishi said. June's eyes widened. "Do you know how?" she asked. Ruishi nodded. "I went to military academy. It's not the first dislocated joint I see or deal with," he said, matter-of-factly. Despite Ruishi's words were reassuring, June's unease increased. "Why you think you should set it here? Now?" "It's," she said. Ruishi frowned. "At this rate it will only get worse," he said. "I'm sorry, but it must be done." June wasn't a coward, naturally, but she certainly didn't feel like welcoming the promised world of pain that this procedure would bring. She accepted despite her reservations, though, and they got ready to begin the setting process, sitting down a few trees away from where Nilla was. June bit hard on the leather gloves Ruishi had found in her saddle as he took her arm carefully and began to set the bone again. Tears of pain blinked in June's eyes, though her groans sounded more threatening than distressed. Ruishi was as quick and efficient about the job as he could be, though, and before she knew it, her bone was no longer protruding unpleasantly underneath her skin. June spat out the gloves and breathed heavily, rubbing her shoulder with her uninjured hand and staring at Ruishi in unspoken gratefulness. The captain of guards froze, though, when he felt the snout of June's beast prodding his shoulder. He looked at Nilla uneasily, afraid she would be angry he had made her owner scream, but to his surprise the Shersha had no ill intent. She approached June almost shyly, and June caressed her head with her left hand. Now, I'm fine. Or, well, I will be," she said, smiling. "Thanks, second boyfriend. You're very resourceful." "I have a name," Ruishi grunted. June smiled. "It's Ruishi." "Fine, Ruishi," she said, pushing herself up and studying Nilla warily. She's not okay. Someone hurt her badly." "It must have been Sokka," Ruishi said. June's eyebrow twitched. "Say what?" "In his defense. I think your Shershu damn near killed him." June's eyes widened. Ruishi swallowed hard and gestured towards the Shershu. "I'll tell you the story on the road, if you don't mind. You probably could use an inspection by the physician from the village we're staying in." "That sounds good," she said, sighing. Ruishi helped her climb atop Nilla's saddle and he climbed behind her. He clutched the luggage firmly again and they made their way to the village, while they explained to each other what predicaments had landed them in their current circumstances. Their journey to the village didn't take long, although Nilla was exhausted by the time they arrived. June took care to feed her when they finally stopped, asking Ruishi to fetch water for her at the pump in the physician's house, too. Eating and drinking were now difficult activities for the Shershu due to the bad wound on her lower jaw. Yet now that June knew what had happened last night, she wasn't sure if she still had any right to feel angry over it. She glanced at the physician's home, hoping Sokka had survived, despite everything. Ruishi entered the building afterwards, finding the doctor and explaining there was another patient for him to inspect outside. He rushed to Sokka's room afterwards, though, his stomach twisted with unease. The princess was lying on the bed beside him, her eyes open, dark bags under them. Her hand was perched over his heart as Sokka slept easily, his lips parted. His chest rose and fell with each breath, so Ruishi sighed in relief at confirming he was alive. The sound alerted Angela, who sat up somewhat nervously. "Are Ruishi?" she asked. "What, did you find her? Is everything?" "Everything is fine," said Ruishi, smiling a little as he set down the 2 bags of luggage. "I picked up everything we dropped. Well, I think it's everything. It didn't look like anyone had stolen anything. I found June, yes, and I brought her back. Her shoulder was disjointed. I tried to help her set it, but the physician should still see her, just in case." "What happened to her?" Angela asked, despair in her gaze. It was hard to believe that a woman as strong and unyielding as June could have been defeated in battle, but Nilla's very presence in their fight on the roads had already spoken darkly of June's fate. "I think you should ask her yourself, really," said Ruishi, approaching her and patting her shoulder gently. "He will be fine while you're gone, I'm sure." Angela swallowed hard and glanced down at Sokka's sleeping face. He looked peaceful, his breathing slow and even. Stepping away just for a moment terrified her, but the sooner she met with June, the sooner she would be back at his side. "Has he progressed at all?" Ruishi asked. Angela nodded weakly. "He woke up twice so far," she said. "He's been sleeping for a few hours now. I guess he's not likely to wake up so fast again, but you don't want him to wake up alone." Ruishi ventured his guess. Angela sighed. "I'll let the doctor or his wife know, then. I reckon you should talk to June, hear what she has to say about Zhang so we can figure out what he was up to." "Oh, I know what he was after now," Angela said, frowning, and climbing off the bed. "Sokka told me the last time he woke up. But still, I should talk to her." Ruishi grimaced and eyed her warily. What June had said had bothered him, but if Sokka had already told Angela what Zhangjiang's true purpose always had been, June probably wouldn't have much of interest to reveal to Angela. Ruishi fetched the doctor's wife while Angela stood by Sokka's side. She caressed his hair gently, leaning down to kiss his uninjured cheek and touching his chest again to ensure his heart still was beating. His breathing should have told her as much, but Angela's mind was treacherous. She couldn't help but be paranoid, even when the Meliang came back and assured her Sokka would be in good hands. She still spared one last glance at him as she left the room, torn up over leaving his side even if briefly. Outside, Nilla was munching very slowly on a slab of meat that June had offered her. June's right arm was being bandaged and immobilized by the doctor. He was still finishing the procedure when the bounty hunter spotted the princess. Instead of one of her usual snarky remarks, June actually looked at Angela in chagrin, nearly apologetically. The expression on her face took Angela aback. "Been a while," Angela said, hoping to break the ice. June swallowed hard. "You look like hell," she said. Angela snorted. "Likewise," she said. June offered her a small smile, surprisingly. "What happened to your arm?" "Dislodged joint," June explained. Ruishi helped set it back. "Doctor here's just making sure I don't move it a lot for the next few days." "I can already tell you're not the kind of patient who listens to orders, though," said the man, sighing. June's smile grew stronger. Angela glanced at Nilla again, and she surprised herself by not feeling any resentment towards the beast despite the damage it had done to Sokka. She hadn't thought she'd be sympathetic towards it, but it was apparent that she was in pain. The doctor moved on to the creature after finishing his work with June. He was touching Nilla's jaw gently, and she growled and snapped at him whenever he exerted any pressure on her sore wound. "Well, the bone is somewhat fractured," said Wang, pulling away before Nilla's patience yielded. "It doesn't seem to be a major wound, it should heal itself in due time, but it will hurt for sure. There are some medicines you can try to give her to ease the pain." "Great," said June, sighing and looking at Nilla worriedly. "I only hope she agrees to swallow them. It's for her own good." "I truly hope she will cooperate," Wang said, smiling. "Either way, I expect a strong creature like this will be able to heal quickly." "Let's hope so," said June. The doctor smiled at her and headed inside again, leaving the two women and Ruishi by themselves. June caressed Nilla's head with her uninjured hand, the beast sighing before relaxing next to her owner. Angela stepped towards her and swallowed hard. Care to share what happened to you? She asked. Her voice wasn't demanding, if anything it was slightly uncertain. June looked at her with unease, too. Well, let's just say I messed up, she muttered. I didn't consider there could be bleeding men in Zhang Jiang's campsite. The scent of blood makes Nilla lose her senses. And she attacks to kill whatever's bleeding. Angela asked. June nodded. Well, we suspected as much already, but that clarifies it. Clarifies what? They cut Sokka's cheek, Angela muttered. It was to rely on the smell of blood to make your Shirshu attack him. Ruishi said that he's not dead, though, right? June asked. Angela shook her head promptly. June released a relieved sigh. I'm glad. And I'm sorry. If I had been more careful, I could have captured the bastard before he could act. What's worse is I gave him the perfect means to find you. I know apologies won't mean a lot to you, but don't overthink it, Angela said, waving a hand gently. June raised an eyebrow. I know you weren't planning for things to end up this way. You had nothing to gain from that. I didn't plan forward enough, truth to be told, said June, sighing. I should have known Zhang couldn't be underestimated. I should have known that too, for that matter, said Angela. I sent you after him, we agreed on it without thinking of the risks. If you think you were a fool for doing it, I was a fool for telling you to do it, too. But anyways, I take it they took Nilla from you. They muzzled her, forced her to work with them, June said. Offering her the scent of your belt was enough to get her going. They just threw me in a hole they thought I wouldn't be able to get out of, especially with a dislodged joint, but they underestimated me, too. You climbed out with one arm only? Angela asked. June smiled weakly. You're something, bounty hunter. I guess you've always been freakishly strong, but still. Not strong enough when it mattered most, I'm afraid, June whispered. I should have been able to resist them, but I was beyond outnumbered. It never crossed my mind that it could go so badly. How many people were there? Angela asked. Do you have at least some idea? Well over hundreds, June answered. I can't say thousands because I didn't have a proper view of the entire campsite, but it could have been. He's gathered quite a following. I don't know if it's all his, I'll say, Angela muttered. It seems a fair share could be White Lotus members who simply joined him on this operation. Or maybe White Lotus. Both Ruishi and June said. Angela gritted her teeth. It's what Sokka said when he woke up a while back, she said. June huffed. He woke up, then? And he even told you what happened? She asked. Angela nodded. You could have said that sooner, I thought he was still unresponsive. I'm sorry I didn't. You merely asked if he was alive, so, anyways, you can't really talk to him right now. He's asleep again. Angela admitted, sighing. Truth was that they were after him all along, June said, frowning. Before Nilla was driven to madness, I overheard Zhang asking the two idiots I followed about Sokka. I didn't understand why they'd be so worried about him. I only put it together a moment before Nilla lost control. I was only just considering turning back and finding you guys to warn you, but I had no choice when Nilla reacted as she did. We didn't understand what Zhang Jiang's allegiances were, Angela whispered. Had I known he was White Lotus I might have considered Sokka could be his real goal, but without that information we couldn't even have ventured a guess about it. None of us thought they'd be after him. But why him? Ruishi asked. The White Lotus should have wanted you, too. They're the biggest rebels against the Fire Lord, aren't they? They are, but their goal wasn't to hurt my father's rule directly, said Angela. It was, well, to find out if Sokka's loyalties were with me or with them, somehow. What? Why would he have been loyal to them? Ruishi asked. Angela shrugged. Sokka was just as puzzled by that notion as you are. I guess it's because his old sword master seems to be a member, and he left him that White Lotus tile, so they assumed he was, well, initiated in their weird cult just with that. But Sokka never even knew what that tile meant, so how was he supposed to even feel like one of them? They're pretty stupid, said June, with a grimace. Angela snorted. Yes, I'll say they are, she said. In any case, he chose to be loyal to me. They took that to mean he was better off dead, so they used Nilla to finish the job. You know, I don't tend to care one way or another about politics of any kind. June confessed. But right now, I'm tempted to start chasing those White Lotus bastards for everything they've pulled in the last 2 days. I can't blame you, but if I were you, I'd put as much distance as possible between yourself and them, said Angela. They're going so far for their ideals it's hard to say if they're a bigger hazard to the world than my nation is. I'd say you're exaggerating if I hadn't seen how big that camp of theirs was, said June. It's like every possible dissenter of your father's regime has joined them. It makes me wonder if they've lost all touch with what their group used to stand for, Angela muttered. Maybe the White Lotus wasn't completely deplorable from the get-go, but what they're doing nowadays couldn't be further from their alleged set of beliefs. Well, I don't know anything about their beliefs, but I'm still unwilling to forgive them for dislodging my shoulder and, most of all, for using Nilla for their schemes, said June, and she glanced at Angela with unease. I'm glad you managed to save Sokka on time. For a while there I really feared the worst. He'll be touched to know you worried so much about his well-being, Angela said, with a subtle hint of sarcasm. June smiled, despite herself. You know, you three grew on me, she said. It only happened recently, I'll admit, but you still did. I was looking forward to handing Zhang over to you. I hate that I failed to do it. It's not your blunder alone, Angela sighed. It was my reckless idea, don't beat yourself up for it. We're lucky you survived it all, that all of us did. If anything had gone slightly differently, chances are that. She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. Her breath caught in her chest, and she had to shut her eyes tightly to hide the tears that were threatening to spill from them. She needed to stop thinking about Sokka's close call every 10 seconds. I know, said June, sighing and standing up. Nilla groaned softly, moving her head wistfully towards her. But I'm still pissed off. I've almost never failed to finish a job, you know? I don't like this stain on my bounty hunting history. Angela smiled weakly as June moved to make sure Nilla's saddle was well in place. The princess raised an eyebrow. You're planning on leaving already? Well, I don't have a lot to do here, June said. I should go someplace else to find the herbs I'll need to force Nilla to swallow, and the sooner we find those, the better. There's an herbalist across the river to the east. Angela said. June nodded. Yeah, I've been there a few times. I guess Miyuki will be happy to know she's in no danger of being devoured by Nilla today, she said, smiling a little. Good, then. Also, did you blow all your money at the tavern? Angela asked. June raised an eyebrow. Not all of it, just a fair share, she admitted. Why? Well, said Angela, sighing and approaching the packs that Ruishi had recovered. They didn't have a lot of money left, but Angela separated it in 2 unequal piles before handing June the largest of them. The bounty hunter was perplexed. Wait a minute, I'm not taking your pity money, she said, frowning. Angela huffed. Pity? Really? This is my idea of compensation for a mission gone wrong that I should be responsible for, she said. So, take it or leave it, bounty hunter, but this isn't about pity. It's because, well, my gladiator nearly killed your beast. My beast nearly killed your gladiator. One would think that would make us even, said June. Angela shrugged. Indeed, one would, but I don't. I dragged you into a mess that you didn't have to be involved in, so I'm compensating you for it unless you decide to be a very virtuous woman who won't take money that's being offered to her freely, Angela said, raising an eyebrow. Despite herself, June sighed and took the bag. She smiled a little at Angela. That's too thoughtful of you. Royals aren't supposed to be all that generous, you know. Take it as a bribe, then, Angela said. The next time I need someone found, I expect you to give me a discount on your services. Do I really need to? Such a bother. June said, teasingly, before climbing on Nilla's saddle. She watched the 2 firebenders from atop Nilla's saddle, her semblance remorseful. Ruishi nodded in her direction, and June looked at the still consternate Angela with worried eyes. "Tell him I apologize on Nilla's behalf," she said, startling Angela. "When he's awake again, of course." "Right," said Angela, nodding. "And I'm really sorry things went sour as they did," she said. Angela looked at her somewhat hopelessly. "But I'm glad you could help him when you did. If anything can be said for certain, it's that he's lucky to have you." Angela's eyes widened, and she trembled a little as she processed those words. June smiled weakly. "Take care. And I mean it, you look like you haven't gotten a proper hour of sleep in years," she said, with a raised eyebrow. "I feel like I haven't gotten a proper hour of sleep in years," Angela answered, matter-of-factly. June chuckled. "I can lend you my eyeshadow, then. You can color your lashes, so they match the bags under your eyes," she suggested, teasingly. Angela snorted. "And then I'll look like an otter raccoon." "Sounds like a plan," she said, sarcastically. June chuckled again. "Sounds about right," she said, ushering Nilla to move by shaking the reins gently. The beast groaned and stood up somewhat clumsily. June focused on Nilla as the Shersha started walking, and once she did, June turned to wave curtly at Angela and Ruishi. Nilla took off through the same road where the chaos had unfolded earlier, and Angela and Ruishi only watched them leave quietly. Once June was out of view, the captain placed a hand on his charge's shoulder. "How are you feeling?" he asked. Angela swallowed and shrugged. Still afraid, I guess," she admitted. She wasn't sure how she was able to say the words so easily when she had been raised to show no weaknesses, no fear, in the face of anything. "Let's go back inside, then," said Ruishi. "You might feel better by his side." "Probably," Angela admitted, as they turned back to the house. "Did he say anything else about the encounter?" he asked. "Aside from them being White Lotus." "Nothing as important as that, no," said Angela, clenching her fists. "I feel so foolish for not even thinking of it. It was true that I could make no sense out of Zhang Jiang's motivations, but once you factor in that he was White Lotus, everything becomes clear." "It does," said Ruishi, sighing. He patted Angela's back. "But he's gone now. He must be sure that Nilla killed Sokka, so I doubt we have any cause for concern." "I'm not too sure," said Angela. "But if he dares come back to finish the job, I'll probably murder him in cold blood. I'll fend off the rest of his followers so you can have a clear shot," Ruishi said. Angela smiled a little, pleased by Ruishi's complicity. They entered Sokka's room again to find Mailiang chuckling at something he'd said. Angela's eyes widened, and Ruishi saw her tense shoulders loosen up slightly when she saw Sokka was awake and talking to the woman. Sokka was weaker than Ruishi had ever seen him, but he seemed to have his wits about him already if he had been saying something amusing. "Ah, look, they're back now," said Mailiang. Sokka glanced to his side and smiled when he saw Angela. "I told you your other friend was here now, too." "Hey there," he said, moving his hand a little in a failed attempt to wave at them. I guess I'm not so strong as to say hi yet." "Don't force yourself," Angela said, walking up to his bedside quickly and taking his hand in hers. "How are you now?" "A little hungry," Sokka admitted. Angela smiled weakly. "Aren't you always?" she asked, reaching out to stroke his hair gently before looking at the Mailiang. "Can he have more soup?" "I suppose, he hasn't reacted poorly to it so far," said the woman. "It's a miracle, truly, that he's had no problem eating when his injury was so bad. The cauterization you performed was, well, miraculous, really. It's almost like it restored his tissues, really." "Miraculous indeed," said Angela, biting her lip. "I suppose we'll never understand how it happened." "He's a very lucky guy, to be sure," said Ruishi, moving to Sokka's side too and smirking at him. "Don't know how I got this lucky, honestly," said Sokka, smiling weakly as Angela stroked his hand gently. "Well, lucky boy, I shall fetch your soup now," said the Mailiang, smiling. "If you keep responding well to it, we might give you something better later, all right?" "Bring it on," said Sokka, trying to sound very enthusiastic but lacking the strength to do so. As the doctor's wife left, Angela sat on the edge of the mattress while Ruishi grabbed a chair. Sokka eyed them with uncertainty. She said you were talking with someone outside. He said. June, Angela said. Sokka bit his lip. She was relieved that you made it out alive. She discovered you were the White Lotus's target just before they got to her and Nilla. Crap, said Sokka, sighing. Did they hurt her? A dislodged joint, namely, said Ruishi. And, well, she was thrown in a hole too, so she wouldn't be able to follow them easily. They're insane, Sokka said, sighing and shaking his head. Did you get her out of there, Ruishi? No, she got herself out, said Ruishi. Also, it may sound slightly paranoid, but we probably should stick to our fake names for as long as we stay here. You're right, Sokka said, closing his eyes. It's good to know she was okay, though. Yeah, said Angela. She was worried about you, too. Said she apologized on Nilla's behalf. I guess she was more attached to you than she let on. Sokka snorted at the suggestion, and Angela smiled a little. He shook his head weakly. I doubt that, he said. She squeezed his hand. All the same, I'm glad you're awake again, she said. Did you remember anything else worth mentioning? Can't think of anything right now, Sokka said, biting his lip. I guess the asshole held back from saying genuinely incriminating stuff, but he did say he didn't agree with their rescue operation in the capital. You know, when they first showed up. Is that so? Angela said, raising an eyebrow. Why? Did he think it was too dangerous or? Oh, never mind. Surely he didn't care for the lives of his comrades enough to want to help them. It's likely. I did tell him he was as bad as any Fire Lord for sending his people to die in the stronghold just over a scheme to have a few words with me. Said Sokka. He didn't like that, of course. You have no sense of self-restraint, do you? Ruishi asked. Sokka smiled weakly and shrugged almost imperceptibly. He also said there were Great Lotuses? Grand Lotuses? So, leaders, I guess. Probably like him, Sokka said. I think Piandao is one of them, too. But I imagine there could be more of them. It's a more complicated group, and likely a bigger threat than we thought, Angela said. Who knows how far their influence reaches, how many people they've assembled over the years. June said she wouldn't be surprised if there were thousands of them, Ruishi said. Sokka grimaced. And she surely didn't see all of them, he said. If each Great Lotus has around the same number of followers, and there's at least 2 more of them. It's an army, Angela concluded, rubbing her temples with her fingertips. A blasted, massive army with more power than we thought. It's been born right underneath my father's nose and we never even suspected it. Underneath your grandfather's, rather, if not before that, too, said Sokka. Zhang ran off while Ajalon was still in power. And the attempt on General Iroha's life was also perpetrated by them while Ajalon ruled, said Ruishi, nodding. They've had a long time to build up their strength, to gather their army, and they've done it so well no one even suspected them. Indeed, and now that we do know, I don't know what to do about it, Angela whispered, shaking her head. How would we uncover this conspiracy when we don't know where to begin? What little we know about them is worth nothing. That's true. Sokka conceded. But maybe you should stop thinking about it while we're as cut off from our resources as we are now. It won't be much use for you to worry so much if we can't do anything. He's not wrong, Ruishi said, nodding. But your words actually extend to you too, Sokka. The less stressed you are about everything, the easier your recovery should be. The mind has a crucial part to play in healing the body, Angela muttered. I guess, said Sokka, with a weak grin. I'll try to relax, then. If I remember anything else, though. You can tell us in that case, but until then, you should stop worrying, Angela said, reaching to touch his hand gently. You know now that June and Nilla made it out alive too. Chances are the unforgivable bastard won't come to check if you really are dead, either. And I got back everything we had to leave behind on the road, said Ruishi, proudly, before leaning down to pull out Sokka's boomerang from a pack. See. my old friend. I'm glad to see it, said Sokka, smiling weakly. Thanks, Ruishi. It's great that you could get everything back. Indeed it is, said Ruishi. Though, the princess's belt is missing now. It's not the first one I lose, Azula said, before giving Sokka a meaningful look. Someone once sliced one of them cleanly during training. That was a mistake, said Sokka, and Azula smiled gently. And then you tried to sew it back together. And that way I remembered why I hated school's crafts class as much as I did, said Azula, shaking her head. Sokka smiled. Were all lessons in the Royal Academy for girls like that? He asked. Azula shrugged. Most of them were. We studied all sorts of tea ceremonies, I was bored beyond belief by them, she recounted. But history and geography classes were enjoyable, and depending on the work we were studying, literature as well. Ruishi listened to Azula, knowing full well, as did everyone else in the room, that the change of topic wasn't only welcome, but necessary. On normal occasions Azula wouldn't care to share her memories from her school days, but right now she spoke of them with such ease it felt natural, but oddly out of place at the same time. She needed to stop thinking about Sokka's wound, about the image of him lying on his own blood, and she was taking advantage of every possible distraction to do so. She took to helping Sokka to eat once the doctor's wife returned, and she helped him eat more through the day whenever he said he was hungry. The doctor recommended that he started trying to regain the strength of his limbs, starting with his hands, but Sokka's trembling grew more violent whenever he moved them. As ever, he was disappointed with himself, but Azula kept reassuring him and telling him not to push himself too far. It wasn't until Sokka fell asleep again, by nightfall, that Ruishi stopped by Azula's side and placed a hand on her shoulder. The sitting princess raised her head towards him, a hand still on Sokka's chest. The stronghold? He asked. Has your dragon sent any information? Azula nodded. Xian Long had been rather bored in the last day, anxiously waiting for her to call him back to her side. The attacks ceased since yesterday around midday. They expected it to mean they were getting ready for the full assault, but it didn't happen, Ruishi finished. No. They'd already caught June, likely. They knew just how to find us, that we weren't in the stronghold. They didn't need the decoy attack anymore, said Azula. I'm surprised by how well they planned it all. Well, how well he planned it all, muttered Ruishi. The initial attack was meant to draw you out to the stronghold. Or leave us relatively defenseless in Udeo while all the soldiers rallied to defend the outpost, said Azula. They had the explosives just in case we went to the stronghold, which we did. They probably wanted to know for sure that we were in there before using them, though. So, chances are that Zhang sent a group to search Udeo, to make sure we really had left the city, said Ruishi, frowning. He might have thought you'd sent Xian Long alone. But once he knew we weren't in Udeo, he had to make sure we were in the stronghold before risking an all-out attack. He probably had lots of his men to patrolling all over the area, and the two bastards we caught were the ones who had the lucky hit. Yes. That must be it, said Ruishi, sighing. He had resources, had everything planned, said Azula, shaking her head. And yet we only fell in his trap because he got lucky that Nilla was driven mad by the scent of blood, said Ruishi, raising an eyebrow. Azula frowned. Truth be told, his plans weren't paying off. Not until that happened. Which really means my blasted, greedy scheme is what caused this, Azula said, shaking her head and rubbing her eyes with her free hand. Ruishi swallowed hard. I was in over my head and didn't suspect it. I thought I'd have it under control because even in the worst cases in the past, I've always found a way to be triumphant. I got the rhinos, I dealt with the Daily, even the first time I crossed the White Lotus it didn't end badly thanks to Sokka. So, I was immersed in this false sense of security, and I thought I could do it again. I was sure of it, but you almost did, though. I know it's hard to accept it right now, but you almost did, said Ruishi, his head low. Azula sighed and shook her head. It doesn't matter. Almost isn't good enough, she muttered. Almost nearly got him killed. You saved him, though. I could have spared him the brush with death if I'd considered something could go wrong, Angela said. Where Zhang planned for multiple scenarios, we mostly just made up our movements as we went. He had quite the advantage over us, he knew these lands better than we could, he had enough time to plan his every move. And we fell into his spider's web because I couldn't even fathom what he was up to. None of us could. There was no way we could have suspected it with what little information we had, said Ruishi. We did too well regardless of the circumstances, if you ask me. We almost reached our goal, even if we'd been faster maybe we would have done it, but sadly. Truth be told, I can only wonder what sort of disaster would have occurred if they'd caught up with us either at this village or in Udeo, said Angela, grimacing. There were too many of them. Chances are they could have reduced the city's defenses in a heartbeat, and things would have turned out worse yet, said Ruishi, clenching his fists. Maybe the one thing we can agree on is that this could have been much worse, said Angela, swallowing hard. Sokka's slow breathing was one of the main things that could have been worse. The safety of the most important of the Fire Nation colonies could have easily been compromised, too. With as many followers as Zhang likely had, chances were that he could have held the city at least for over a month or two before Oze could retaliate effectively. Indeed. And beating yourself up over what did go wrong won't help at this point, said Ruishi. Angela gritted her teeth, feeling like a scolded child. Now we need to see to his recovery, and get back to Udeo as soon as possible. If Xin Long says the stronghold is safe, then I'm not having him come fetch us here and now, mind you, Angela muttered. Ruishi frowned. Not only do we not know whether Zhang Jiang's followers might notice him flying here, which would likely alert them that maybe Nilla didn't finish the job, but also, we can't let these people know who we are. Especially not after what they've seen of the relationship between you two. Yes, I understand, said Ruishi, sighing. But it's the best way to travel. On normal circumstances, yes. But these aren't normal circumstances, Angela replied. I don't think Sokka can ride a dragon as he is, or any animals, for that matter. We'll need another carriage, said Ruishi, swallowing hard. Angela nodded. If anything, we can have Xin Long surveilling the area from above once we're traveling back to Udeo. But I won't risk letting these people see him, she said. I doubt they have any suspicions regarding who we are, and I would rather it stays that way. Understood, said Ruishi, nodding. Which means, you shouldn't act all stiff and obedient, Rashi, she said, with a weak smile. What do you think I am, a princess? Ruishi smiled and shook his head. Angela sighed, her hand still on Sokka's beating heart. Ruishi bit his lip, holding back from asking her if she was touching her lover that way just to make sure he was still alive, for he didn't need to ask at all, her actions spoke for themselves. So, when do you expect we'll take off? Ruishi asked. Angela shrugged. Once he's better. He's not going on another trip if he's still too weak for it, however short it may be, she said. So, whenever he's ready, we'll leave. Very well, said Ruishi, nodding and standing up. I guess I'll go sleep out in their living room, then. You'll? Oh, well, why should I even ask? Angela gave him a sympathetic, somewhat apologetic smile, but Ruishi only smiled back at her. He'll be fine. Truth be told, he'll start healing magically just by having you near him, I'm sure. So, go on ahead and join him, said Ruishi, with a dramatic sigh. That way we might take off a little sooner. As long as you're right about his healing rate, that is, said Angela, but she nodded in his direction. Thanks, Rui dash. Rashi. Don't mention it, Jing, he said, with a crooked grin before leaving her and Sokka by themselves. Once more she climbed on the bed beside him when they were alone, and she slept with a hand on his chest, her head nestling on his shoulder. As soon as she was comfortable, she felt his head gently dropping against hers, as though he were subconsciously drifting towards her warmth. She closed her eyes, hoping to fall asleep with a little more ease than earlier that day. Still, she wasn't in luck. She kept waking with starts through the night, her heart racing, her nightmares still chasing her. The only way to make sure her dreams were only dreams was through Sokka's breathing and heartbeat. She cursed herself for her many weaknesses, but her exasperation with herself didn't chase them away. By the time morning arrived, she had scarcely rested at all. And despite he was in a worse physical state than her, Sokka seemed to notice her lack of rest. "Hey!" he whispered. Her eyes were open, but she was startled when she heard his voice. "Sokka?" she asked. "Did I?" "You what?" Sokka asked, blinking a few times, trying to shake off his lingering drowsiness. "Wake you?" she finished, looking at him somewhat guiltily as she loosened her grip on his shirt. Sokka smiled. "Not really, no," he said. "What's wrong? Were you uncomfortable?" No. "I'm fine," she said, shaking her head and pressing to him. "I just had some trouble sleeping for no reason." "It's nothing. You should try to get more sleep, then," Sokka suggested, but Azula shook her head. "You're awake now, so I should see to getting you something to eat, right?" she said, sitting up. Sokka smiled a little. "I am a bit hungry, he admitted. Azula smiled. "I'll see what I can do," she said. Hey," he said, his shaking hand grazing her gently when she was about to climb off the bed. "Yes," she said, and Sokka bit his lip. "I wanted to kiss you," he said. Azula's smile grew a little more heartfelt with that. "Did you, now?" she asked, leaning close and complying with his wishes. Sokka sighed happily as her lips brushed his lovingly. "There you go. You're the best," he said, with a happy grin. Azula chuckled before jumping off the bed. The rest of the day wasn't too different from the previous one. Sokka mostly laid down, eating whenever he was hungry, talking whenever his two companions struck a conversation, sleeping when he was drowsy again. His stability was good news, though, and there were no secondary effects to be found for anything the physician had done to treat him. By the third day, though, he had regained more strength, and his stomach begged for food a lot more often. He tried to eat without help, but his trembling was still too violent to hold a bowl or chopsticks properly. Nevertheless, Ruishi offered to help him get back to using his hands and arms, and he started to do so by arm wrestling him somewhat playfully. It never ceased to make Sokka smirk in disbelief. "Come on, then. Show me what you're made of," Ruishi grunted, menacingly, and Sokka snorted. His grip on Ruishi's hand was shaky, but he tried to strengthen his hand by putting some strength into pushing Ruishi's. Too weak. "Damn you, wait till I'm all good and I'll show you just how strong I can be," Sokka said, with a chuckle. Ruishi smirked. "Big talk for a wimp like you," he teased Sokka, but despite his best efforts, Sokka only laughed and gave up, and Ruishi sighed. "Here I thought trash talking would help inspire you." "Almost did, but it was too ridiculous to work," Sokka admitted, smiling. "Thanks, though, for doing this. It might be I'll beat you at it again in a couple of months." "I'd think you should hope to do so in a few weeks instead," said Ruishi, raising his eyebrows. "She'd be much happier that way." Sokka swallowed hard and nodded. Azula had left to take a proper bath for the first time in what felt like ages, trusting that Sokka would be fine with Ruishi, and that his condition would only continue to improve. The two men had been working on getting his strength back for around 10 minutes now, but clearly there was a lot worth addressing regarding the princess's well-being. "I'd love to be back on my feet so she can stop worrying," said Sokka. "I mean, I understand, this is the worst that's happened to me ever since we became partners. Heck, it's worse than anything that happened before that, too. But, it's too hard to see her this way. Hell, I'm sure I'm getting better sleep than her and I tend to wake up over the burns pains all the time. And she just keeps putting her hand over your heart," said Ruishi. "To make sure you're still." "Yeah," said Sokka, gritting his teeth. "I don't mind being touched by her, obviously, but I'm just worried about her, too. I'm the one who almost got cut in half, but she's the one who's most shaken up by the whole thing. Then again, I guess, if our roles had been reversed, I'd be just as mortified by it." It can't be easy to fear the one you love is about to die, said Ruishi. Sokka swallowed hard. Then again, I thought, well, maybe I was a fool to think so, but you've been in mortal peril so many times before that. You thought she'd be used to it, said Sokka. Ruishi sighed. I guess this was worse than ever before, though, as you said. It was, Sokka repeated. And I can't blame her entirely for being so shaken up by it. I'm pretty sure I'll have nightmares about this for the rest of my life. But still, I just... What? Ruishi asked. I wish I could cheer her up for real, you know, said Sokka. Make her forget about what she saw. Forget about how close I was to dying. But I guess it's easier said than done. Must be, said Ruishi. And no solution for that comes to mind right now, frankly. I guess, the best way for you to help her is by getting better, isn't it? Sokka frowned with determination. Ruishi was right, though Sokka knew that forcing his recovery wasn't going to help either, but he needed to be better. He needed to get better, mainly for Azula's sake. Well, if that's the case, how about another round? He asked, lifting his hand with some difficulty. Ruishi raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to get pummeled again? He asked. Sokka smirked. Bring it on. By the time Azula returned, Sokka was struggling but besting a weak Ruishi, who mostly laughed as he allowed Sokka to get the better of him this time. Sokka knew his rival wasn't putting up a fight, but he still did his best and pushed Ruishi's hand down on the mattress effectively. Woo! I win! Sokka exclaimed, trying to celebrate by throwing a fist in the air, but he flinched when his abdomen stung upon his fast movement. Okay, I'll celebrate in a couple of weeks. Good. This way you can't rub your victory in my face, Ruishi said, smirking and releasing Sokka's hand. Well. Beaten by a convalescing man? Azula asked him, smiling. Ruishi shrugged. What can I say? At this point I'm sure he's only faking the pain, so you'll coddle him all day, he said, with his best innocent facade. Sokka snorted and Azula smiled at her gladiator now. I'd be in equal parts angry and relieved if that were the case, she said. How are you feeling, then? Ecstatic over your victory. I have never been prouder of myself, Sokka said, smiling at her. How about you? Was the bath good? Indeed, and you'll be needing one of those sooner than later, she said, raising her eyebrows. Not to offend you, but... You stink, Ruishi finished, with a happy grin. Sokka's eyebrow twitched and he attempted to kick Ruishi gently for that, but his leg didn't respond with enough power yet. Well, then, find a bottle of perfume and I might stink less, Rashi, he grunted. Or am I going to get washed on this bed somehow? If only there were a way to do it, I wouldn't mind, said Azula. But as it is, you need to be able to move and at least sit up if you want to clean up at all. Sokka bit his lip and nodded, and Azula breathed deeply as she moved to support him in case he'd need it. With her help, and a little of Ruishi's, Sokka managed to push himself up and sit on the mattress, his numb body paining him with every movement. Damn, I'm rusty, he grunted, stretching his fingers and sighing in disappointment before looking at Azula with a raised eyebrow. But... I guess I did sit up, didn't I? Yeah. You did, she said, with a relieved smile. He grinned too as she surrounded his shoulders with her arms, and he decided to stay upright for a little longer. If it'd make Azula happy, he would gladly sit up for the rest of the day, regardless of the more frequent stings of pain that burst on his burns because of this position. He worked harder through that day, eating more solid food than before and even trying to walk a little, although his legs gave away easily if he didn't have anyone helping him support his weight. Nevertheless, by the next day he tried again, determined to get better results this time. He longed to leave this room, and he especially wanted to reach Udeo as soon as possible. His only hope to appease his troubled lover was returning to the Fire Nation with her. Settling into their routine again might finally serve to soothe Azula for good. She was mostly in a better mood, and she napped once in a while, but he had noticed just how frequently she woke with a start, her breath hitching, her eyes wide in terror. He had no need to ask about what nightmares were plaguing her, what fears were plaguing her mind. It killed him inside, not knowing what to do about it. He thought maybe his recovery would appease her, and he focused fully on that. But on the next day, as he stood up with his own strength, taking a few steps with uncertainty while holding onto the bed, Angela came inside his room again after having left to eat breakfast. She gasped indignantly. "What are you? Sokka?" She berated him immediately. He grimaced and sat on the bed guiltily, avoiding her gaze and fiddling with his thumbs. The burns on his abdomen stung, as though berating him, too. "I was just checking if I could walk a bit," he muttered. Angela frowned as she stood in front of him. "Well, the next time you can check that with supervision," she determined, stubbornly. "Get back up there." Okay," said Sokka, sighing and pushing himself back into the mattress fully. Angela walked around until she stood at the foot of the bed, where she clasped his ankles with each of her hands. "I wasn't going to push myself that hard, you know. I was just thinking you'd been way too obedient through this recovery," Angela grunted. "I guess it was about time you acted up. I just want to be better, nothing wrong with that, right?" he asked, looking at her apprehensively. Angela sighed. "Not with wanting to be better, but there's something wrong with forcing your recovery if your body can't take it yet," she said. "Haven't you considered forcing it could make things worse for you?" "I guess not," Sokka sighed, staring at the ceiling as Angela moved his feet gently, to help the circulation of the blood through his veins. "I'd been thinking a lot about other things instead of that." "Other things?" she said, looking at him with uncertainty. "Do I want to hear this?" It's complicated. Part of you will want to, another part won't," Sokka admitted. Angela sighed. "Out with it," she said, her curiosity yielding quickly enough. Sokka smiled a little. "It's just, don't you think it's a little convenient, how Zhang could plan everything to the last detail? Do you really think he knew how to predict Shinu's behavior, or do you think—" "Do I think what?" Angela asked, sighing, and looking at Sokka with uncertainty as she guessed at what he was getting at. "Do I think that he's working with Zhang? That this madman has actually turned highly ranked members of my father's army against our nation?" Sokka bit his lip and Angela sighed. She shook her head. "I want to think the explosives they had in store for the stronghold indicate otherwise," she said. "If they thought they'd need something so extreme to catch us in case we were in there, it probably means they didn't have any inside support. Else they could have entered the stronghold somehow, likely. I don't really know how, but—" "So, you'd thought about it?" Sokka asked. Angela sighed. "You're not the only one who's been thinking too much, about too many things, over the course of the last 2 days, she muttered. "I'm probably overthinking most things, truth be told, but I've thought about it. I know there's at least one highly ranked White Lotus spy in my father's closer circles, but I doubt it's someone like Shinu. He would have an alibi for what happened during the attack to the capital, and he couldn't have supplied his friends with the uniforms the way we've discovered they did. So, it's not him, or there are 2 spies. Or more than 2, Angela said, gritting her teeth and shaking her head before lifting Sokka's legs gently. He grimaced as she made him flex them. Slowly now. "More than 2. He repeated. "So no one's safe from suspicion. Who could be? At this point I'm only willing to trust you, my father and my guards," Angela confessed, shaking her head. "There's too many of them, Sokka," June said, "thousands, maybe. And they're a mix of all nations, from the looks of it. The 2 bastards we fought in the palace were water and earth benders, Zhang is a fire bender, and just like Piandao, he's from the Fire Nation. So they're a group seeking balance somehow," Sokka mused, frowning. "Funny how poorly that's going for them, huh? You don't think that's real balance, do you?" Angela asked. Sokka shook his head. "Not at all. Zhang, one of the things that annoyed him the most was that I said he couldn't be so arrogant as to think he was the only Fire Nation person who could learn better," Sokka said. "He doesn't seem to have a shred of love for his nation left in him, says it's corrupt and whatnot, but hey, he did confirm what you suspected." "What I suspected about what?" Angela asked, still helping Sokka flex and stretch his legs. You know, when he said that I was Piandeo's only hope to change the Fire Nation through you, Sokka whispered. He also said Zuko was only going to be blocked by your father. So, I guess it means that Zuko was their first plan. We were the second one. He saw a chance to fulfill their plans through us. He might have manipulated me through you somehow. Are we both pawns of the White Lotus without our awareness? Azula frowned. Yeah, I think not, said Sokka, shaking his head. Else Zhang wouldn't have tried to kill me, now, would he? True, said Azula, sighing. Truth is, I know I shouldn't think of him fondly after knowing he's in cahoots with that bastard, Zhang, said Sokka, breathing deeply. But I'm wondering if this is really what he was going for. Maybe Piandeo suspected that the two of us would become, well, what we are. Maybe he stopped meddling between us because he didn't think he had to do it anymore. Maybe he also never explained what the White Lotus was because he doubted I'd need to know. That's possible, too, said Azula, frowning. Piandeo's past was sketchy for sure, but he never did anything bad to you, did he? He didn't try to force any weird White Lotus teachings on you. Unless his training itself was a White Lotus teaching somehow, no, he didn't, said Sokka, sighing. He was a great master. It's why it bothers me that he'd be with them. Well, who knows? Maybe they're like the Fire Nation, Azula said, shrugging. Sokka raised an eyebrow. You know, the entirety of the Fire Nation isn't as rotten as Zhang believes, right? So, maybe they're not quite as bad as we think they are. At least a handful of them, like Piandeo, might not be such terrible people. I hope so, said Sokka, sighing as Azula's therapy session on his legs seemed to come to an end. How are you feeling now? She asked. He smiled. Ready to go out jogging, he said playfully. Azula snorted and shook her head. You're really getting better, aren't you? She said, gazing at him fondly. He smiled, flexing his legs on his own accord now and relaxing in a new position. Whether you want to believe it or not, he said. Soon enough I'll be training with you again, and you'll be annoyed by how easily I can beat you. Oh, aren't we confident, said Azula, smiling. Sokka grinned proudly. We'll see about that then. But for now, rest. And eat. Okay. Sokka said, sighing in defeat. Azula caressed his thigh gently before climbing off the bed. She helped him with those exercises at least twice a day, and he was making considerable progress because of them. The combination of all factors allowed him to walk better on the next day, and as he managed to leave his room for the first time since their arrival, both Azula and Ruishi came to a non-verbal agreement quickly afterwards. It was time to leave. Wang gave them some more instructions regarding what Sokka's diet should be from now on and offered them some food and water for the short road ahead until they reached Udeo. Ruishi had to dig through their bags to gather whatever money they had left. It wasn't much, but what he offered them seemed to be a lot for the couple, since they reacted with absolute delight. Azula focused on making sure Sokka could endure the journey. She had helped him to the living room and Sokka had taken his seat at the couch. It was the same couch where, almost a week earlier, Azula had waited with Ruishi while the doctor and his wife treated Sokka. He looked a little too eager to go, and Azula smiled as she held his hand to appease him. It wasn't trembling so violently anymore. Ruishi had managed to find another carriage, a far more rudimentary one this time. He helped Azula guide Sokka towards it, standing behind them as the princess surrounded Sokka's waist with an arm to keep him well supported. Sokka walked slowly, but he was strong enough to reach the vehicle. He managed to climb the few steps up to the cabin, and he breathed out in relief when he took his seat. He waved at Wang and Mei Liang from where he was. The best of luck on the road, said Mei Liang, smiling warmly at him. Take care. You too. Thanks for everything. Sokka called out, smiling back. Ruishi climbed aboard on the driver's seat once more, and they waited for Azula to finish thanking their hosts. I know you think you didn't do a lot since that cauterization was somewhat miraculous, but still, you were too generous by accepting us into your home as you did, Azula said. I won't forget this. Neither will we. I hope Wenta will be better soon, said Wang, smiling at Angela. Take care of yourself too, though. You need to be in good shape to look after your husband, after all. I guess I do, Angela admitted, with a weak smile. Have a good trip to Udeo, Jing, said Mei Yang, and Angela bowed her head respectfully towards them. Thank you for everything, she whispered. Truly. Wang and Mei Yang waved at them as the carriage pulled out of their street, and Angela kept smiling and glancing at them until they were out of sight. By then she sighed and slumped on her seat next to Sokka, sending word to Xianlong so he'd know they were on the move. He had been lurking not too far from the village for a few days now, waiting for Angela's signal. He caught up with them once they were well into the next road through the wilderness. The three travelers were considerably paranoid, staring warily around themselves, startled by nearly every shifting shadow they saw. When Xianlong, clad in his armor, finally landed before them, Angela sprung from the halted carriage and rushed to greet her animal companion. Xianlong surrounded her with his long body, his face sterner than Sokka remembered seeing it before. He wondered if the dragon felt guilty for not having helped his rider when she needed it. We're okay, Angela said, patting Xianlong's armored neck. She smiled at him, actually feeling calmer now with the dragon's presence. She turned towards Rui Shi and Sokka. Well, I think it's time we do prepare for heading into Udeo. What do you mean? Sokka asked, blinking blankly. Xianlong groaned somewhat sweetly in his direction, and Sokka smiled. Hey, buddy. Missed you, too. Are you saying we can't show up in Udeo looking so peasant-like? Rui Shi asked. Angela sighed. It may sound shallow of me to say so, but no, we shouldn't, she said. Can you dress in your guard's uniform now? I think so, Rui Shi said, reaching back for one of the packs to find his outerwear. What will you do? I guess the same thing, said Angela, sighing as she climbed on the carriage again to search through the bags for her own clothes. Xianlong took the chance to press his head against Sokka's side, prompting him to laugh and slide his hands through his hair. Xianlong contorted in quite a funny way to form a screen around Angela, keeping either Sokka or Rui Shi from seeing her as she changed into her usual clothes. Rui Shi was noticeably uncomfortable by this, but he focused on dressing up too, putting his usual uniform on top of his current clothes. Say, he didn't have to hide you from me, Sokka told Angela, teasingly, once she was back in her royal outfit. She rolled her eyes. People could have showed up from anywhere in the road. Xianlong had to be efficient, she declared, proudly. Sokka chuckled. As for you, I guess all we can do is tie your hair again, huh? I don't get to dress up nicely, then? Sokka asked, pouting. Angela shook her head promptly, searching for his hair tie and approaching him to take care of the matter herself. You get to rest and relax and not put your body through any strain you can't handle, she stated, brushing his hair with her fingers before tying it up. Sokka hummed happily. You should do that more often. Feels good, he said, with a goofy grin. Angela huffed and looked at him skeptically. Morale-wise, you're definitely back to yourself. A complete recovery, to be sure, she said. Sokka beamed proudly. Xianlong and I will surveil your progress from above. Get going again, Rui Shi. Udeo won't be far. Yes, princess, said Rui Shi, back to his usual self now that he was in full uniform again. Sokka wasn't all that happy by Angela's decision to surveil instead of accompanying them, though. Do you have to do that? He asked. She raised an eyebrow, surprised. Well, it's safer this way. If anything bad were to happen, Xianlong and I would handle it. I'm sure you won't miss me that much, she said, smiling a little. Sokka pouted. You underestimate my ability to miss you, he declared. Angela actually laughed, shaking her head and climbing off the carriage. Sokka sighed as Angela and Xianlong took off, but he smiled as he watched how they remained airborne above the road. He wouldn't feel too anxious if she stayed nearby like this. You two are incorrigible, aren't you? Rui Shi asked with a little amusement, after ushering the ostrich horse to continue walking. She can't seem to stop worrying about you, to the point where she can't sleep, and you can't stand spending 10 seconds away from her either. We are a little hopeless, I guess, Sokka admitted, smiling weakly. But we're worse these days, truly. The latest events did shake us up badly. Ruishi swallowed hard and nodded. He had been impressed by how well Sokka had been handling it so far. Maybe his reluctance to be separated from his savior was but another consequence of his survived murder attempt. Unsurprisingly, Sokka felt safer when Azula was nearby, being without her might unleash the fears her sole presence could keep at bay. For what it's worth, though, you're getting better, Ruishi said. I'm glad she was so driven to find you. I'm glad she could save you. Nilla struck you too, was it? Sokka said, frowning. I think you only mentioned it in passing. She did, but the princess fought the toxins quite powerfully. Through sheer willpower she crawled towards where you'd fallen, dragging her body with a single arm at first, Ruishi said. Sokka's eyes widened. And when the doctors were finally looking at you, she was upset, I imagine, Sokka mused. Ruishi sighed. That's a very light word for what it was, he whispered. She loves you, Sokka, probably too much for her own good. I had never seen her quite as miserable as she was when she thought you were on the verge of death. I guess, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. She told me that maybe I should love her a little less. That the next time some freak threatens to kill me if I stay loyal to her, I should lie and say I'm not. But she doesn't seem to realize that she's just as bad as I am. She has said she can't go on without me, but she has to. She needs to. This world needs her a lot more than it could ever need me. Well, I don't know about the world, but she does seem to need you, Ruishi said. And maybe her advice is spot on. If you think she can't be so quick to discard her life, you shouldn't be, either. Sokka sighed, glancing down at his bandaged abdomen. The burns still stung, even if the pain decreased every day. I guess you mean I should worry more about myself, but, at this point I want to recover more for her sake than my own, Sokka admitted, with a guilty smile. Not so surprising, since she's a mess in her own right, Ruishi whispered. But once you're better, protect your life a little more. Maybe not for yourself, but to spare her the sorrow. I'll do my best. But, say, if something did happen to me. Didn't you just agree to? I did, Sokka interrupted Ruishi, who glanced over his shoulder to look at him accusingly. But I can't know what the future will bring. I have no idea, so, if anything did happen to me, can you promise me you'd make sure she goes on? Can you promise me you'll see her through her time as Crown Princess and then as Fire Lord, when the time comes? That you'll remind her of everything she still has to achieve? Can you promise that you'll try to encourage her to find happiness again somehow? Ruishi froze. Saying yes to those words wouldn't be so difficult, but the prospect of agreeing to do that was terrifying. He had seen what Azula had been like while she feared for Sokka's life. He had the feeling she'd turn into little more than an empty carcass if he died for real. But even so, he understood where Sokka was coming from. He knew there was no one else Sokka could ask this of, either. So he nodded, and Sokka released his breath in relief. I promise, Ruishi whispered. But, don't make me fulfill those promises if you can avoid it. I'd rather see you fulfilling them yourself. You'd. Sokka started, but he smiled as Ruishi turned to the road again. Thanks, Ruishi. Azula couldn't stop looking down, her eyes firmly set on the carriage below them. Xianlong groaned gently at her, trying to cheer her up and ease her anxiety. She only responded by patting his neck and thinking she'd only feel better once they reached the city. After a few twists and turns in the road, and after coming across a few human settlements in Udao's outskirts, at last they reached the city walls. Azula breathed out in relief, directing Xianlong to fly a little closer to the ground now. She watched as the guards on the walls jumped in surprise, both upon seeing a royal guard leading such an undignified carriage, and upon noticing the airborne dragon. Sir. Do you need help, sir? A soldier by the gate asked. Ruishi shook his head and waved at them. I'm merely heading to the mayor's home. I'll get there just fine by myself, he said. Keep up the good work. The soldiers stared at him as he passed through the gate, their eyes drifting towards the wounded Sokka on the carriage. He smiled awkwardly and lifted a hand in polite salutation. People on the streets turned to look at them, some pointed up at the sky, too. Azula kept following Ruishi and Sokka's carriage through every street, Xian Long's flight barely a few feet above the tallest buildings in the city. Reaching the mayor's house seemed to take forever, and they only garnered more attention with every spin of the carriage's wheels. It wouldn't feel too different from arriving in the city in normal circumstances, if only this trip hadn't left them broken and defeated. Ruishi yanked the ostrich horse's reins to a halt before the mayor's house. The sight of it, along with the building next door, was unexpectedly relieving. Their journey hadn't even taken 2 weeks, but it had felt like a lifetime instead. Xian Long landed brief moments after Ruishi stopped the carriage, and Azula didn't waste time in jumping off the saddle and walking up to Sokka. Ruishi had climbed off the carriage and headed to the door by then. "How are you feeling?" Azula asked Sokka, making to step on the carriage, but he lifted a hand. Her eyes widened. "You shouldn't," Sokka said, gritting his teeth. "We're not using fake identities anymore, remember?" Azula froze and lowered her head a little. Had she grown so used to the life they had settled into through the last few days? Even now, dressed in her royal garb as she was, Sokka had to stop her from doing something foolish. She used to be perfectly able to differentiate between their double lives, keeping Sokka in check rather than the other way around. Was this slip-up momentary, or was she really losing her grip to this degree? "Well, what did you think I was going to do?" She grumbled as believably as she could, rolling her eyes and looking at him skeptically. Sokka blinked blankly before smiling with unease. "Oops. I just thought, never mind," he said, waving his hand carelessly again. Azula sighed. "How are you feeling, then?" The trip was okay. A few bumps along the way, but I was alright," said Sokka, smiling. "I could use some water and food, though." "Well, you can have some now," Azula said, pulling out some of the supplies they had been carrying and handing a water skin to Sokka. He drank it eagerly just as Mrs. Morishita came to the door. Ruishi took off his helmet and bowed his head towards the woman. She was startled by his presence, more so when she noticed the princess and her gladiator behind the captain. "Oh, my!" she gasped, taking in the uncharacteristically miserable appearance of all 3 travelers. Azula and Sokka glanced at her as well, just as Ruishi announced, half-heartedly, "We're back." Sokka's room, on the 2nd floor, was well out of bounds for him in his current state. He ended up taking up residence in the living room, a place he found agreeable enough to nap in once he was resting on one of the couches. Ruishi had rushed to the next building, where the rest of their group waited. They had arrived days ago, after it became clear the stronghold would not be attacked anymore. All of Azula's royal guards ended up filing into the Morishita house shortly, every last one of them desperate to see their princess and hear the full story from her and Ruishi in the house's backyard. Azula hadn't started explaining yet when Cory and Sneers rushed into the backyard as well, having just arrived home to hear the princess was back. They joined the explanation just on time, though, and listened intently, with as much horror as the guards did. Still, as Azula was wrapping the story, Cory was snarling, her hands balled into fists. "We should have known," she said, shaking her head. "I mean, it was so suspicious, but still." "Cory," Sneers whispered. Azula's gaze shifted towards them. "Known what?" she asked the mayor's daughter. Cory looked at her almost guiltily. "The very night when you left to deal with this," she started, swallowing hard. "Someone in all black snuck inside Sneers' room. There was 2 of them at first, actually. When I started chasing them through the city, I noticed there were more, and they even escaped in the end." "They were earthbenders, weren't they?" Ruishi asked. Cory nodded. "It's the attack we heard of at Makappa village, princess." "Makes sense," said Azula, huffing. "They were trying to find out if we were still in the city, likely. Or, well, trying to find out if Sokka was, at any rate." "I did think that they were after you," Cory admitted. "But they only looked around my room," Sneers finished. "Maybe checking that Sokka wasn't there was enough, or I don't know. Maybe it's because his weapons were gone. That might have been how they knew he wasn't in the house. It's likely, said Angela, sighing and shaking her head. Even so, everyone survived. They didn't get what they wanted, said Tai Wei, his arms folded over his chest. It may not feel as a victory as it is, but it's not a loss either. The gladiator survived. Not just survived, he made those White Lotus bastards choke on their doctrines, from the sound of it, said Fei Li, smirking. I'm going to commend him for that, if anything. It's not just that, though, said Taro, his hands in his pockets. He's made himself an enemy of the White Lotus by staying loyal to the princess even in the face of death. That's not something any slave would be willing to do. It sure isn't, said Fei Li, smiling. That man's something serious, huh? I guess. Said Angela, sighing somewhat dramatically. Just don't say that to his face, or his ego will be boosted beyond proportion. The guards laughed, but Ruishi stared at Angela with uncertainty. She was playing her part well enough again, but her performance wasn't covering completely for how shaken up she had been by last week's events. Still, she continued talking before anyone could point out that she wasn't being completely herself right now. In any case, Zhang will hear we're in Yudao in no time, she said. And if he's still determined to have Sokka dead, well, he might try to attack again. Therefore, if we'd like to avoid giving him the chance, we'll have to head back home as soon as possible, said Ruishi. Angela nodded. We can't risk staying here any longer. There should be next to no means for him to harm Sokka in the Fire Nation, so it's the safest place to go now, she said. Get the crew, have them prepare for setting out at haste. The sooner we leave, the better. The guards nodded, and Ruishi divided the group in half, so that a fair number of skilled firebenders would remain in the house, in case word of Sokka's survival reached Zhang faster than expected. The others took off to oversee the preparations for the next trip. It was around dusk when the ship was finally ready. Sokka had woken, eaten a rather good meal, and he'd even had a chance to talk with Sneers and Cory, who updated him on their progress in locating Smellerbee. They had set up a challenge with her sponsor in a couple of months, which would give them time for Sneers to recover from his last fight and for them to travel to the capital properly. Sokka smiled as they talked, surprised by how distant that particular matter felt for him right now. He barely remembered why Angela and him had chosen to travel to Yudao in the first place. The time to part ways arrived in due time, though, and Sokka was taken to the port on a classier carriage this time, accompanied by the Morishita family and Angela. Xian Long flew above the vehicle again, keeping an eye on it while the royal guards followed on their own carriages. Good luck with your recovery, Sneers told Sokka once they were at the dock. Sokka smiled and nodded, clutching onto Taro's arm for support. Thanks. Good luck finding your friends. They'll be happy to see you, he said, bowing his head towards Sneers before Taro led him up the ramp slowly, towards the main deck of the barge. The princess watched him go, relieved that Sokka had enough sense not to drag out his farewells. He shouldn't overexert himself, not when his recovery was still halfway in progress. I'm sorry things ended so badly, Cory said, bringing Angela out of her daze. I hope the next time doesn't turn out like this. Well, if you ever come to Yudao again, that is. If traveling to Yudao feels safe again, I might, Angela said, breathing out slowly. In any case, good luck with your sponsoring career. I'm sure you two can go the distance. Yeah, well, we'll try. If we get to be half as good as you two, we'll count ourselves lucky, said Cory, smiling at Angela. But still, if I ever think Sneers is good enough, we might send a challenge to you guys. The prospect made Angela freeze where she stood. Gladiator fights. She would have to send Sokka into battle again, as it always happened. Why on earth had she forgotten about that too until just now? Heh, well, I look forward to that as well, Angela whispered, with a weak smile. Good luck, Cory. Thank you, princess. For everything, said Cory, with an earnest smile and a deep bow. Angela sighed and ordered her to rise before making her way up the ramp, too. The barge took off shortly after everyone had boarded it. Angela had already headed inside her room by then, though, rolling in the silk sheets she had missed direly. She sighed again, finding she couldn't quite stop doing so as of late. Even now, as everything was back in place, after Tai Wei had spoken encouraging words, she couldn't quite feel as anything but a failure after what had happened. How would she explain all this to her father? He would be utterly displeased, disappointed, to know his reliable daughter had allowed the greatest threat to the Fire Nation to slip between her fingers. He wouldn't forgive her for it. And yet, the idea wasn't all that horrifying. Disappointing her father had been her greatest fear for as long she could remember, but by now it paled compared to the horror she had experienced in those woods, watching Sokka speaking with a thread of a voice, blood everywhere. She cringed, hating herself again for letting the image return to her mind. But she couldn't stop it. She couldn't help it. It didn't matter what she did, her mind would bring that visual back again, as potent as ever, afflicting her in ways nothing else could. The barge set sail into the night, the mantle of darkness spreading across the horizon. Angela ate her dinner and lingered on her bed, her eyes unfocused, her mind slowing down as she felt herself relaxing. She closed her eyes in due time, finding a comfortable position. Her breathing was timed, calm, and the rhythmic repetitions were perfectly appeasing. Night, darkness, in the middle of nowhere. No lights in the sky. No sign of anything, until a dark red moon finally started to shine above, its glow matching the blood, the streams of it that scurried over the ground to where she was, and its source was no other than. Angela jumped, her heart racing, her breathing agitated again. She couldn't help but clench her fists as she sat on the bed, snarling as she punched the bed in sheer frustration. What was wrong with her? She needed to stop this already. It was pathetic. It had been a big shock, no doubt, but it was over. He was fine. Sokka was fine. He was. Fear took hold of her again, so powerfully she felt she was losing her balance even if she was sitting down. The sensation was that of vertigo, something she had seldom experienced before. She was shivering before she knew it, briefly wondering if her body and mind were conspiring to kill her. At this point, it wasn't hard to suspect as much. She couldn't find any peace of mind. It didn't matter how hard she tried, it was impossible. She drew her knees up, yanked her bangs with her trembling fingers, cursed at herself for the umpteenth time. It was enough. It had to be. She couldn't go on like this. But what was she supposed to do to stop it? How could she be victorious in this fight, if the enemy was none other than herself? She spent hours sitting on that bed, her face buried between her arms as she kept them crossed over her knees. The images in her mind lost their power at times, and regained them by the next moment. The fear of losing Sokka kept returning to her, making her feel as though the very earth was splitting beneath her, filling her with helplessness as she fell into an impossible void. She gritted her teeth, ashamed, but she couldn't take this anymore. She couldn't bear it. She only knew of one solution to this predicament, and it was either abiding by it, or spending the rest of the night tossing and turning. Her heart was racing as she made her way through the ship in the middle of the darkness. Her footsteps were as silent as could be, and they didn't alert the two guards pacing through the ship, or the sailors who were working on the night shift. She didn't have to cross their path, though. All she needed to do was go downstairs and find Sokka's cabin. The vertiginous feeling returned as she was getting closer. She gritted her teeth, trying to battle against the accursed, repetitive images in her head, against that soft voice, nagging at her, telling her that when she opened the door to his room he would not be breathing, that his heart would not be beating. She finally reached the right door, and she opened it delicately, carefully. She slid through a small opening, closing it slowly behind her as she looked at Sokka. He hadn't woken up, but his bare chest, and bandaged abdomen, were in plain sight. His chest rose and fell with each breath. Just that, and the ground below her feet was reinstated. The vertigo was gone. The world wasn't crumbling around her anymore. She sighed, gritting her teeth, feeling stupid again. This was going too far. What was wrong with her? Why was she so weak now, when she had spent all her life fighting to be strong? She stepped towards him, her fingers reaching to touch his chest. There it was, his heartbeat. It was rhythmic, calm, until it wasn't. Her eyes widened as she noticed he was waking up. She drew her hand back, wishing for some reason that she could run, hide someplace, so he wouldn't know what she had been doing, but her feet refused to answer. She was left standing where she was, and he opened his eyes drowsily. "Angela," he whispered. She gritted her teeth. "Sorry. I didn't mean to wake you," she said, avoiding his gaze. Sokka blinked a few times. "You okay?" he asked, rubbing his eyes with his hands. She swallowed hard. "Yeah, I just couldn't sleep," she said, simply. He didn't need to know more than that. "Huh," he said, as she sat at the edge of his bed. He smiled. "Want me to sing you a lullaby?" The proposal was as ridiculous as it was unexpected. Angela's dour mood was dispelled if only briefly as she stared at him in disbelief. He smiled innocently. "I promise I will do my best," he said. She snorted and laughed, shaking her head. "Right. Songs about pebbles of stone sure will lull me to sleep, no doubt," she said. Sokka chuckled. "I know a few others," he said. "There's one about a mom cooking a stew, but the kids won't eat it, and she gets mad." "Okay," Angela said, smiling in disbelief. Sokka chuckled. "I'll have to think of others, but that one came to mind," he said, smiling and reaching out to touch her hand with his own. "I missed you. We were apart for half a day only. We're going to have to bear with worse than that when we're home," Angela said. Instead of speaking matter-of-factly, as she usually did, she spoke the words sadly. She wasn't lecturing him, nor was she skeptical about his ability to get by for a few hours, or days, without her. If anything, being away from him was terrifying. She had no idea if Sokka would be kidding if he claimed again that he couldn't stand being apart from her. She could barely take being separated from him right now, as it was. "We should just stay at sea forever then. That way you can keep sneaking in here, or I'll sneak up to your room when..." Sokka started. "You're in no shape for that," Angela interrupted him, sighing. "When I get better, I was going to say," Sokka said, smiling a little. "But for now, you can come here instead. There's not a lot of room, but I think you can fit in this bed too." She was still rational enough to know that it wasn't a good idea. She needed to be upstairs in her room before sunrise, and at this rate she wouldn't get a lot of sleep either way. Still, he was here. It was him, and having him next to her would serve to dispel her nightmares, her fears. She wasn't going to get much sleep until dawn no matter what, but it would be better than nothing. "I'll have to go by sunrise, though," she whispered. "If I don't wake up on time, you'll have to make me go, okay?" "I'll have a hard time making up my mind to do that," Sokka said, with a weak grin. "But okay. Better to have you for a couple of hours than not at all, right?" Angela smiled, guessing he had similar thought patterns to her own. Despite she still felt weak, foolish, for caving into her desperation, his warm welcome helped appease her a little. She climbed on the small bunk, stretching out on her side right next to Sokka. He would have gladly turned and held her properly, but the burns stung if he laid down in any position that wasn't face up. He had to settle for reaching for her hand and turning his face towards her to smile gently. "Sure about refusing my lullaby, then?" he asked. Angela smiled and nodded. "Don't make me go through your singing again, please," she said. Sokka pouted. "Then you sing one. How about that?" "You're not tricking me into singing for you, Sokka." "Oh, well. Then I'll do it." "Shut up," Angela laughed, pressing closer to him and silencing him by placing her hand over his mouth. He laughed too at first, but soon began to kiss her hand softly. She only withdrew it to replace it with her lips, her hand moving now to hold his face, to trace his neck and collarbone gently. He closed his eyes, at ease in her arms, by kissing her like this. "I'm glad you're here," he whispered. She swallowed hard. "Yeah?" she asked. "It's harder to sleep when you're not with me," Sokka explained, smiling a little. "I'd gone the whole night waking up constantly. Wasn't much fun. But now you're here, and I'm sure it'll be better." "I do hope so," Angela whispered, kissing him again and pressing her forehead to his. They needed each other, then. She wasn't the only one who was desperate, affected so badly by the circumstances that she couldn't get over 2 hours of sleep each night. He slept better if she was with him, so how could she deprive him from that? She needed him just as badly, so it was the perfect arrangement, wasn't it? "We'll be okay," Sokka said. Azula stiffened, his left hand sliding into her right and intertwining their fingers. "We'll be just fine." His words were reassuring, even though Azula had a hard time believing them completely just yet. Still, she nodded, kissing him softly before curling up against his side. One hand held his, the other fell atop his chest again. In the end, the lullaby he sang for her was that of his rhythmically beating heart, easing her into sleep at last. Chapter 128, Southern Water Tribe 6. "You're joking. You have to be. Does it look like I'm joking, Prince Zuko?" His jaw dropped. The tribe chief raised an eyebrow slowly, daring him to show defiance, and Zuko dared indeed, despite he realized the matter had been settled without him saying a word to make it so. "Are you out of your mind?" he exclaimed, standing up brusquely. Fortunately, this room in Hakuda's igloo was tall enough to prevent him from clashing with the ceiling if he stood at his full height. "That's not a very nice thing to say to your host," said Hakuda, folding his arms over his chest. "My host or my captor? Every moment that goes by I feel more and more like a prisoner. Now you want me to build my own cell? Are you serious here? Did you hit your head when you fainted the other day, by any chance?" Hakuda asked. "Or are you really expecting us to let you live with us without abiding by our rules and laws just because you're not from around here?" "Well, yes. I mean, I know nothing about your culture, your way of life," Zuko said, his eyes wide. "I never meant to be part of your community, so there's no sense in you trying to force me into it, especially when we both know you don't want me here either." "True, to a fault," said Hakuda, sighing. "But you're not entirely right. Now that you know Aang is the Avatar, and that he's here, I need you someplace where I can keep an eye on you. So, I do want you here, in our community, whether you're here willingly or not." "How could someone be part of a community unwillingly to begin with?" Zuko grumbled, his brow furrowed as he glared at Hakuda. "I won't do this. You can't make me. You can't force us apart." "I am not forcing you apart in any way. I'm, in fact, doing the entire opposite of that," said Hakuda. "You were reckless, and you got Suki with child. She deserves a man who proves he's not only capable of making a baby but of raising one in a healthy home. Are you saying that you refuse to be that sort of man?" No. Zuko exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Of course I want to be that man. The problem is I don't want to be that man here. This is not our home, it's not where we should raise our baby, It's too challenging, I take it? Too complicated?" Hakuda asked, studying Zuko carefully with his gaze. "Does it mean working harder than you ever have, maybe, and that scares you?" You know nothing about how much I've worked through my entire life," Zuko said, glaring at Hakuda. "Stop pretending you understand me, because you don't." "Well, I certainly don't," said Hakuda, nodding. "You and your girlfriend are stuck in our tribe for the foreseeable future, until we can believe that you won't run your mouth and spread word of the Avatar's location as soon as you have the chance. The two of you had indeed agreed to marry, and in our tribe, couples can't be married until the man has built an adequate home for them. Until you build that igloo, you will be staying elsewhere while your future wife stays in my house, where she will be taken care of by my daughter and mother, who have wide expertise in regards of pregnancies and childbirth. Yet, knowing all this, you just protest and waste your breath telling me you plan on disregarding our customs because you don't know anything about our culture. I don't. And yet you're here, and not in the Fire Nation. If the Fire Nation would allow you to father an illegitimate child with Suki, you should have probably stayed there and had the baby in your old home. But you are in my tribe now, and you will do as I say. There is no way around it. But if you won't build the igloo, you aren't worthy of marrying her. You won't live with her, you won't raise your child with her, you will be left on the sidelines watching what you could have had but won't have because you chose to protest against our customs rather than at least giving them a try," said Hakuda, his hands on his thighs. Zuko gritted his teeth, fists clenched. "Not to mention, You don't really have a home as you are. You have a frozen boat, a dream of reaching Kyoshi Island and nothing more. Why would it be so far-fetched to build one here? Because we don't belong here. We stick out like sore thumbs. Zuko exclaimed. This is not our nation, not hers, not mine. And it's not Kino's, or Aang's. They're still here. Well, did you make them build igloos, so they could stay, too? They didn't get any girls with child out of wedlock, said Hakata, shrugging. Had they done such a thing, I wouldn't hesitate before pressing them to build an igloo just as you must. So, are we clear yet, or do you plan on wasting more time arguing with me? The sooner you start working, the better. I don't. Ugh. Zuko grunted, throwing his hands up in exasperation. He stormed out of the room, unceremoniously pushing aside a pelt that served as a doorway for Hakata's room. Katara, Kunna, and Suki sat in the center of the igloo, by the hearth. Kunna was dozing off, Katara was sewing some clothes and pretending to be uninterested in Zuko's plight, but it was clear she had overheard the conversation between her father and the exiled prince. Suki looked at Zuko anxiously, for she as well had heard every word spoken between them. So, he won't change his mind? She asked him. Zuko huffed and shook his head. I think he just enjoys making things unnecessarily hard for me, is all, he said, filing towards the front door. Suki didn't hesitate to follow, not caring for the judgmental blue gaze that followed her as she left the igloo. The tribe was bustling with activity in the morning, if this was what counted as a morning, of course. As he was, Zuko had lost all notion of day or night after arriving in this place. Sometimes it grew a little darker, but the sun hardly hid in the horizon at all. Despite that, Zuko was always cold when he left the warmth of the igloos and braced against the icy weather in the pole. He had no idea how these people could endure these conditions, and he knew that once the next half of the year began, the cold would only get worse. Still, the resilient and stubborn tribespeople were as devoted to their lives in the ice as ever. Groups of hunters and fishermen left in what could be considered the morning, while other men busied themselves with working on crafting weapons or fixing run-down houses and tents. Women frequently chased after reckless children, others would be found sewing or knitting by the central fireplace of the village. Everyone had a task, everyone had something to busy themselves with, but that still didn't stop several, if not most of them, from staring at Zuko with threatening glares or fearful glances. He wasn't sure whether they feared or hated him more. He stood outside Hakata's igloo, frowning heavily when Suki's muffled footsteps came to a halt beside him. Her hand moved to find his own. It can't take that long, can it? Zuko grunted. Building a blasted igloo. I don't know. I hope not, said Suki, grimacing. But, he really won't let you stay in his house anymore? Isn't that a little, I don't know, drastic? Does it look like these people don't want to be drastic? Zuko asked. I mean, yeah, I'm not exactly blameless myself, but they've been as hostile to us as they could be even if we've done nothing to them. They've ruined our plans and yet it's like they expect us to be grateful for it. We just have to bear with it for a little while, Zuko, said Suki, sighing and dropping her head on his shoulder. This will all be in the past before we know it, I'm sure. I can't wait for that to happen, honestly, said Zuko, shaking his head and surrounding her shoulders with an arm. They make no sense, you know? How is it we can't get married when they know you're already pregnant, just because of a damn igloo? And what's worse, why is it any of their business if we're married or not? It's frustrating. Well, they're trying to make us do things the right way, according to them, said Suki, as she led Zuko through the village. I think that's all there is to it. They had been loaned some spare water tribe clothes to cover themselves with, but Zuko couldn't quite appreciate his attire. The furs were heavy, and the coats were colored blue. It didn't seem the right color for him to wear, not at all. It certainly suited Suki nicely, though, but Zuko had yet to find any outfits that didn't look just right on her. They drew stares wherever they went, something that threatened to drain what little patience Zuko had left. If it weren't because he was hand in hand with Suki, the temptation to ask what they were looking at would have overcome him. Where should we have our igloo, though? Suki asked, smiling encouragingly at him. Maybe somewhere close to the wall? I doubt you want to be all that near the center. Yeah, We should be by an entrance. That way we'll be closer to the exit, so we can leave whenever we want, Zuko grunted. Suki giggled softly as they walked that way. Not like we can go far yet, but sure, she said, intertwining their fingers. The sound of her laughter appeased his raging heart, Zuko found, even when he was as irritated as he had been all day. He smiled a little, caressing her hand as they walked together, and he dreaded the moment when they would have to part for the day. He wasn't sure he'd be able to endure the trials Heikuta was forcing on him without her loving support. You know, I wonder if this isn't some sort of revenge because my sister's alleged corruption of their dear Sokka, Zuko mused. Suki sighed. I mean, it would explain why they're being so awful, right? I certainly hope not. They would be very cruel if that were the case. Whatever happens with them is hardly your fault, she said, as they stopped at a rather clear space near one opening of the tall ice wall. How about here? Do you like it? Zuko sighed and shrugged. It was far enough from the other igloos and tents, so it was good enough for him. Come on, Zuko, said Suki, looking at him pleadingly. We can do this together. We'll get by, even if it's hard right now. No, I don't think we're allowed to do it together, said Zuko, lowering his gaze. I wouldn't mind having your help, but, you're pregnant. You shouldn't put yourself through this much strain. What? That's ridiculous, Zuko. I can help, you can't expect to build an entire igloo out of nothing all on your own, said Suki. Zuko grimaced. How much do you know about building igloos? He asked. Suki froze. Not a lot, then. I never had to build one, but that doesn't matter. We could figure it out together, she said. Zuko shook his head. Heikuta probably would kick me out and lock me in the freezing settlement for making you work. He thinks this is some kind of initiation, from the sound of it. Some rite of passage where I'll prove I'm man enough to marry someone. That sounds stupid, said Suki, grimacing. I'm just as capable of working hard and providing for our household as you are. Sure, but it's better if you don't do it when you're pregnant, at least, said Zuko, breathing slowly. I'm sorry if I sound like a jerk, but I just... You don't want me putting myself in danger, I get it, said Suki, shaking her head. But I want to help you somehow either way, Zuko. I can't just leave you here working while I ask Katara to braid my hair, can I? Well, your hair would look nice braided, but I don't think asking her for any help will be good for you, said Zuko, raising his eyebrow. She's not exactly fond of me. She's nicer to me than she is to you, Suki said, with a small shrug. I suppose she's the one who feels most strongly against the Fire Nation here. Yet she gets along with the soldier just fine, said Zuko, shaking his head. She just hates me because I'm the Fire Lord's son and my sister's brother. She probably thinks you're too good for me, and, said Suki, raising her eyebrows. Zuko lowered his head. And unless I can do this, they won't ever believe otherwise, he whispered. Suki froze. Maybe I won't believe otherwise, either. Oh, come on, Zuko, she said, approaching him and taking both his hands into hers. I love you, you know I do. You've always showed up in my life when I was at my worst, and you always make things better even if you don't know how. So, don't think of yourself as unworthy of me or anything like that, okay? I'll try, said Zuko, looking at her apprehensively. But you do realize you're a catch, right? Please. I mean it. All these guys keep looking at you, and it's obvious that they are completely smitten, said Zuko, frowning sternly. Hell, they already like you without even knowing just how talented a warrior you are. Well, maybe I ought to show them, said Suki. They are so old-fashioned with their weird male and female tasks that they might stop liking me so much if they see how I subvert their expectations. Zuko actually smiled at that, and Suki imitated him. He leaned close and kissed her lips softly. Okay. I'll do this, then, he said. If you'd like to help, well, maybe ask around for how I should do this. You'll probably be more successful in gathering advice than me. Huh. I can do that, said Suki, smiling and nodding. We have a deal, then. She leaned close and kissed him again, longer and more tenderly now. Zuko sighed in bliss, feeling a lot lighter thanks to her gesture of affection. He wasn't happy about the circumstances at all, but he felt stronger knowing that Suki would stand by him through all of it. "I'll be back soon," said Suki, squeezing his hand before turning and taking off through the snow, her auburn hair flowing behind her as she walked. Zuko watched her go, dazed and relaxed. Being stuck in the Southern Water Tribe still sucked, but Suki gave him all the motivation he needed to see this through to the end. For now, they just needed a home so their child could be born safely. They would leave the South Pole sooner than later, but while they were stuck here, they had to try to live in the best conditions possible. He noticed gazes on him once Suki was almost out of sight, though. He frowned, noticing the many tribespeople sending uneasy and disapproving glares at him. Were they annoyed because he was kissing Suki publicly without having married her? Or was it just because it was him? He shot a few glares at them too before turning around pointedly and staring at the clear ice in front of him. All he needed to do was focus on building a house for himself and Suki. How hard could it be, truly? But the more he stared at the ice, the less he knew what he had to do. Was he supposed to go out and gather ice elsewhere? There were steps that led into Hakuda's igloo. It seemed as though the igloo was somehow encased in the ice, so he'd have to dig a hole first and then build the whole thing. He was slowly but surely growing confused. He had no tools for this, to begin with, and he doubted his fire bending would do much good right now. Though at least it would be helpful in clearing the initial hole he needed to dig into the ice, he realized. He raised his eyebrow and pondered the idea before deciding to do that, if just as a test. He breathed deeply, gathering his power before casting one fire blast at the ground. Unsurprisingly, the people who saw him doing as much ran off, terrified of whatever he might be doing. He didn't pay them any mind, choosing to focus in producing fire instead. He shot several other blasts, making the hole grow wider and wider. Only, the mighty hole he had created was full of water now. All the ice had melted, for sure, but it was still there, now in liquid form. His eyebrow twitched and he scratched his head. All right, maybe that wasn't the way to go, but with no tools he had no other choice. What's going on? What are you doing? Zuko stiffened and turned to glare at the source of the accusing voice. He felt the blood slowing in his body as the Avatar came rushing towards him, followed by that Fire Nation soldier Zuko still was confused by. The two of them seemed worried, and Zuko realized rather quickly that the people nearby had likely alerted them of what he was doing, while not understanding what his intent was. "I'm just trying to do what Hakuda told me to." "It's not your problem, Avatar," Zuko snapped, before turning to his hole of water again. Aang and Kino reached his side only to wind up absolutely confused by the hole full of water in front of them. Kino blinked blankly. "Did Hakuda ask you to build some hot springs?" he asked. Zuko blushed in embarrassment and shot him an angry glare. "That would be so weird," said Aang, his eyes wide. "Hot springs in the South Pole? I mean, it sounds fun, but that's not what I'm doing." Zuko bellowed. "I'm trying to build an igloo here. He said I can't marry Suki until I do that, and I don't see any sense in it, but if that's how it is, I'll play by his rules. So I..." "What? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it." The Avatar's face was a mix of disbelief, sympathy, and confusion. Zuko's irritation only grew as he glared at him until Aang actually broke out in laughter. And that prompted him to huff and shake his head in frustration. "Stop laughing. This is serious," he exclaimed. "It is, but that's not going to help you make an igloo," said Aang, smiling awkwardly. "Oh, yeah? And you know so much more about how to make one than I do?" Zuko asked, glaring at Aang. "Well, yeah. I have been living in the South Pole for, over 108 years, give or take," Aang answered, teasingly. Zuko looked at him in disbelief. "I've seen people do it before, and you can't do it by melting the ice. That's just completely counterproductive." With a quick and elegant stance, his hands stretched out in direction of the water, Aang began to bend. It took bare instants for the water to become solid ice once more, to Zuko's disappointment and irritation. "You just have to dig out the ice," see? Said Aang, smiling. You use the same blocks you dig out to build the walls and ceiling. The top is the hardest part, but if you're smart and careful you can do it properly. I have no tools for this sort of thing, Zuko grunted, and to his surprise, Kino jumped before offering him a long knife. Here, he said. Zuko blinked blankly. It might not be perfect for the task, but it's the weapon they gave me, and I'd be honored if you used it, Prince Zuko. Zuko stared at Kino in confusion before clasping the Water Tribe makeshift weapon. Kino gasped in excitement, thrilled that the prince would have taken his offering after all. Would this do? Zuko asked Aang, looking at him skeptically. Aang smiled and nodded. Wait, though, why are you helping me? Why? Aang repeated. Well, the rest of the tribe is actually a little, apprehensive of you, you could say. I figured I'd stay near you, so they'll be reassured that you're not doing anything you shouldn't. They seem to trust you a lot, huh? Said Zuko, skeptically. Perks of being the Avatar. You're not going to get shunned by the Water Tribe and you don't need to build a demi-igloo for that. Well, the whole igloo thing isn't really necessary for me. Said Aang, smiling awkwardly. Zuko shrugged as Kino looked at Aang in confusion. It's not. Kino asked. Isn't it like a rite of passage to prove you are ready to take a wife? Yeah, said Aang, blinking blankly. Huh. So that's why you haven't asked Katara to marry you, you're not ready. Kino exclaimed, beaming as he came to such extraordinary revelation. Aang's eyes widened as his cheeks flushed, and Zuko almost stumbled over the snow before turning to look at the Avatar, puzzled. Aang's embarrassment shifted into defensiveness now, as he scowled at Kino. What are you talking about? That's not. I'm not. Don't say that sort of thing so easily, Kino. But isn't it true? Kino said, cocking his head a little to the side. You did always like her. That's neither here nor there. You, like her? Zuko asked, staring at Aang in confusion. Can I ask, why? What? Why? Aang said, his eyebrow twitching. Zuko's face betrayed his genuine confusion regarding the concept of someone, anyone, liking Katara. The Avatar's jaw dropped. Why, you really don't see it? See what? She's bitter, full of grudges, angrier than me, and that's saying something. She's not exactly a nice person, is she? Said Zuko, looking at Kino for backup. To his surprise, Kino straightened up once he noticed the prince's eyes were on him. She's really bitter, yes. And really angry too. Kino agreed, nodding approvingly. Aang huffed, his face turning redder but no longer over embarrassment. But she's not a bad person, though I guess you couldn't know that since you've only met her bitter and angry side, haha. So there really is supposed to be more to her? You're sure of that? Zuko asked, just before Aang stormed up to him, poking his chest with a finger. Don't talk about Katara that way. She's been through a lot, and she has lost so much, and she has been more considerate and compassionate towards you two than I ever thought she could be because of how much she used to hate the Fire Nation. Huh, so she was worse? Zuko asked, almost amused now. Aang's irritation grew, and his hair seemed to stand on end with that. Stop saying that! He exclaimed. You don't know her like I do. But you don't know her as well as you'd like to either, since you haven't built an igloo and haven't married her, said Kino, beaming teasingly. Aang gritted his teeth and scowled at him again before shaking his head and turning around. I'll show you. He grunted, stepping away from where Zuko and Kino stood. The two Fire Nation men watched as Aang rolled up his sleeves and started to bend the ice in another nearby empty space of the tribe's enclosure. He cracked the ice with his movements, shattering it quickly before mixing water and air bending to move the blocks out of their spot. Zuko was left to gawk at him, his mouth open, as Aang fit every single block of ice in place perfectly, with next to no efforts. His arms were as good as flowing in the air, every stance so smooth it was nearly flawless. Zuko could barely contain his amazement. This was the Avatar. He was bending water and air at the same time. And he was, without a doubt, one of the most talented benders he'd ever seen. But his amazement was easily replaced by bitterness and irritation when Aang's construction was finished within brief moments. It was an igloo, it was perfect, and the Avatar had built it in a matter of instants. It was everything Zuko needed, and what he couldn't possibly achieve no matter how hard he tried. "Why, you did it! You actually did it!" Kino exclaimed, his jaw dropping as he gawked at the building in disbelief. Aang huffed, puffing up his chest. "And now I am a man who can take a bride," he declared, beaming. "All right, I'll tell Katara," Kino said, turning to the chief's igloo, but Aang grimaced and seized the hood of his friend's parka. What do you mean you'll tell Katara? There's nothing to tell. But you just built this thing because you wanted to." Kino started, frowning in confusion as Aang blushed and shook his head. "I'm not going to run to ask her to marry me just like that, though," Aang exclaimed. Zuko snorted and shook his head. "Well, we're set, huh?" he said. "The guy who can make an igloo doesn't have it in him to ask the girl he likes to marry him. And the guy who even has a baby on the way can't even figure out what to do with the ice. But you just saw how I did it, right?" Aang said. "That's how you'd do it. Just, slower, of course, but it can be done. I can help." "You're not going to help any more than you already have." "No one will," said Zuko, turning to his building site again. "Thanks, though, for the lesson on how to make an igloo. It was enlightening, at least." "But," Aang said, grimacing. He bit his lip. Maybe you're just an honorable guy and that's why you want to do it on your own." Zuko was startled by that. He glanced over his shoulder at Aang, who was scratching the back of his head nervously. "So how about, I help you and you help me? That way it sounds fair, right?" "Help you?" Zuko asked, frowning. "Help you with what, exactly? You want advice on how to woo your crazy waterbender? I'm not the best guy to ask, I still have no idea what Suki sees in me." "That's not." "No, that's not it," said Aang, grimacing. "I meant, well, why you're a firebender, huh?" "Yeah," said Zuko, turning to face Aang, his arms folded across his chest. "What of it?" "Well, I'm the Avatar, but I've only gotten close to mastering 2 elements so far," said Aang, smiling awkwardly. "So I was wondering if you could, maybe teach you firebending." Zuko finished, his eyes widening. Aang looked at him hopefully. "I promise I won't impose a lot. Just, maybe 1 hour, maybe 2 a day? Less than that? And I'll help more with the igloo, I promise." "Forget it." Aang froze, noticing Zuko's face wasn't that of confusion anymore. He seemed disbelieving, along with outraged. "But, why?" Aang asked, somewhat hurt by Zuko's immediate refusal. "Why not? I'm not going to be a problem, I just wanted to. Don't you think it's utterly ridiculous for a guy who's been chasing after you for half his life to end up teaching you how to firebend?" Zuko asked, raising his eyebrow. "It's not even ironic, it's just. Actually, it is ironic." Kino mused behind Aang, but Zuko didn't listen. "I can't help you. I'm sorry, but this is just. I can't do it," he said, shaking his head and turning to his igloo spot again. Aang frowned heavily. "You just can't do it, then?" "Why?" Aang asked. Zuko huffed. "Because as I said, I'm not supposed to be teaching you how to fight," he grunted. "How do you know what your destiny is?" Aang asked. "Why would you be so sure of it, huh? You might just be wrong, "I doubt it," said Zuko, shaking his head. "I'm sorry I can't be of any use, but I won't do it. Besides, you're supposed to learn earthbending before firebending, aren't you?" Yes, but there are no earthbenders around, so I thought." "You can't skip the cycle order," Zuko said. Aang huffed. "Even when we're in the middle of a war. Even when skipping it might mean I'll save lives someday, somehow." Zuko fell silent. Aang shook his head and glared at his back. "Well, fine then," he said. "Have it your way. I'll just get to furnishing my igloo, huh?" Oh, can I live with you, Aang? Kino asked, his eyes bright. Two bachelors, living the life. Wouldn't it be nice? Aang's frustration receded briefly as he looked at his friend. He glanced one more time at Zuko, who kept his back towards them. The prince refused to say another word, and it didn't seem he'd be sorry to watch Aang go. The Avatar turned to Kino and smiled weakly. Well, fine. I don't mind, he said, and Kino hooted. Yeah. I'll gather my things and move in right away. Zuko gritted his teeth and glanced over his shoulder as the two of them disappeared, surely on their way to Hakuda's igloo. He sighed, wondering if he was nothing but a proud fool for rejecting Aang's offer. But it wouldn't be right, he had to build this place from scratch. He couldn't ask the Avatar to help him with it, or else it would be Aang's second igloo rather than Zuko's own. If he was going to do this, he was going to do it the right way. So, he held out Kino's knife and he got to work. The sooner he started, the better. Suki had promised she'd ask people for advice on how to build igloos, but she found herself facing a natural predicament for a newcomer in a foreign land. She wasn't sure how to approach anyone. Most men looked at her with interest, and she felt awfully self-conscious about that. Women weren't impolite, but they were busy, and she didn't want to bother them. She guessed men would know more about building igloos, but she didn't dare ask them, dreading that any of them might ask her to explain what she knew all of them were confused by. What was she doing with the Fire Nation prince, of all people? So, she chose to go back to Hakuda's home, despite she hadn't originally planned on doing that. She sighed, wishing Zuko could finish building that igloo soon. They hadn't spent any nights together ever since they had reached the South Pole, as Hakuda had kept Zuko confined to Sokka's old room until he delivered today's ultimatum. Aang and Kino slept by the fireplace, bundled in their sleeping bags, and Suki had been left to bunk up with Katara. The remaining rooms in the house were Hakuda and Kunna's. All in all, Hakuda's home was certainly privileged, for it was the largest igloo in the entire village. As Suki returned, hoping to find the ever-helpful Kunna sitting by the fire, she found the igloo's larger room empty. One peek into Kunna's room revealed Katara was helping her grandmother to bed for a nap. Suki was out of luck, then. Kunna had been Suki's best hope for fulfilling the task Zuko had suggested for her, so maybe she'd just wait until the nap was over. Suki. She stiffened when Katara called her name. The waterbender raised her eyebrows as she left her grandmother's bedside, closing the drapes into the room behind her as Suki stood in place nervously. What's going on? Katara asked. You'd left with Zuko, I figured you wouldn't be back so soon. Well, he's determined to build the igloo on his own, but he has no idea how, said Suki, with a guilty smile. I said I'd help him by asking people about how to build them. Huh, said Katara, raising an eyebrow. That's not building it on his own, though, is it? What? Suki said, frowning as Katara moved to rekindle the fire. How exactly is he supposed to know how to do it if he wasn't born here and knows nothing about your culture? It's one thing to expect someone born and raised in the water tribe to know, but that Zuko doesn't isn't his fault. There's no ice or snow in the Fire Nation. But he's down here so, he'll have to make do, said Katara. Suki frowned and folded her arms over her chest. That's really unfair, you know, she said, as Katara settled on pillows on the bamboo floor. Suki sat across her, staring at her with disapproval. I've been as patient and understanding with you guys as I could be, but at this point I can't stand it anymore. Zuko is trying, he's accepting your conditions, he's not doing anything wrong anymore. What else could you possibly ask of him? Katara frowned, avoiding Suki's gaze. She wasn't sure how to answer that question. Was she truly being unfair? Maybe she wasn't supposed to make the Fire Nation prince pay the price for his father's wrongdoings, but it was hard to help thinking this way. He wasn't only the son of the warmonger who had destroyed most chances of peace and balance in the world, but he was the sibling of the woman who had ripped her brother away from home. Foolish as it might have sounded, she felt entitled to take out her frustrations by mistreating Zuko. I don't really know, Katara said, truthfully. Maybe, okay, maybe we did go overboard, but you do understand, right? I mean, the Fire Nation attacked your island too, didn't they? They occupied it. We fought back at first until our own people begged us to stop, Suki admitted, lowering her head. Our village's leader decided to capitulate, choosing that course of action over risking the lives of his fellow villagers. That was very noble of him, said Katara. It wasn't as bad as what you guys have endured, I understand that, said Suki, raising a hand. But I swear, Zuko has had nothing to do with any of what happened to you guys. He's a good man, far too good considering who his father is. Katara looked at Suki with uncertainty. The former gladiator sighed in disappointment and Katara grimaced. Listen, I want to believe you, okay? Fact is, the only reason we didn't outright do anything worse to Zuko is because you're swearing constantly that he's a good man. So, it's not like we don't believe you, she said. The thing is, I have a hard time wrapping my head around living alongside a man who's related to the Fire Lord who commanded the raid that killed my mother. It's devastating. Despite herself, Suki lowered her gaze too. She wanted to make them warm up to Zuko, but she understood their plight all too well. The Fire Lords had caused too much damage, and unfair as it would be, the new generations were paying for it. The cycle of hatred and violence seemed never-ending. I get it. I wouldn't be that forgiving of people who caused me so much pain either. I mean, I've been through many bad things myself, and I can't imagine I'd be too forgiving if I ever encountered, some awful people from my past. But Zuko isn't directly responsible for anything you've been through, Katara. I know that, but, frankly, I don't know how to be forgiving the way you are, Katara said, shaking her head. I mean, I have no idea what you went through exactly, what you claimed the princess saved you from. But maybe it wasn't as bad as... seriously? Suki said, raising her eyebrows. Katara blinked with uncertainty. You think getting thrown in a slave market and being sold to a pair of scumbags without a single bone of goodness in their body, to be used as their sex slave, was so much nicer than what you've endured? Really? Katara's eyes were wide now as she looked at Suki in disbelief. The former slave swallowed hard. She hadn't explained her circumstances before this, but she wasn't going to endure more of Katara's entitled behavior. Why, you mean, you were? Was that what you were saved from? Katara asked. Suki nodded. What the princess saved me from, she said. Yes, the men who tormented me were Fire Nation, but so was she. So was the friend she tasked with finding me. So is Zuko, who helped me recover after all that happened. I have every reason to hold a grudge and assume the Fire Nation at large can't be forgiven, but I have every reason to believe there's still good people there. They've helped me, they've saved me. But that person who saved you doomed my brother, Katara said, gritting her teeth. It's almost like we're talking about two different people. Maybe they are, said Suki. Maybe she has changed more than you think, thanks to him. I know it's hard to believe, but it's not impossible. I don't think I could have forgiven someone who ripped me away from home unfairly, but I also didn't think I'd ever fall in love with a Fire Nation prince, or that he'd be one of the kindest men I'd known. Well, he's not kind enough to teach me firebending, that's for sure. Aang's voice broke through their conversation as he entered the igloo and sank carelessly into a seat next to Katara. His face was contorted in a frustrated grimace, his eyebrow twitching. Kino followed, troubled by his friend's uncharacteristic bad mood. You asked him to do what? Katara exclaimed, all thoughts of Suki's previous explanations about Zuko forgotten quickly. Suki grimaced. Come on, I've got to learn the last two elements at some point, said Aang, pouting. And I thought if I helped him build his igloo by showing him how it's done, he'd want to teach me. But no, he thinks it's just ironic in a bad way or something and just refuses to do it. Heh, well, oddly enough I agree with him for once, said Katara, frowning at Aang. I have no doubts you can take care of yourself, Aang, but can you really trust him so quickly with something as important as teaching you how to firebend? Hey, he's been here for like 2 weeks, said Aang, raising an eyebrow. It only took you 1 day to accept my offer to teach you waterbending. That's neither here nor there, said Katara, crossing her arms over her chest. You are the Avatar, why wouldn't I have trusted you? Well, I just want to know why he wouldn't trust me, said Aang, pouting and looking at Suki. Do you think you can convince him to teach me? I don't know. I mean, I can try, but I can't guarantee anything, said Suki, sighing. All this is taking a toll on him. He never expected any of this to happen. I know, but he could still teach me to fire bend. Isn't Earth the next element you should learn? Katara asked, looking at Aang pointedly. You can't skip. Well, we're in the middle of a war and there's no possible earthbending teacher around, as far as I can see, said Aang, raising his eyebrows. Unless Suki is an earthbender and forgot to tell us, then I can't learn earthbending for the time being. But finally, there's a firebender around, one who's not going to betray us. Only because we scared him out of doing it. Katara muttered. And yet he refuses. Aang exclaimed, ignoring his friend. I mean, why? I don't get it. Give it time, said Suki, biting her lip. Maybe in a few days he'll see that he loses nothing from doing this. I hope you're right, said Aang, sighing and shaking his head. Kino patted his back. Come on, cheer up. We should start thinking about how to furnish our igloo, right? I guess, said Aang, still pouting. Katara jumped. Wait, what? Your igloo? She asked. Aang smiled a little. I showed Zuko how it's done by building one myself, but there's nothing in it, of course, he admitted. We'll have to find sleeping bags first of all, right? Maybe Katara will let us take the ones we've been using here. Kino asked, with an innocent smile. Katara huffed and shrugged. I don't mind. You can ask my dad, but do keep in mind that he's not going to let you borrow everything we have over here. You'll have to make many things from scratch yourselves, she said. Aang and Kino looked at her in chagrin. But you'll help us figure out how to make those things, right? Aang asked, smiling weakly. Katara shrugged and the Avatar pouted again. Katara. Suki frowned, deep in thought. Kino and Aang had their igloo, but nothing to put in it. Surely this was the part where she would be able to help Zuko. She smiled, realizing she wouldn't be left doing nothing through the next months after all. It didn't matter how long Zuko took to build that igloo, she would slowly but surely craft everything they'd need to live properly in there. From sleeping bags to kitchenware, there was much she could do for her future family's sake. Their story was only just beginning, and while she knew Zuko was in no mood to enjoy it, she wasn't quite as disheartened as he was. The prince's hard work wasn't paying off as he had wished. He had spent hours trying to follow Aang's lead, but the work with the ice blocks was trickier than he had thought. How was he supposed to make the entrance? Where? Did he have to cut out blocks of ice to make steps for access? What about a ramp instead? The kid would fall through it when it starts walking, though. He reasoned, sighing as he sat cross-legged before the chosen spot for his igloo. Muffled footsteps in the snow startled him. He wasn't alone anymore. He didn't have a chance to glance at the new arrival before a large blade dropped on the snow right next to him, a sharp, long weapon that might just prove perfect for his endeavor with the ice blocks. Zuko stared at it in confusion, and Heikeda's voice nearly sounded foreign now as the man spoke to him. The first few ice blocks are always the hardest ones. You'll find it gets much easier after that. Zuko frowned as he glanced up at Heikeda. The tribe's chief remained stoic. According to Aang, the top is the hardest part, said Zuko, raising his eyebrows. Besides, I think the igloo will be too small, the way I'm doing it. Or the way I meant to do it, anyhow. You wanted to craft bigger accommodations? Heikeda asked. Zuko shrugged. I just want her to be comfortable. I don't want us cramped in a tiny space where she can barely move, he admitted, with a sigh. But I really don't know what I'm doing. You've started trying. That's already a good sign, said Heikeda. You just need better tools for it. Also, here. Zuko was surprised when the chief handed him a fur blanket. He looked at it in bewilderment before lifting his gaze towards Heikeda again. This is so I can sleep comfortably out here? Zuko asked. Heikeda shrugged. If you can sleep at all, of course, he said. I'd suggest asking someone to take you in for the night, but... How about you? Zuko asked, with a sarcastic smile. Heikeda smirked and shook his head. Your bride is staying at my house. You can't do the same or else we'd risk, well, misbehavior on your part. Misbe dash? Oh. Well, I don't think that'd happen, said Zuko, blushing. Hecate snorted. As far as I can see, it already did. She's not pregnant by the magical will of some spirits, now, is she? And no, I mean, we wouldn't be so risky and do anything in the middle of your house. Zuko explained. Hecate laughed. Well, I certainly hope so, he said. But it's still not right. You cannot share a house with her. But nobody else would take me in for the night, Zuko said. I'll have to set up a tent or something. That's a thought. Some people do it, said Hecate. Those whose igloos have crumbled and who need to start from scratch, and those who never managed to piece their igloos together, tend to resort to tents and huts instead. Huh. I guess I know where I belong now, said Zuko, with a dry grin. Hecate shook his head. Not if you want to marry your girl, you don't, he said. Though of course, I could take you in at my house if I send Suki elsewhere. Perhaps with Katon, he was fascinated by how pretty she is. Zuko's eyebrow twitched and he glared at Hecate threateningly. Hecate smirked. She'll be better off sharing rooms with my daughter, I'm sure you agree, he said. Have a good night. Good what? It's still broad daylight. Zuko exclaimed, as Hecate walked away. It may seem so to you, but if you keep waiting for dusk to take a break, you'll spend weeks without getting any rest, Hecate said. Zuko grimaced as he watched the man returning to his own igloo. Zuko sighed, placing the folded blanket on his thighs. Maybe later he'd be able to get some sleep, but for now, regardless of how worn out his body was after all this fruitless struggling against the ice, he had to try again. But another attempt to pull out ice, now with the tool provided by Hecate, proved ineffective. Zuko cut, Zuko pulled, Zuko struggled, but the chunks of ice he managed to procure were thin, soft, they came undone so easily he wanted to scream. What was he doing wrong? He heard less voices by now, and he noticed that people were heading indoors. How the blazes did they measure day and night in a place where you only had one of either for as good as 6 months? He shook his head, trying to focus on his endeavor again and hoping that sleeping out in the open wouldn't result in a bad cold. It was around half an hour later that Kino and Aang started to bring over their few belongings to their brand new igloo. They were chatting through the chore, talking about what sorts of things they would furnish it with, and Kino headed inside to arrange everything when Aang noticed Zuko was still out in the cold, sitting before the cracks and blocks of ice. He approached silently, glancing down at him furtively to find he was dozing off. Aang raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms behind his back. Zuko's breathing was even, but his body was shivering ever so slightly. The blanket on his lap might have helped him brace against the cold if he had just wrapped it around himself, but Aang knew that wouldn't be enough to help him fight the cold. Hey, it's not a good idea to sleep out here. Zuko jumped to his feet, startled by Aang's voice. He brushed the underside of his nose hastily and forced himself to his feet. I wasn't trying to sleep, it just happened, he said, shaking his head. I'm fine. I won't go to bed yet, I still have to. You should stop working for today. You need a break, said Aang, sighing. And although I'm still not happy that you refused to be my teacher, you could still come to my igloo, with Kino and me. We can fetch the sleeping bag you were borrowing at Hecate's place, if you'd like. Zuko frowned. Aang looked at him with frustration. Seriously, I'm suggesting this for your own good. You're not going to build that igloo any faster if you're exhausted, he said. This isn't about me doing you more favors to make you teach me fire bending, okay? Right, said Zuko, sighing and shrugging. Well, thanks. I could use a better place to sleep. Aang froze as Zuko rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hand. Had he just agreed to it? Was the cold weather really so bad that it had frozen Zuko's pride? Well, if that was the case, he'd make the most of it while it lasted. He smiled and shrugged. Not a problem. I hope you get plenty of rest in my igloo, he said, ushering Zuko to follow him into it. Aang raced off to get Zuko's sleeping bag while Kino settled the sleeping arrangements. Zuko frowned as he eyed the empty igloo with confusion. You have nothing to burn. We can't get a fire going?" he asked. Kino grimaced and shook his head. "I don't think so. We don't have a fireplace yet," he said. "I'm so sorry about that, Prince Zuko. You know, you don't have to be so, formal," Zuko said, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. "I'm not much of a prince anymore, in case you didn't hear." "Well, now, you can't not be a prince. You're the Fire Lord's son, so you're a prince," said Kino, matter-of-factly. Zuko grimaced. "The Fire Lord would rather I weren't his son." "I wish it were the case, too," said Zuko, his eyebrow twitching. "But, you can't do anything about it. You're related by blood. That's not something you can discard even if are you mad? Should I stop talking?" Kino asked, after seeing how Zuko's demeanor had changed into irritation quickly. "Yeah. Maybe you should," he determined, just as Aang returned with Zuko's sleeping bag and a bright smile. "It's been a long time since I had a sleepover like this, hee," said Aang, smiling as he handed over Zuko's bag. "How about you guys?" If you count my time in the settlement, I guess I had one relatively recently, but that wasn't much of a sleepover," said Kino, smiling sadly. "It was like being a stowaway on a sleepover, rather." "Why?" Zuko asked, raising his eyebrow. Kino grinned and shrugged. "I guess because they just always pretended I didn't exist? Or, they didn't realize I did? I don't know for sure," he said, as he slid inside his sleeping bag. Zuko's eyebrow twitched. "Does the army always act that way?" he asked. "It's messed up. Why would they treat their fellow soldier like he doesn't exist?" "I guess because they found me annoying." "That's what Katara says anyhow," said Kino. Zuko grimaced. "No surprises there. I guess she'd excuse anyone who hurts anyone else from the Fire Nation." "She's endured a lot," said Aang, swallowing hard. "And she's very bitter for everything that's happened. But she'll come around in time. Suki was trying to get her to warm up to you today, so maybe someday." "Heh. I'm not holding my breath," Zuko said, opening his sleeping bag and sinking inside it. It was warm, just like the igloo, despite there was no fire. This was a considerable step up from languishing in the snow outside. "And what about you, then, Prince Zuko?" Kino asked. "When was your last sleepover?" "About 2 weeks ago on a ship, with a pregnant girl who got up to vomit and made me panic about her worsening illness," Zuko confessed. Kino grimaced and Aang sighed. "Before that?" Aang inquired. "Before that, with said pregnant girl on a larger ship when she still wasn't sick, I guess," he said, and he allowed himself a little smirk. Kino and Aang blushed. "Why, you're really smooth, I bet," said Kino. Aang jumped. I mean, since he got a girl to fall in love with him and all. "Smoother than us, for sure," said Aang. "Though it's not hard to be smooth," Zuko repeated, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not at all. Fact of the matter is, I have no idea why she likes me." "But she does," Kino exclaimed. "Likes you enough to sleep with you, right? I guess. I still don't understand why, since she could do a lot better, but I'm happy," said Zuko, with his most earnest smile since he'd arrived into the South Pole. Kino and Aang exchanged glances. "And, any sleepovers without Suki?" Aang asked. "Just with your friends, maybe." "What friends?" "Well, I mean, you were a prince, you must have had lots of friends, right?" Aang asked. Zuko's smile waned. No. Actually, no. Most my friends were, well, my sister's friends. And since they were girls, slumber parties with them would have been awkward." "So, not even with Sokka?" Aang asked. Zuko sighed. "You know, I've already said everything I could to illustrate what our relationship was like. Does it sound like we had a personal relationship at all?" he asked. Aang shook his head and shrugged. "It's just. I'm sure you have more stories than you've told. You two trained together, right?" "Right, for a time," said Zuko. Aang bit his lip. And even then, he was never your friend. I don't know. Was he? Said Zuko, raising an eyebrow. All we were ever good at was bickering and arguing. Is that enough to consider someone a friend? What did you argue about? Aang asked, his eyes brightening. Zuko sighed. I don't know. Anything and everything, he said, rolling on the sleeping bag. Usually about my sister, or about how he thought I was an inept because she told him so. We had a pretty bad fight the second time we met. Damn near tore up Mai's house. Who's Mai? Kino asked. Zuko bit his lip. She was a friend. Another of my sister's friends. What's with the hesitation? Aang asked, smirking knowingly. Don't tell me you've had more than one girlfriend. Aye. Zuko started, blushing. Kino gasped, his hands to his mouth. You really are that smooth? Oh, please. Said Zuko, and to his own surprise, he laughed. Smooth? In what world? Hey, I'm the Avatar and no girls fall for me, you have a gift, Zuko. Aang declared, laughing as Kino looked at Zuko in admiration. You have a very weird perception of what that means. Said Zuko, smiling and shaking his head. Go to bed already. My love life isn't as fun as it sounds. Well, it's way more fun than mine, said Kino. The last girl who talked to me said she'd sew my boots together if I kept annoying her. Katara has no sense of moderation, does she? Zuko asked, knowingly. Kino smiled guiltily as Aang sighed. I do wonder what she thinks of me, though. He said, surprising both Kino and Zuko. Other than, oh, wow, he's the Avatar, he's the coolest guy in the world. Kino asked. Aang blushed. Well, am I just the Avatar for her? Does she just see me as my title, or does she see me as, me? Good question. You should ask her, Zuko said, teasingly. Aang jumped. I could never. Then I'll ask for you. Kino exclaimed, giving Aang the thumbs up. Aang shook his head and looked at him accusingly. Don't you dare. The three men continued to chat for a while, until finally Kino and Aang fell asleep. Zuko was the one who spoke the least, but he found himself watching as Aang dozed off quietly, as Kino drooled on his pillow. When was the last time he had made any friends of his own? He didn't remember it. Even though he had found Suki by himself, and their bond had been unique, the attraction between them had always been romantic. Their initial friendship, thus, was marked by something different than what was brewing here and now. Why didn't Aang hate him? Why did he offer him this much kindness in exchange for nothing? Everything had made more sense when he had wanted Zuko to teach him to how fire bend. But even though he knew Zuko refused to teach him, he still offered him his igloo. He still talked with him and was intrigued by him. Kino, as well, was quite interested in him. He couldn't remember having conversations like these with any other man before, for even during his travels, the crew had always been its own thing. They were people who worked for him, who were loyal to him, but they weren't his friends. Were Aang and Kino his friends, then? Were they going to be? Strangely, the idea wasn't all that disagreeable. Maybe he could use new friends, despite everything. It's weird that Sokka's room is empty again, Katara mused, as she and Suki lay on opposite ends of her bedroom, both safely tucked in their sleeping bags. But I guess the birds leave the nest at some point, huh? Isn't that what mothers say? Suki asked, smiling a little. Are you mothering those two, by any chance? Because I doubt you're sad about Zuko being elsewhere. Well, I don't mother them. She said, softly. Suki chuckled. Maybe you do it without noticing it, she said. Though I guess you're not trying to mother Aang, are you? The question brought blood to flush Katara's cheeks. She glanced out the window from where she lay, trying to avoid Suki's question. What's the story with you two? Other than, that you broke him out of the iceberg and all that. Suki said. Katara sighed. I guess he's been my waterbending teacher. And a good friend, too, she said. He's the first person to ever show me some of what's outside the South Pole. We went to his old home, in the Southern Air Temple. Oh? You did? Suki asked, surprised. That sounds like a fun trip. Zuko has visited the air temples too, actually. You know, when he was trying to find Aang, I guess, said Katara. The Southern Air Temple is a long way from your home, right? From Kyoshi Island. Well, the Fire Nation is certainly further away, said Suki, sighing. But who knows? Maybe I can get Zuko to show it to me before we go to Kyoshi Island. It could be fun, right? As long as you don't look at all the skeletons, sure, said Katara, sighing. Suki's enthusiasm waned immediately. Oh, that's awful, she said. Katara nodded. Aang didn't take it well, but he's such a good man. Even when the Fire Nation did so much harm, he still couldn't believe they were completely corrupted even when I kept telling him as much. I can't imagine what it would be like to be in his place sometimes, you know? To be, out of your time, in the same world but 100 years later. For all your friends and family to be gone, for your culture to have been vanquished, and yet he holds on to hope so tightly, he's so sure that nothing is lost for good. I just wish. I wish I could be like him. He looks and sounds like a wonderful man, said Suki, smiling a little. No wonder you like him. Though I guess at times I wonder if it's just me being wishful, said Katara, with a weak grin. He cares about me, but maybe it's just because I was the one who found him. Or because I'm a waterbender and he's my teacher. You have no idea if he feels the same way about you, said Suki. Katara sighed. What would he see in a girl like me? She asked. I'm so unforgiving. I don't think he likes that about me. It's landed us in enough trouble as it is. I guess I'm just not that good for him. Am I? I think you're better than you think you are, said Suki, smiling. I had doubts too, believe it or not. Why would the Fire Nation prince take an interest in me? In fact, for a time I thought he would just enjoy anything romantic that happened between us, or the sex, and that when the time came, he'd take another wife and I'd be a long-gone memory. I never thought that he'd be building an igloo so he could take me as his wife. It's a future I didn't expect at all. You must be happy for it, though, said Katara. Suki's smile brightened as she closed her eyes. He's the best thing that has happened to me since I left my island, she said. I doubted that he'd be genuinely interested in me, but turns out I wasn't all that wrong when I read those signs the way I did. He loves me. And, I can't say for sure, but maybe Aang could love you too, and you just don't know it yet. Wouldn't that be lucky, said Katara, sighing but smiling. You know, you're a lot like Aang. For someone who's been through so much, you really can believe in the best of everyone, huh? I guess, said Suki, shrugging. I suppose that after some time, you realize the world isn't as simple and black and white as you were raised to think it was. In Kyoshi Island we hated the Fire Nation, even though the war hadn't touched us. By the time I became a gladiator, a lot of what I used to think changed. There are so many evil practices there, there's no denying it, but there are good people, too. I had a neighbor, she was so sweet, she often watched me in the arena, cheering me on, and sometimes she even made dinner for me to celebrate when I'd fought well. She was Fire Nation, though. So is Zuko. So were my Ty Lee, Princess Azula, and in their own ways, all of them showed me kindness. No doubt they make mistakes, but who doesn't? I guess, in the end, I'd rather judge a person by their character and their beliefs than by where they were born. It's not like they had a say in that, right? I guess, said Katara, sighing. So, I suppose you judge me an extremist of sorts. I didn't say that. Suki said, with a weak grin. Katara smiled too. You know, maybe that's what happened to my brother, she mused. Suki raised an eyebrow. Maybe he learned the same things you did. And maybe that's why you and Zuko think he doesn't hate the princess, despite it all. Yes. That's probably the case, said Suki, smiling. Though I still refuse to believe he fell in love with her. That's too much, Katara said. Suki laughed. Fine, fine. We don't know for sure either way, she conceded. Katara sighed and turned on her side. Good night, Suki. Night, Katara. The waterbender didn't fall asleep right away, merely staring off through the window again briefly as she pondered what she'd just concluded about her brother. He had always been outspoken about hating the Fire Nation, but maybe his experiences had changed him, just as they had changed Suki. Maybe the Sokka she remembered was gone, but she only hoped that was the case because he had made a conscious, free choice to change. If he had been broken, brainwashed, she wouldn't stand for it. She never could. She was only starting to doze off when she heard a whimper. She frowned, noticing it was more than just a whimper. Words, a string of words, incoherent ones. She sat up, glancing at Suki as she recognized her voice. She was shaking, from the looks of it. Suki? Hey, Suki. She called her, crawling out of her sleeping bag towards her. And no, don't touch me, don't touch me. She gasped, frantically. Katara's eyes widened, and she stretched a hand towards her. Suki. Go away, go away, go away. Hey, you're having a nightmare, you're... Katara said, clasping her shoulder, not expecting Suki to attack. Her hand struck her forearm so hard Katara gasped and pulled away. Suki. Get off me, go away. Leave me alone, don't touch me. She was saying now, her voice louder by the minute. Katara grimaced and pulled away. Suki's eyes were still closed as she rolled on the sleeping bag, seemingly fighting with the covers, with her memories, with everything around her. Katara had never seen anything quite like it, and she grew fearful with every one of Suki's mumbles. She had to get help. Someone had to wake Suki up. She raced out of the igloo within moments, carried by despair and impulses rather than rational thought. She had no idea how to deal with his, but maybe someone else did. Zuko! Zuko! She cried out, as she made her way towards his igloo building site. She found Aang's igloo and slid inside it, hoping he'd be there. It was dark, and she had trouble figuring out which one of the three shapes would be the prince, but no doubt, he had to be one of them. Zuko! Wake up! Whoa, what's going on? She heard Kino say. Katara! Aang said next. The last one to speak was Zuko, sitting up on his sleeping bag. What's this? Why are you calling me? He asked, confused. Katara gritted her teeth. Something's wrong with Suki. She's, well, having some nightmare, I guess. She hit me, she's mumbling, she's... Katara didn't need to say another word before Zuko jumped out of the sleeping bag and headed outside again. He didn't hesitate, didn't ask more questions. His reaction convinced Katara that it wasn't the first time this had happened to the young woman. Her only relief, though, was that Zuko's immediate response probably meant he knew what to do. She followed him, without answering any of Aang or Kino's questions, and the two of them rushed towards Hakata's igloo. She only hoped Suki's voice hadn't risen much more than it had, or else her father and grandmother would be woken by her. Zuko made his way to Katara's room without any hesitation, dropping to his knees beside the restless Suki. She was still gasping, now begging for it to stop, whatever it was. It's over. Suki, it's over. You're not there anymore, Zuko said, his voice firm and steady. You're not there, Suki. You're not there. An attempt to touch her shoulders received another aggressive response, but Zuko clasped her wrists and held her in place before she could reject him any further. You're not there. It's over. They're gone. Nobody will hurt you anymore. He said, louder now. I'm here, Suki. It's me, Zuko. I'm here. As the words finally reached her, her restlessness started to drop until her eyes opened with a start. She looked up at Zuko, at first fearfully, but her eyes grew gentler as she noticed it was him. Zuko's hold on her hands weakened, as he stared at her in concern. Suki. He said, softly now. She gritted her teeth, tears blinking in the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, did I hurt? She asked. Zuko shook his head, releasing her wrists altogether and cupping her face. You didn't hurt me. You didn't hurt anyone, he said. You're okay, dear. You're okay. They're gone, and you have nothing to be sorry about. Bad dreams aren't your fault. But I'm still sorry, Zuko. She whispered. I'm sorry you have them, too, he said, lying down beside her and cradling her in his arms. But it's gone now. You're safe, Suki. You're safe. She cried softly, holding onto him tightly. Katara was left to stand by the doorway, watching them with wide eyes. Their relationship was far more complex than she realized. Suki needed Zuko. The darkness of her past still chased her, and Zuko was helping her keep the nightmares at bay. Even though Suki wouldn't despise Fire Nation people anymore, her worst sorrows were probably ever present. It was lucky that she had found a man who knew how to help her deal with them. Katara swallowed hard and, for the time being, sat on her sleeping bag, watching the couple before her. Maybe she wasn't supposed to, but she would allow Zuko to sleep by Suki's side if that was the only way to help her calm down and to help her sleep soundly. So, apparently what I have to do is crack the ice and use the pieces I break to create the igloo, Zuko explained to Suki by the next morning, gesturing at his chosen building site. Only, now I think it should be a bit larger than I'd planned. If you say so, she said, smiling fondly at him. But, won't that be more work? Probably, Zuko conceded, with a guilty smile. But I'm sure it will be worth it. They stood together in the snow, his arm wrapped tight around her shoulders. He had spent the night with her after all, holding her to make sure her nightmares would no longer plague her. He proved to be the perfect remedy for her woes, although he wasn't sure Katara approved of it. She had fallen silent after Zuko had appeased Suki and spoken no words to either of them after that. By morning Zuko was forced to rush to Aang and Kinno's igloo again, so Hekata wouldn't catch him where he wasn't supposed to be. Nevertheless, the three men still returned to Hekata's igloo for breakfast later. Once the meal was done, Zuko had wanted some private time with Suki to make sure she was feeling better. Their walk had led them back here, where Zuko was sharing his ideas for their future home with his future wife. I mean, think about it. A small igloo would mean that we would have to sleep in the same space as our daughter, and don't you think that'd be a little inappropriate? Inappropriate? That's how a lot of people do it here, from what I understand, said Suki, smiling. Also, daughter? Really? I just have a feeling it will be a girl, said Zuko, smiling and shrugging. Suki raised her eyebrows. Well, that's very nice, but, what if it's a boy? She asked, amused. It will be a girl. I know it, said Zuko, proudly. She laughed and hugged him, burying her face in his neck. Whatever you say. I hope you have your way, then, she said, caressing his chest. Zuko smiled. Say. Aang was, complaining yesterday about how you wouldn't teach him firebending. Is it true? You, yeah. Why do you ask? Zuko asked. Suki shrugged. I'm just curious. Why didn't you want to teach him? She asked. I think it'd be good for you to have a firebending training partner. I mean, I guess firebending will be harder down here than in the Fire Nation, but it might be good training anyways. You shouldn't let your skills dull with time, right? Said Zuko, grimacing. I'm not sure, Suki. I mean, you think it's too ridiculous for you to teach Aang when you'd been chasing him all your life? She asked. Zuko shrugged but then shook his head. Truth be told, I don't think I'm worthy of teaching an avatar, Zuko said. Suki raised her eyebrows. Shouldn't an actual firebending master teach someone like that? Someone who knows for sure what he's doing. Someone like you, then, said Suki. Zuko frowned. Suki. Darling, we both know you've been through a lot, which makes you look down on yourself and second-guess your skills, said Suki, stroking his chest. You kept comparing yourself to your sister and, because of that, you always thought you weren't good enough. But I say you should try, Zuko. It won't hurt you, or anyone else, for you to try to help the Avatar. If anything, getting him started with firebending is quite a noble purpose, don't you think? Noble. Zuko repeated, swallowing hard. Oh, Suki, I don't know. Just think about it. He's not going to find a better firebending master, I think, she said, placing her head on his shoulder. Besides, it should be good practice for you to prepare yourself for our firebending daughter, huh? Oh, said Zuko, biting his lip and smiling. I guess, she would be a firebender, huh? I hope our predictions won't bite us back later, said Suki, giggling and looking at him warmly. You can make your own destiny, love. If you're afraid this will turn you into an irredeemable enemy to your father, well. It's not like I'm not one already, aren't I? Zuko said. I guess you're right. I should stop being so fearful. Maybe I can teach him the basics, and some intermediate forms. At least that's something I should be able to do. You will be. I know it, said Suki. Aang will be so pleased to hear it, I'm sure. Yeah. Hopefully he'll be an easygoing student. I don't know how to be a teacher, after all, Zuko said, with a weak smile. Suki smiled too. Don't worry, I'm sure he won't be imposing at all. Just look at him. Zuko turned his head and found Kino and Aang were standing in front of their igloo with Katara, holding out long fabrics and pondering if they would work for what they needed in their igloo. Suki smiled. They let you stay with them last night, right? I didn't spend much time there, though, said Zuko. Still, it was weird. Felt like I was their friend, somehow. It's a weird feeling. I guess they're just too nice, huh? It's a good thing, making new friends, she said, caressing his arm now. I'm sure they'll be happy about this. And you will be happy too, eventually. Well, for that matter, I just need you to be happy, he said, prodding her nose with his and kissing her lips softly. Everything else is an added bonus. That's sweet, she replied, cupping his face before taking his hand in hers. So, shall we tell them of your new decision? I guess, said Zuko, with an awkward smile. As they approached, they overheard Kino complaining about how blue everything was in the Water Tribe, and how he wanted their house's adornments to be of multiple colors. Aang seemed to be fine with the notion while Katara huffed in irritation. She only held back from scolding them for their fickle request when she noticed Zuko and Suki were next to them. Feeling better after that walk? Katara asked. Suki smiled and nodded. Thanks for getting Zuko last night, really. And for not protesting against, us breaking the rules, she said, with a guilty grin. Katara shrugged. I'm just glad it worked, she said, with a weak smile of her own. You deserved to get proper rest, regardless of rules. Well, then, since we're breaking rules we might as well continue doing so in other regards too, right? Suki said, looking at Zuko. He swallowed hard and looked at Aang before Katara could ask, confused as she was, about what Suki had meant. I've thought about it. I still think there's other people who'd be better for the job, and it's still true you should have learned earthbending first, but... he said, biting his lip. But if you really want me to teach you firebending, I'll do my best. Aang's eyes widened before his face broke into a full smile. His celebratory exclamation saw him shooting around 10 feet in the air, after airbending in delight. His friends watched him go, most of them with smiles on their faces. Katara seemed to remain apprehensive over the idea, but she looked at Zuko and remembered what had happened last night. She remembered how gentle he had been, how he had proven, just then and there, that Suki hadn't been wrong to insist on what a good a man he was. Yes. Yeah. Oh, you're not going to regret this, Zuko, I promise. Aang said, beaming. I'll be the best student. Yeah, well, as long as he doesn't get distracted by penguin sledding he will be, said Katara, smirking a little and looking at Zuko. You'll have to drag him to practice before you know it. I know I've had to do the same. Oh, really? A difficult student, then? Zuko asked, regarding Aang with interest. He expected the Avatar to retort to his friend's assessment, but instead he was smiling brightly. Something on your mind? Yes. Katara, that's a great idea. We should all go penguin sledding. He exclaimed. We should. Kino agreed, beaming. I mean, it has nothing to do with you learning firebending, but we should. Oh, don't get carried away, said Katara, as Aang whipped up his air scooter and beamed. First one there gets a head start, he exclaimed, before dashing off on his ball of air. Kino gasped, indignant. Hey! You're cheating with that air scooter, he exclaimed, chasing after Aang stubbornly as they left the tribe's walled territory and headed towards the west. Katara chuckled and shook her head, before looking at Zuko and Suki. They still seemed confused by the very concept of penguin sledding. It's a tribal tradition, or a game for children, really, she explained. The otter penguins are friendly enough to let us ride them, if we bribe them properly with fish, that is. Sounds weird, Suki said, amused. Zuko bit his lip. You probably shouldn't do that, though. I imagine people have had accidents, right? Oh, sometimes, Katara admitted. It is better that a pregnant woman doesn't penguin sled, yes. Well, then I can still watch, Suki said, smiling. That way I'll know how to ride one after I give birth, right? I'll stay with you, said Zuko, his arm still tight around her shoulders. We'll join the fun after the baby is here, together. Sounds like a plan, said Suki, smiling brighter yet and placing her head on his shoulder. Katara sighed but smiled. In a sense, she envied them. They were a young couple, and despite the hardships they'd endured, they truly loved each other. She still had a few reservations left towards Zuko, but they were disappearing slowly and surely as she saw he was a better man than she had given him credit for, all along. Life had often proven her wrong, she realized. First, she had believed all hope was lost, and that was when she found Aang. Afterwards, she had assumed all Fire Nation people were corrupted beyond salvation, but Kino, and now Zuko, proved otherwise. As she guided Zuko and Suki towards the Otter Penguin's mountain, she found herself hoping that the world would continue to prove her assumptions wrong this way. If it did, maybe the future wouldn't be as grim a destination as she had thought it was, maybe it would mean that restoring balance and harmony in the world was still possible. Chapter 129, Appeasing Azula 1. His face contorted with displeasure, with chagrin. The next chance would be it, he would get it right, he would defeat his enemies. This wasn't the end, it couldn't be, regardless of how the others had played their hands much better than he had so far. His strategy wasn't that bad, he could do this. And then, there it was, a golden chance, gifted to him by the one who could have been his undoing. Mahjong. Ha! I win! Sokka exclaimed, proudly, as he took the tile Taiwei had just discarded. Fei Li and Taro looked at him in surprise as he declared his victory, while Taiwei's hand shook, his finger hovering where the tile had been. He finally lowered his head in shameful defeat. Oh, not again. You just won the previous round. Fei Li groaned, pouting. And I had a good hand this time, too. Mahjong is a game of strategy, Fei Li, said Sokka, smirking proudly. When you notice a certain tile hasn't been discarded, you probably shouldn't let it go so easily, if just to avoid giving your opponent exactly what he's looking for. A lesson hard learned, but I'll keep it in mind, said Taiwei, nodding. You shuffle again, Taro. He shouldn't, I'm better at shuffling, said Fei Li, as the older guard took upon the duty of flipping the tiles again for their next distribution. Mahjong was a frequent distraction for bored sailors, so naturally, Azula's barge had a set of the game tucked away safely in one of the storages. Fei Li had found it by chance, and he had been thrilled to rally up 3 more people to play with. Sokka had been in the dining deck of the ship, enjoying his breakfast, when Fei Li came rushing in, asking for willing opponents to play the game. Sokka offered himself when others refused to. They were avoiding Fei Li's known tendency of taking games too seriously and souring the pleasant mood for everyone. Thus, only the least competitive guards, Taiwei and Taro, had joined in, and Sokka became the 4th member of the game, mainly out of curiosity. They had explained the rules to him as they played, expecting a beginner to be too unexperienced to pose a real threat, but Sokka had gotten the hang of the game in a matter of 5 rounds. His strategies were hard for the others to predict as he remained adaptable, hoping to keep his gameplay efficient, most of all. The 3 royal guards were certainly astounded by his ability to analyze the game so thoroughly in such a short time. The princess was, as ever, pleased to watch her gladiator overcoming impossible odds, even when it came to something as simple as a mahjong game. As she stood by the rim of the deck, watching them play a few feet away, she could only sigh in bliss and appreciate the sight before her. He was recovering well, as he often did. He had enough energies to sit there, under the morning sun, playing games and keeping his mind sharp to achieve success. It was a relief that he would be so similar to his usual self, but she knew he still struggled when moving. He was prone to seeing dark spots dancing in his vision, to suffer from vertigo, to feel his body weakened even though he was scarcely putting it through any strain. The symptoms had decreased with every new day spent traveling, but they didn't vanish completely. Even if they had, Angela wouldn't have dropped her guard. She eyed him as he played mahjong excitedly, appreciating the color his skin had regained. He still didn't dare move too much, and sometimes he made that expression of displeasure over the pain stinging his abdomen, but all evidence suggested he was recovering. He was. She just needed to hold on to that. "We're arriving ahead of schedule," Ruishi commented, resting on the railing beside her. Angela nodded, as she watched the great gates of Ajalon shrink behind them. They were almost home by now. "I noticed," she said, nodding. "It's better this way. I suspect his recovery rate may improve once he's home instead of on a rocking ship." "He's already a lot better," said Ruishi. "Not completely better yet, but I won't risk him hiking all the way to his house as he always does after these trips," Angela said. Ruishi raised an eyebrow. "Will you take him home?" he asked. Angela gritted her teeth but shook her head. "I don't think I should," she muttered. "I'd want to, but I think I can't afford it. My father will need to hear of what happened, and if he finds out I was too busy looking after Sokka to report to him." "Things could grow complicated," Ruishi acknowledged. Angela nodded. "I need Sokka home safely, there's no doubt about it, but I have to deal with my father too. He's supposed to be my top priority," Angela said, with a dry grin and a shrug. "I can't give him any reasons to think otherwise, or else, as you said, things could get complicated. Really complicated. So, what's your plan?" Ruishi asked. She looked at him somewhat apprehensively. "I trust you," she said. Ruishi froze, his pale cheeks suddenly tinged with color. As his helmet was removed during the journey, just as the other guards, his expression was in plain sight for the princess. "And that's the reason why I'm going to do something I didn't think I ever would. But if I want to be sure Sokka is safely home, even if I'm not there directly, well, there's a way to do it." "You mean?" "I want you to take Xin Long, lead him to Sokka's house, and I want you to keep Sokka safe, so he makes it through the flight without a hitch," said Angela. "Once Song is tending to him, you'll be free to leave. But until then, you're to watch over him and make sure he's alright." "Princess, did you just?" he asked, his voice trembling. Angela eyed him with uncertainty. I don't think I can do this. I'm not someone who can. I really just..." "Captain, this is not a request. This is an order." "As usual," she said, frowning. "As much as you may not like handling my unreasonable demands, I need you to do this. You might hold me in such high esteem that you'd never fly on my dragon, let alone without me on the saddle too, but I hold you in such high esteem that I'm extending you this honor. You get to be Xin Long's temporary rider." Ruishi opened his mouth and closed it repeatedly, lowering his gaze nervously. Angela sighed as she watched him fidget. "Are you going to refuse again, Captain?" she asked. "Because if you won't do it, I'll just ask someone else." Fine, I can do it," he said, swallowing hard. "Only, what about you? Will you need the palanquin?" "No, once Xin Long has dropped off the two of you, he'll come back to fetch me," said Angela. "Simple and straightforward enough." "Then, you're only deciding not to take Sokka home yourself to keep up appearances?" Ruishi asked. Angela sighed. "If it's the case, I understand, but won't it still be suspicious if people see your dragon flying back and forth?" "It's not entirely about what they see, it's about how little willpower I'd have if I were with him at his house," she said. I'd fail to take off again until I know for sure that he's fine, and, well, who knows how long it would take for me to leave at all. So, I'm conceding this task to you. I understand, I think, said Ruishi, frowning a little. Very well, then, princess. It shall be done. Thank you, she said, sighing, and shifting away from the railing. But if we're going to do this, you two should probably take off now. It's a good thing Tai Wei helped him bring his luggage on deck earlier, said Ruishi. As they had known they'd arrive today, Tai Wei had already given Sokka a hand so he wouldn't have to struggle with fetching his bags once the barge docked in the harbor. The captain and princes turned to study Sokka as he twitched before the mahjong game, waiting for the right tile to create the appropriate combination. After a moment, Azula approached and stood behind Sokka, eyeing his tiles with curiosity. His eyebrow twitched as he glanced up at her, guessing she was assessing his playing decisions. You're collecting the wrong tiles, she said. Sokka grimaced. Of course not. He retorted. Your chances to get all 4 of those aren't so good, she said, with a smirk. The others leapt upon hearing that. They smirked too while Sokka looked at Azula in chagrin, for she had revealed Sokka had been after the rarest tiles. Only, she hadn't. Before 4 rounds, Sokka had collected all the perfectly common tiles he needed for another mahjong, and he was cheering while Azula laughed at the dumbfounded expressions on her guards' faces. That was a bluff. A bluff. Fei Li exclaimed, horrified. Princess, that's not fair. Now, you're listening to what an outsider to the game says. Joke's on you for not considering that I might have been messing with your game rather than his, she said, shrugging. Sokka smiled proudly at her. If we'd been betting here, I'd have cleaned them out of all their money, he said. Azula smiled back. Good for you, but I'm afraid that your triumphant streak ends now, she said. Sokka's smile waned. Eh? It does? How come? He asked. Xian Long's taking you home, Ruishi will see to it that you arrive safely. This way you won't have to walk, or take a carriage through bumpy roads, she explained. Sokka pouted but shrugged. Well, fair enough, he said. But these guys need another player, you should join them if I'm taking off with Ruishi. Ah, should I, now? Azula asked, smirking at her guards. We'll see about that. Sokka chuckled as he pushed himself up. Azula almost moved in to help him, but Ruishi lunged forward first, extending his hand for Sokka to take it. He eyed Azula almost remorsefully, but she nodded in gratefulness. Too often she needed to keep her instinctive protectiveness towards Sokka in check, and Ruishi seemed to have known how to recognize those occasions better than Azula herself. Xian Long had been lounging on the ship's prow, lying upside down, when Azula, Ruishi and Sokka approached. He was aware of what they needed from him, and he rolled over immediately. Azula smiled a little at his leisurely behavior, though. As ever, entertained by the clouds, she commented. All right, you 3, get going. Be quick, but be gentle, all right, Xian Long. Xian Long shook his head proudly, as though refusing to do so. Azula narrowed her gaze and the dragon chuckled softly. She smirked and caressed his hair gently. Troublemaker, she whispered to the proud dragon. Ruishi lifted Sokka's bags onto the saddle, and then he waited until Sokka had settled on the back seat before climbing onto the front one. The idea of riding the princess's dragon filled him with a strange mix of euphoria and foreboding. He swallowed hard and breathed slowly, while Azula looked at Sokka with worried and tender eyes. Tell Song what happened, she might know just how to treat your injury, she said. Don't go overboard with anything you do, don't even think about starting to train yet. Get rest, eat. I'll do all those things, don't fret, said Sokka, with an encouraging smile. And you, go beat those guys at mahjong. They're actually pretty fun to defeat, heh. Of course they are, said Azula, with a smirk. Take care, then. I'll drop by to see you when I have a chance. I'll look forward to it, he said, smiling too. Ruishi nodded at Azula and she returned the gesture. Xian Long took off easily, and he picked up speed as subtly as possible. Azula watched him go, having known her dragon wouldn't want to displease her when the situation was as serious and delicate as it was. Even though Xianlong always wanted to mess with Ruishi and Sokka, he knew better than to do it this time around. The captain held the reins awkwardly, but he didn't use them at all as the dragon progressed through the sky, headed towards Sokka's home expertly. All the while, the gladiator glanced over his shoulder, watching his princess shrink on the ship while feeling that their roles were unfairly reversed this time around. Turtle shouldn't fly while the hawk stays down below, he muttered. Ruishi frowned. You said something. And no, never mind, said Sokka, with a weak smile. Agilas lingered on the dragon's figure as it sped into the distance. She could still glimpse it in the horizon, but most of all, she could sense what her dragon was telling her through their bond. As long as Xianlong was with them, she had nothing to fear. Sokka would be safe. Nothing bad would happen to him, nothing could. Say, princess. Fei Li called her. Agila frowned and turned. Yes, she said, looking at them as Taro shuffled the tiles again. Were you going to play with us? He asked, smiling innocently. Play? Agila repeated. Oh, I don't intend to play with you, I intend to crush you. A slow smirk spread over her face as her three guards welcomed her arrogant remark with amusement and some wariness. She took her seat where Sokka had been before, readying herself to play a few rounds, if just to keep herself from worrying over Sokka's journey home. The last month had been rather leisurely for Song. She had acquired many books from the capital's best bookstores, and she was proud of having finished filling the first bookshelf in the house. She had yet to read every book, but she had made good progress with most of them by now. Life without Sokka, the princess, or Ruishi would often be boring for her. She had nobody to talk to, although she seldom talked thoroughly with Agila, and her relationship with Ruishi had grown strained in the past few months, too. Nevertheless, she felt lonely, though loneliness of this kind wasn't quite as bad as the one she had experienced when she had just been forced into slavery. Being surrounded by people at all times, but knowing she was alone, knowing that nobody could help her, had been the most hopeless situation she had ever endured. This was a breeze in comparison. Haki had returned with a letter from her mother just a few days before, though, and Song offered the bird a chance to rest before sending him out again. She did talk to him, despite the creature couldn't talk back, and she enjoyed stroking his feathers while reading one of her new books. Haki was comfortable on his perch, though, when the familiar thump of Xianlong's landing reached Song's ears. She jumped from the couch, setting down the book and smiling in amazement. She had no idea they'd be home today. Sokka, she called, moving towards the backyard, where the large dragon was currently resting at. But to her surprise and confusion, the dragon's rider was not Agila. Ruishi climbed off the saddle first, and while Song would have been apprehensive over seeing him, all her reservations went forgotten when she realized Ruishi was aiding Sokka in climbing off Xianlong's back. Sokka's face was contorted with pain. Sokka, she repeated, her voice ringing with concern now. Both the new arrivals looked at Song with uncertainty, as Ruishi kept Sokka standing up, with a firm hand on the gladiator's back. Sokka smiled awkwardly, perhaps somewhat guiltily. Hey, Song, he whispered. I'm home. You're? She repeated, looking at him with disbelief before she grimaced and asked the question she always found herself asking him. What on earth happened to you now? Sokka let out a laugh, as Ruishi helped him inside the house. Song moved to Sokka's free side, aiding him too. The gladiator's eyes lit up when he spotted Haki on his perch. Hey, it's my favorite bird. Hi, Haki, he said, beaming, and Haki squeaked back. The pair helping Sokka didn't react to his exchange with the hawk, though. Considering his situation, he probably needs some food, Ruishi said. Song glanced at him in confusion. What do you mean, exactly? She asked. Oh, that's because I lost a lot of blood, Sokka answered, grimacing. I have felt better lately, it's true, but I need some, blood recovery diet, if you know of something like that. Well, I do know some things, said Song, biting her lip as they led Sokka to the kitchen. Yes, I could arrange a diet like that, but what on earth brought this on, Sokka? Oh, it's a very long story, he said, as he finally reached a chair. He settled on it and sighed. Damn, I feel like I'm 90 years old. We came across a lot of trouble in the Earth Kingdom, said Ruishi, stepping away and towards the kitchen door again. More than we bargained for. Wait, where are you going? Song asked. Ruishi froze, pointing at the door they'd just come in through. Just, to make sure the dragon takes off, he explained. Song blushed a little. I'll be back here shortly. Oh. That's okay then, sorry about that, she said, with a weak grin before turning to Sokka while Ruishi moved to the backyard. Okay, so, what sort of trouble did you find this time, then? The White Lotus, in short. Sokka said, as Song started gathering the ingredients to make a decent meal for Sokka. Her eyes widened as she turned to look at him, holding a bowl in her hands. The White Lotus. She repeated. You mean, the same people who attacked the capital when the princess was sick and... Yeah. They wanted to avenge their captured brethren, or something of the sort, said Sokka, huffing. And they wanted to find out if I was going to join them, which of course I wouldn't do, but I guess I should start from the beginning, shouldn't I? It took some time for Sokka to finish retelling the story, and when Ruishi returned he interjected on occasion to clarify any details Sokka had forgotten. Song worked hard and diligently in the kitchen, making meals for the two of them. By the time she had set down the plates before the two men, the story was as good as finished. So, all this because you wouldn't be their pawn in a plot you knew nothing about? Song asked, confused, as they ate. Because you wouldn't manipulate the princess into being someone else. Well, not deliberately, said Ruishi. Sokka pouted. You've changed her in many ways, there's no denying that. Only, they expected you to do that by plotting to do so. I suppose they wanted you to turn her against her father. Heh, tough luck. Like she would ever turn against him, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. The harm caused by the Fire Lords can't be undone easily, but they're generally revered in the Fire Nation, aren't they? Yeah, so far, said Ruishi, nodding. Who would have a better shot for the throne, a princess who defies her father or a princess who's completely faithful to him? Sokka inquired. Who would support her if she defied him openly, for starters? I suppose only the slaves, said Song. But they wouldn't be able to show their support to begin with. She'd be fighting on her own, if she ever tried to oppose him. Indeed, she would be, because the White Lotus are dead certain she's unforgivable, said Sokka. So, even if she did what they don't have the guts to do, and rebelled openly against Oze, they'd never back her up. If this is how they plan on going about taking down the Fire Lord, they're doing a mighty fine job of it. Their best plans so far have been attempts to kill princes or kidnap princesses, and yet they're so sure they're not part of the problem. And they thought killing you would help. I mean, how awful could they be? Song asked, grimacing and shaking her head. Sokka sighed. I want to believe it's just Zhangjiang's faction, though, he said. He implied he didn't agree with the operation in the capital, after all. Piandao wouldn't have agreed with taking me down, even Zhangjiang wanted it. There's disruption, disagreements, in their group. They're not of one mind, and I'm not surprised that's the case. From the looks of it, everyone who hates the Fire Nation and who managed to elude slavery, has joined the White Lotus, so, they've likely lost all sight of what their group's real objective is. You may be giving them too much credit, said Ruishi. Sokka shrugged. I'd rather think they're not worse than the Fire Nation, to a fault, said Sokka. I'd like to think that it's just pain that has driven them to these extremes, and that they will rethink what they're doing eventually. Isn't it the same as hoping the Fire Lord will see the error in his ways? Song asked, raising an eyebrow with uncertainty. Sokka shrugged. Hey, if he did it'd be better than if he keeps going as he has so far, right? He said. Imagine if Oze gave up the war because he realized it's pointless. It wouldn't fix all he wrecked, but at least he wouldn't destroy anything else, right? I guess, but, it's wishful, said Song, shrugging. Sokka smiled as he set down his chopsticks, the plate empty before him. A lot of things are. Doesn't mean they're outright impossible, he said, stretching and sighing. Anyways, I'm getting tired. Guess all those mahjong games did take a toll on me, huh? I'll help you upstairs, said Ruishi, bolting to his feet. Sokka smiled gratefully. Song sighed and busied herself with cleaning the dishes, worrisome thoughts coursing her mind. The White Lotus had been in the Fire Nation before, who was to say they wouldn't stage another attempt on Sokka's life while he was here? Could they assume he'd be safe just because he was in the capital? She doubted it. Maybe she would ask Ruishi if Sokka ought to have guards assigned to him until he was feeling better, though the idea of talking to him by herself worried her. They still had a lot to address, although, in the face of recent events, she felt foolish for worrying about that right now. Sokka's life could be in danger and she was still twiddling her thumbs about having kissed Ruishi for the wrong reasons. Once she heard footsteps headed downstairs, Song dropped the rag with which she had been drying some plates. She turned around just as Ruishi stood at the kitchen threshold, glancing at her from the corner of his eyes. He's settled in bed now. He may stop saying as many controversial things once he's rested, he said. Song smiled and shook her head. It's Sokka, he'll be controversial either way. That has nothing to do with how well he's rested, she said, swallowing hard after she finished talking. I'm sorry things were so hard in your journey, though. Truly, I can't begin to imagine how horrifying it must have been to be in your place. Yes, well, said Ruishi, with a grimace. Nobody thought it would come to that. I really thought we'd make it through without trouble. Things were far more complicated than they should have been. It sounds like you three did everything you could, though. That deserter, he planned everything at length, said Song. I guess he did, Ruishi said. It's safe to say we have never come across a worse foe. The White Lotus is certainly something to beware. Song looked at him remorsefully. Ruishi gritted his teeth. When it happened, I was left to just fight off my paralysis while the princess did her damnedest to reach Sokka. I don't know if I took a worse blow from the Shirshu, or if it was just her willpower, but she got to him before I could do anything to follow. And when I was finally able to get there, she had already cauterized his wounds, Song finished. I had never seen such desperation in her face, though, said Ruishi. I can't forget it. I can't forget how fragile she was that night. I never thought I'd see her like that. Song swallowed hard. She knew Ruishi cared about Azula, and she wasn't surprised he was so afflicted by the traumatic experience. But something told her he wasn't recounting this merely to vent about his sorrows. She bit her lip as he fell silent, wondering if he'd say something more. She has always been so strong, and yet the thought of losing him demolished every last one of her walls and rendered her defenseless, Ruishi finally continued. She couldn't help but cry. She could barely sleep afterwards, even when we knew he was stable. And nowadays, even though she's trying to keep up appearances, there's still a glint of that fear in her eyes, the same fear from that night. What she went through, it may as well have broken her. It's so horrible, said Song, shaking her head. Ruishi sighed, dropping his head against the wall. For all this time, I kept treating them as one would treat foolish teenagers with a reckless relationship. Maybe they behaved like it, so I thought it was warranted, pretty much, he said. I grew to understand them better after that journey, but I never expected to be so heartbroken by extension because of Sokka's fate. Before I knew it, I was hoping he'd be fine, not only because I was worried about him, but because she wouldn't have been able to recover otherwise. If anything worse had happened, she would have. I don't even want to imagine what she would have done. Song lowered her gaze. Despite her uncertainties, she stepped towards Ruishi, hoping to offer a little more consolation than her silence, if just by standing closer to him. He swallowed hard. I underestimated their bond, no doubt. I underestimated how much love really matters. I really thought they could have made a choice, they could have held back, they could have spared us the concerns about the future. But after that, I can't even begrudge them for surrendering to their feelings anymore. His life really is constantly at risk, and, well, I'd thought losing the one you love was the worst possible thing, but losing them without having been able to love them properly? I guess I guess that would have been much worse, wouldn't it? Actually, yes, said Song, smiling a little. I'd think so, anyways. Though I'd rather she never loses him at all, but still. Yet, if it were to happen, it would still be better if she doesn't spend the rest of her life wondering what might have been, said Ruishi. Truth be told, when situations like these happen, you rethink your priorities entirely. You realize things that used to be so important maybe really aren't as essential as you thought. We didn't even disguise their relationship in the village we found help in, and it wasn't until a while later that I realized that we had forgotten to do so. It was clear, though, that the princess barely cared anymore if others knew about their relationship, not when she was crying at the sight of his blood on her hands. His very life was at stake, and everything else became secondary. Everything else could be dealt with later. But he couldn't disappear. If he did, then all those secondary things would grow even more meaningless. Of course, said Song, sighing. It's safe to say, witnessing this opened my eyes to many things, Ruishi whispered. Not only regarding their relationship, but ours. Song froze. So that was where he was taking this conversation after all. Ruishi, before you say anything, I should probably explain. You were ashamed of having kissed me for the wrong reasons, Ruishi said. She blushed, staring at him with wide eyes. That's what the princess figured, anyways. Wait, you told her? She asked. Ruishi smiled weakly and shrugged. It came up. I just figured you had been covering for them that night, he said. Song lowered her gaze, bashful and ashamed. I'm so sorry. I really am, she said, gritting her teeth and closing her eyes. Ruishi smiled. You don't owe me any explanations, he said, surprising her. I enjoyed kissing you, really, for whatever reason it was. Your reluctance to see me, though, and how often you avoided me, that was what worried me. I'm sorry for that, too, she said. I just didn't think I should have done what I did, and I somehow punished myself for it that way. Huh. Well, Song, he said, turning so he would face her directly. I understand if you're reluctant. I won't force anything on you that you won't want. The only question I want answered, though, is, if you are interested in me in this way at all. If you say you aren't, it's the last you'll hear of this matter. I won't bother you anymore with it, and we may remain as friends, as we used to be. But, said Song, looking at him in confusion. Truthfully, I just want you to be happy, he said, with a weak smile. If you're not sure you'll find your happiness with me, I will relent without a problem. I promise. But wait, I don't think that's... she said, looking at him with uncertainty. Ruishi, I don't know what to say. I mean, I wronged you, I misled you, You did all those things, but honestly, said Ruishi. After seeing firsthand what it means to lose the one you love, I have trouble finding your apparent crimes as harmful as you do. You did what you thought you had to, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, it was your evading of me that worried me more, but I shouldn't have done that either, I'm so sorry. She said, covering her face with her hands. To her surprise, Ruishi took them in his own, so he could continue to look upon her. If it's forgiveness you want, you can have it, he said. Frankly, I don't think you acted all that harmfully in the first place. All I really want to know, Song, as I said, all I'll ask for is an answer. If you want to be with me, then... Then what? She asked, swallowing hard. What would happen with us? Well, I'd certainly be very happy, said Ruishi, with a shy smile. We could do whatever you'd like. As for me, I will have all I need just by knowing that you liked me at all. I do, she said. Ruishi's eyes widened this time. I like you a lot, actually. Oh, spirits, I can't believe I'm saying it, but... I am, huh? Oh dear. Ruishi's smile grew more sincere. She bit her lip and smiled bashfully at him, her cheeks flushed. If you're not ready for a relationship, that's fine too, he said. I know I come with baggage, and trouble. I am a captain of the Royal Guards, after all. I'm far from the best catch. You don't know what you're talking about, said Song, with a weak grin. Ruishi blushed. I don't know if I'm ready for a relationship, but if I am, I'd want it to be with you, for sure. It's just, are you sure about this? About, me? A common slave who, well, lied to you? Avoided you? Hurt you? Ruishi smiled and moved a hand to caress her hair. Song gazed into his eyes, barely noticing how close they were to each other. After all this time, Song, after all this distance, after everything I've seen and lived through, I've come to understand that our decisions define us. And I have decided that you matter more to me than whatever mistakes you might have made. We can work our way out of that obstacle, if we both want to. Truth is, I like you more than I've ever liked anyone else, and after what happened with those two, I've understood how fragile life really is. I understood that experiencing love, genuine, wholehearted love, is not only worth the risks and hard work, but it also can save your life when you least expect it. Maybe, she whispered, biting her lip. But I don't know if I'm good enough for you. I know you're better than good enough, he said, smiling. I guess I need to help you see it, too. Oh, Ruishi, she said, with a smile and a blush of her own. Are you sure, then? You choose me. I do, he whispered. Though I'm not the only one who has to make a decision. As I said, if you'd rather not do this, I'll never bother you with this again. I promise I'm not going to. His words were cut off when she surrounded him in a tight embrace. His own face flushed now, as he slowly embraced her, too. I'm so sorry, Ruishi. For wasting time, for hurting you, for. It's of no matter, he said, smiling. You don't have to feel bad about it, Song. I do want this, she said, looking up at him. It's not even a question, I do. But? Ruishi asked. Song smiled awkwardly. But what? I just thought you were going to give me a reason not to go for it, he said, smiling a little. You weren't. A reason not to be together. She whispered. We already know all the reasons. Why would I need to repeat them? Why, when we've established the risks are worth it. Ruishi's smile widened, and Song giggled as he pressed his forehead to hers. It took another awkward moment of hesitation until Ruishi finally dared kiss her. Song's heart drummed in her chest, her hands trembling on his chest. They gazed at each other once the kiss ended, and their smiles couldn't have been brighter. It seemed to Ruishi that he would be staying at this house for a little longer than he had originally envisioned, for Song took his hand and led him to sit at the couch with her. They still had many more things to talk about. Ose's brow had seldom been as furrowed. Zhao had paced through the room as the conversation flowed, but by now he had taken his seat by the vacant chair before Ose's desk, a hand covering his mouth as his brown eyes glowed with outrage. Angela occupied the other seat, and she breathed out slowly once she was finished recounting her tale. She had arrived as quickly as she could in the palace, hoping no rumors of Xin Long's strange flight pattern would reach Ose before she did. Her father had not been as overjoyed as he usually was upon seeing her. He had heard the news of Zhang Jiang's reappearance, and he had been desperate to hear the full story. He had heard it indeed by now. Angela merely stayed as she was, her eyes set on the mahogany desk as she waited for him to pass judgment over everything she'd explained. She had spoken automatically, retelling her experiences in the Earth Kingdom while skipping over what neither Ose nor Zhao needed to know. Her account of the attack on Sokka rendered them both speechless for at least a solid minute, until Ose finally cleared his throat and shook his head. White Lotus, he muttered, his golden eyes cold and ruthless. His fist tightened. Again, White Lotus. And again, they target you. Well, my gladiator. And it was linked to the previous attack, so I suppose it's not that surprising, she said. Ose huffed. Yet, the worst of our criminals, a traitor and deserter, aiding the White Lotus, he said. Leading them, according to what you discovered. And he's on the loose, for no one can even come close to capturing him. I believe it's time we hunt him down properly, as we always should have, said Zhao, frowning and looking at Oze. He was a traitor already, but this changes everything, Oze. If he's leading a rebel faction. From what he said to my gladiator, he mustn't be the only leader. He implied the leadership may be fractured, Angela said. He spoke of not approving of the attempt to rescue the men we captured in the capital, and also spoke of Piandeo's plans that Zhang disagreed with. Piandeo too, the bastard, said Oze, shaking his head. I used to hold some respect for the man, despite knowing he had no love for royals, but for him to plot using that boy to manipulate you into becoming their tool. I don't see how it would have worked at all, said Zhao. If the gladiator was not connected to the White Lotus through anyone but him, how could they have trusted he would influence the princess after Piandeo was gone? A foolish plan, if I've ever heard one. They don't seem to think a lot of matters thoroughly, Angela said. But they're dangerous, to be sure. It feels like every possible dissenter of the Fire Nation regime might be joining their ranks. We can't sit idly by while Zhang and Piandeo are gathering an army, for all we know. They need to be found, said Oze. Immediately. Create a task force, Zhao suggested. A special operations group that will apply our best reconnaissance tactics to find them. It won't be long before leads surface, leads that could bring us to their hiding place. It could be a solution, if only we had the troops to assemble into this task force you speak of, Angela said. Most soldiers are stationed in different colonies, and those who aren't there are at sea. Our army is always spread too thin. But this cannot go unpunished, said Zhao, looking at her sternly before realization dawned upon him. Unless, do you mean to find them yourself? Angela's eyes flickered towards him, betraying some guilt. She could barely contain her urge to do as Zhao had said, but she would only proceed if her father allowed it, yet unsurprisingly, his answer was not what Angela wished it would be. Absolutely not, Oze said. Angela frowned. I understand they're more dangerous than anything I've faced, but I won't be as reckless as I. She started, until Oze's stern frown silenced her. I will find my own way to handle this complication, he said, his voice charged with authority. You will not concern yourself with it any further. But I. She said, looking at him in confusion. I've been targeted by them, my gladiator was nearly killed, and I'm supposed to stand by and wait while some task force handles the White Lotus? Do you really trust a task force will be enough to succeed? As I said before, can you even start one? If we gather all the soldiers who aren't on duty right now, or perhaps set up a stricter conscription regime, said Zhao. Angela raised her eyebrows. The White Lotus could have an army, she said. If they're to be hunted down, it needs to be done by an effective leader, not by brand new recruits. And as effective as you may be, Princess, you can't hope to defeat this potential army with 10 royal guards, 1 gladiator, and a dragon, said Zhao. Not to mention, you are Fire Lord Oze's heir. You should be avoiding risks, not jumping headfirst into them. Your cousin did not fare well after doing the opposite, did he? I'm aware of that, but I don't like the idea of sitting idly by while I could be working to put a stop to them, too, said Angela, gritting her teeth. I'm sorry to hear that, Princess, but I'm afraid you will have no choice but to. Silence, both of you, said Oze, closing his eyes. I will not discuss the course of action any further. The White Lotus will be stopped, but I will be the one to decide how to defeat them. Of course, said Angela, bowing her head towards Oze, despite she was still disappointed. Even though facing the bulk of the White Lotus was an apprehensive idea, the rage she felt towards them infused her with such power she felt like Sozin's comet had returned all over again. Somehow, she felt as though she could defeat them with just that rage, but she also knew, just as the two men in the room knew it, that such thoughts were merely motivated by a reckless thirst for revenge. Reality surely would prove to be less than ideal, compared to her illusions to dismantle them by her own hand. I recommend that you spend the next days relaxing, Princess Angela, said Oze. Angela raised an eyebrow. See to it that you visit the royal spa. You have bags under your eyes. She said, flushing ever so slightly. She had thought she had covered up the marks well enough, but if that had been the case, Oze wouldn't have noticed them. I shall, father. Also, visit the head sage. Let him know gold fire served to heal that deadly wound, he said. He should rejoice upon discovering that there was a purpose to it, after all. Oh, of course, said Angela, nodding. But in the meantime, you are not to worry about the White Lotus anymore, said Jose, looking at her sternly. You are too close to this as you are. You are not thinking clearly, and you need distance to perceive their hazard for what it is. Whether you were right or not about most your theories, even if Iroh turns out to be the spy, as you feared, I want you to stay away from this matter from now on. I will deal with it myself. But, how? Angela asked. I'm not asking because I doubt you, I just... If I told you, you would not be keeping your distance from it, said Jose, with a small smile. Angela sighed and lowered her head in defeat. Of course. I understand. Do what you believe is right, she said, knowing Jose would do just that, regardless of her opinion. Do I have to keep my distance as well? Zhao asked. I haven't come across the White Lotus so far, so I'd think. You have just heard your former master, whom you resented, is one of their leaders, said Jose. You have your own reasons to be too close to this matter, even if it may not trouble you as much as it does Angela. I won't have you involved either. Well, that is simply marvelous, said Zhao, looking at Jose with disapproval. The Fire Lord raised his eyebrows. First, removed from the siege to the north. Now forbidden from joining your plans to uproot this rebellion. Did you bring me to the Fire Nation so I could be a wallflower, Jose? Is this defiance I hear? He asked. Truly, Zhao? Will we have to settle this with an Agni Kai? Why do you like settling all matters with Agni Kais? Is it because you know you'll always win? Zhao asked. Jose smirked. Indeed. Against anyone but Angela, I suppose, he said. Zhao snorted and shook his head. Like father, like daughter, he said, before growing serious again. I'd very much rather be involved in this, Jose. I can help. The princess was not wrong, leadership will be needed and only if we proceed with your recommended strategies, but I have made no promises to do that, said Jose. Zhao grimaced, confused. Busy yourself with your own matters, Zhao. Prepare for your eventual return to the north, maybe. You'll be returning soon? Angela asked. Zhao shrugged. Whenever your father commands it. I am, clearly, ever at his beck and call, he said. I suppose that's what friends are for, but being friends with the Fire Lord is more trouble than expected. Don't be so melodramatic, Zhao, said Jose, smirking. Melodramatic, really? Said Zhao. Well, then, I'll merely think about the north indeed. There's actually a new resource regarding the Northern Water Tribe that I should likely check on, all the way in the Earth Kingdom. Oh? Why is it the first time I hear of this? Jose asked. Because I heard about it myself only this morning. Said Zhao, with a dry smile. I shouldn't take that long to find it, I hope. If it's worth it, I'll introduce you to this resource directly. Ah? So you won't tell me what it is yet? Playing mysterious now. Aren't you doing the same? Said Zhao, smirking. Jose barked with laughter. You vile, clever soldier. As you'd have it. I suppose the only one amongst us who's not trying to be dark and mysterious is Angela, he said, smiling at her. His daughter smiled back somewhat uncomfortably. Everyone had secrets in this room, that was clear, but no one had a worse one than her. The longer Jose went without knowing that, the better. She's wise not to join in on this nonsense, truth be told, Zhao said, standing up. Oh, very well then, Jose, as ever you shall have your way. If you need my assistance in this matter somehow, please let me know. If not, I'll simply take off to check on that resource I mentioned. I shall do as much. Good luck with your mysterious quest, Admiral Zhao, said Jose, nodding. Zhao smiled proudly at him, and with that, exited the room. Angela swallowed, breathed deeply and made to follow Zhao's lead. The Admiral had left the door open behind him. I'll take my leave as well, then, she said, once she was standing up. May your plans bear fruit, Father. I truly hope that you'll succeed where I failed. Is that what your behavior is about? Jose asked. Angela froze. Do you think you failed me, Angela? She stood where she was, her eyes gleaming with fear and uncertainty. She knew what worried her most wasn't entirely about her failure towards her father, but on a larger scale about her failure to protect Sokka. Either way, Jose wasn't wrong about her behavior being related to failure indeed. She swallowed hard, and lowered her head. I'd hoped I could outmaneuver him, she said. I thought I'd read him correctly. I simply... You did the best anyone could have done, under your conditions, with what little knowledge and resources you had available, said Jose, standing up as well. If anything, it's a wonder that you almost made it back to Udeo safely. If we had only been quicker. She whispered. It is what it is, Angela, said Jose. I know you're not used to the feeling of failure, efficient as you always have been, but this was no mission. This was a chaotic situation that arose when you were scarcely prepared to handle it. You did far too well, considering the circumstances. Though I still would like to have a word with Shinu after this. Do you believe we would have been better off in the stronghold, after all? Angela asked. He cast you out into the wilderness, in the middle of the night, expecting you to fend for yourself so he wouldn't be held responsible for your safety, said Jose. A cowardly act, is what it was. A cursed fool. If I had anyone in mind to replace him, I'd do it in a heartbeat. That certainly lifts my spirits, somewhat, said Angela, with a weak smile. Well, that's good. Off you go to the temple, then, said Jose, nodding in her direction. Preserving the head sage's support is my job, yes, said Angela, nodding. I will go, then. I'll do my best to abide by your wishes, father. Good. You always do, said Jose, with an encouraging smirk. Angela bowed her head towards him and turned to leave the room, and Jose followed her to the door. He breathed deeply, waiting for a few minutes to pass before taking off as well, set on reaching the highest level of the palace's main wing. The high tower was seldom visited by anyone but him. No doubt Angela had explored it in her younger years, but she had never found what lurked within the shadows of the palace's peak. Secrets of many sorts were concealed here, along with artifacts of old that had been set aside, their meaning often forgotten. To anyone, this would be as good as a common storage. For Jose, it was a much more agreeable place than for most. He seldom left this place without finding answers for the questions he arrived with. He opened the doors with the proper keys. He cleared his throat, pacing through the dark room slowly, knowing he would be heard. The situation is more complex than I anticipated, he spoke. We cannot delay obtaining crucial information anymore. I have abided by that promise for far too long. I cannot do so anymore, not after this. He stepped to the right, at the darkest corner of the room. His eyes gleamed with determination as the space in front of him seemed to twirl, to change, until it finally developed a shape. A humanoid shape. Question them through your methods, Jose continued. The shape seemed to listen intently. Find the truth, drive them mad if you must to achieve it, but find it. Once you have acquired as much information as possible, return to me. It is time we put an end to this farce of a rebellion they've been attempting to hatch by hiding in plain sight. The creature shifted in the dark, moving towards the open window in the room. The hood that was heavy on his head shifted ever so slightly, so he could look at Jose from underneath the cloth. It shall be as you request, Lord Jose, spoke a broken, raspy voice. It was a contradictory blend of a deep and shrill voice in one. Then be on your way. We have time, but not forever, said Jose. This is your most delicate mission up to date. Do not fail me. I'd sooner die, Lord Jose. Then off you go, Cephas, Jose commanded. The dark shape made to jump out through the window, a plum of blackness bursting under his foot. But within a brief instant, that one humanoid figure was nowhere to be seen. Jose stepped towards the window, glanced down to the capital, wondering if he would find any sign of the morbid, dead-like man as he made his way through the air, relying on his myriad of dark skills to remain airborne. There was none. He was, as ever, untraceable. Jose smirked. The only problem with fulfilling her father's order was that it would require for her to tell the story of what happened in the Earth Kingdom for the umpteenth time, Angela realized. She knew she would be free from this burden eventually, but it couldn't be helped for now, when most people were concerned and confused about what had befallen her while she was abroad. She tried to be mechanical, systematic, without saying anything compromising or distressing, but as much as she tried, she failed at keeping the images from bursting in her mind again. Blood, on her hands, on her clothes, spilled around his limp body, and his blue eyes, beautiful and clear but clouded by the darkness that had threatened to yank him away from her. She clenched her fists on her lap as she finished the story. The head sage's reaction was nothing like her father's, for his jaw had dropped and his hands were covering his mouth. As much as she appreciated his empathy, she had never expected him to be so emotionally invested in her struggles. That is, oh, princess, that must have been terrifying. I'm so relieved you made it out safely, he said, shaking his head. To think I had looked up to the man once. As good as revered him. And he would demean and treat you and your gladiator this way, when you are so wise and talented that you have achieved fire-bending styles he could only ever dream of. What a fool. Fool is too light a word for what I'd call him, Angela confessed, her voice steady despite her emotions were threatening to spill out if she wasn't careful. As much as I've found this strange use for goldfire during this journey, it's far from the way I would have wanted to discover it. Cauterization of wounds is a complex matter, princess, said the head sage. It's a common enough practice, but no firebender should attempt it, usually. It has a tendency to worsen the damage, but you used goldfire and it worked. You were certainly fortunate that was the case. Indeed, said Angela, nodding. The head sage sighed and shook his head. And to think we even spoke about the deserter the last time we met. He said. A most unhappy coincidence, is it not? It was, or was it? Angela frowned, as the head sage stood up from his desk, searching for papers where he would write down the properties of goldfire. The princess stared at him intently, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Her suspicions were wrong, they had to be. They'd better be. I'm still quite amazed that it worked at all, said the head sage. But I'm sure the gladiator must be relieved that it did, of course. Indeed. He's back to eating like a wild beast and making ridiculous jokes, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. In no time I'm sure he'll be himself again. Great news indeed, he said. Truth is, I've never quite met him, have I? Perhaps for your next birthday, it's coming up soon, isn't it? It is, but I won't allow my gladiator to attend it, said Angela, determinedly. The head sage gazed at her in surprise. To avoid another crisis like the one from last year? He asked. With Governor Quan. Rather, to make sure he heals properly through the rest of his recovery, said Angela, breathing deeply and making to stand up. Oh? You're leaving already? The head sage asked. I thought, well, that we could test your goldfire a little more, that is, of course, if you're in the mood. If you're not. I have just returned home from what may have been my most catastrophic journey yet. I certainly would rather get some rest for the time being, she said. The head sage nodded, understanding. Of course, of course. You can come back when you've recovered from this shocking experience, he said, smiling gently at her. I shall do that, then. I do hope you'll excuse me, Angela said, trying to soften her harshness now as she bowed her head gently in the man's direction. He bowed with his entire torso. Go ahead, princess, he said, and with that, she was free to leave his study. She left the sage's office, walked through the whole temple, made her way to the palace again, and all the while, her heart was racing. She was definitely imagining things, she was thinking too much of it. Her mind was playing tricks on her, like the fortune teller had told her it would. But the idea was already taking root in her mind, just as it had happened when she had first suspected of her uncle's potentially dark dealings. Her father had ordered her to relax and forget about the White Lotus, but she couldn't do it. Part of her was apprehensive, perhaps even slightly scared, of what they were capable of. The other part, the reckless, proud side of her mind, was begging her to ask her father to let her lead the attack on the White Lotus, once they were found. She wanted to face Zhang herself and make him pay for it all. She wanted him to suffer through all the pain he had forced on Sokka, tenfold. She had never thought she could hate someone quite as ferociously as she hated the deserter, but nobody had ever been this close to tearing Sokka away from her for good. For so long she had feared, dreaded, that someone, something, would lure him away. That he'd change his mind, that he'd decide she truly was a monster, that he'd suddenly fall for someone else, that he'd choose his tribe above her. She had failed to consider that he could be ripped away from her unwillingly, even though the threat of his death was looming, ever present, because of the nature of their partnership and their relationship. His entire life revolved around circumstances that could easily lead to his death. He had fallen for her, for Azula, the one woman whose purity would certainly cost Sokka his life, and his line of work was in the fighting ring, where he had already faced murderous gladiators who'd been determined to kill him. But he had always come out triumphant. Even at his worst, he had still endured every trial. And he certainly had endured them this time, too, but the panic that had festered in her heart had yet to fade away. Every moment without him seemed to reopen the poorly mended wounds across it. Every single time she saw him sleeping she had to pay attention to the rise and fall of his chest to make sure he was still breathing. It was something that had never happened to her before. Her room felt safe, and her servants were as diligent as ever. They drew a bath for her, and she soaked in it while still battling the demons lurking in her mind. She sighed, her face between her hands, her hair framing and even hiding her eyes from the rest of the world. Her overwhelming misery and anxiety were easily masked before her father as fear of failure, but she needed to find a solution for them at haste. Her father would not stand for her to mope about this matter for long. She needed to get over it. Her birthday was coming again, that was right, she had to be in better shape for that. But as she donned her sleeping robe and dropped on her bed heavily, she realized chances were she wouldn't feel better anytime soon. She could put up a front, pretend she was fine, smile even if she constantly felt like there was an ice-cold metal hand clasping and squeezing her heart. But she needed a solution for this problem, and she had to find it sooner than later. Maybe she could fool her father, the nobility, the soldiers, perhaps even her friends, but there was someone she couldn't fool, someone who she wouldn't even consider trying to fool at this point, not when it came to this. And just by looking upon him she would constantly remember his bleeding, broken body in that clearing. The image blinked in her head again and she shook her head. She forced her eyes open, glared at the wall for a moment, but there it was again, in her mind's eye, and she cringed and huffed. Why? How? For how long would she have to endure this until she finally could forget it, or was it going to continue until she lost her mind for good? There was only one solution for this problem, at least only one she knew of. She had put it into effect every night on her barge, since she'd had the chance to do so, but right now she wouldn't be able to do the same so easily. She couldn't see him until tomorrow. She couldn't believably go to his house and expect nobody to notice. Only, her attempt at a nap had backfired for all the afternoon, and even a visit to the royal spa, to abide by her father's order, did nothing for her nerves. The masseuse had been aghast by the knots on her shoulders, and despite the older woman's best efforts were appreciated, Azula's stress didn't go anywhere. No number of royal hair combing sessions or manicures could change that, either. They were mindless activities. Her thoughts were back to square one before long. Dinner as well was simple, lonely, and quiet. She had never been one to dislike being alone, not in general, but she hated being alone right now. And it wasn't that any kind of company would suffice. She didn't want a distraction, didn't want a simple conversation, she just needed to know, for the 1000th time, if Sokka was alright. Inviting sheets were now foreboding, arid, no longer providing the comfort they should. There would be no rest to be found on her bed, not for now. There would be no peace found in a life, in a love like this. Not when the heavy weight of death was dragging her down to her knees, leading her to beg the spirits, the universe, whatever powers there would be, for Sokka's heart to keep beating. The images grew worse at night. They were too vivid, too shocking, even if she should have been used to them by now. Her entire body shivered uncontrollably in the middle of a warm night. She couldn't take it. She couldn't stand it. She needed to see him now. She needed to be by his side. Her reckless urge to destroy the White Lotus could go unfulfilled, but the reckless urge to see Sokka was unstoppable. She pushed herself up to a sitting position, as good as possessed by the idea now. She needed him. He would be fine, he had to be, nothing wrong could have happened, but she needed to see him to be sure of that. She needed to pull up the carpet, and fire up the entrance to the tunnels. She needed to hold him, feel the slow and steady rise of his chest. She needed to run as fast as her legs could carry her, the tunnels well memorized. She needed to see him, to touch him, to know he was real. To know he wasn't going to disappear through her fingers, as water from a stream cupped between weak hands. She needed him. Silence reigned in the two-story house. Only the sound of wind rattling the leaves of the trees outside seemed to echo within the wooden walls. The world slept. The world wasn't watching. They wouldn't see her even as she pushed doors open quietly, sliding through the walls with as little noise as she could. The floorboards creaked ever so slightly. She hoped it wouldn't wake him, though. She didn't want him to wake, she just wanted to be by his side, to see that he was fine, that her foolish worries were baseless. Laying her eyes upon him, even as he slept, usually was enough to drive the nightmarish images out of her mind. But a sound finally reached her ears just as she pushed his bedroom door open. The sound of paper, rustling softly. Her eyes widened and met his, finding his expression was just as dumbfounded as hers. As ever, she immediately felt stupid for worrying so much. He looked perfectly fine. He was sitting on the mattress, his back against the pillows, relaxing against the headrest of the bed. He had a book between his crossed legs, and a bowl of what looked like sizzle crisps next to him. Angela blinked blankly, and Sokka cocked his head to the side a little. "Angela," he said. "What, did something happen? Why are you here all of?" I just lost it, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have, wait, why are you standing up?" "No. Stay put. SHH. Song's asleep," said Sokka, as Angela rushed to his side to make sure he wouldn't climb off the bed. She dropped her hands on his shoulders and pushed him so he wouldn't climb off the mattress. Sokka pouted, setting aside the book somewhat clumsily and looking at her inquisitively from his sitting position. "Are you crazy, really?" Angela asked, looking at him disapprovingly. "You're supposed to be resting. Why are you even awake? Why are you? It's the middle of the night. Also, I've been sleeping almost all day, so I've gotten a fair share of rest," said Sokka, looking at her in confusion. "What happened, Angela? Are you okay? You look. I'm fine. I just," she said, sitting by the edge of the mattress and averting her gaze from his. Sokka frowned slightly. "You couldn't sleep," he concluded. She snorted and shrugged. "I suppose you'll wonder how is it I can't seem to sleep even though my body clearly demands for it, huh?" she whispered. Sokka smiled a little, lifting a hand to cup her face. "Not really. We're both insomniacs, seems like," he said. "Did you guess I'd be awake, or?" "No, I didn't expect you to be. I just wanted to make sure you were fine," she whispered, shaking her head. I know, it's a ridiculous reason for me to show up here in the middle of the night, but..." "Hey," he said, his free hand reaching out to clasp hers. "You can come find me whenever you need to. And I'm sure it'll never be ridiculous." "Huh. That's a lot of blind confidence in me, isn't it?" she said, with a weak smile. "What if I decide I need to see you just to ask whether you like eggs better fried or boiled?" Sokka chuckled and looked at her in disbelief as she closed her eyes and turned her face into his hand. She pressed a soft kiss to his palm, breathing deeply as her anxiety was soothed slowly but surely through Sokka's presence. "If that happens, I'll ask if you're serious because that sounds very surreal to me, mind you," he said, smiling. "But heck, whatever the result, it'll probably be entertaining if you want to cook eggs." "Your standards for entertainment are worrisome," Angela said. Sokka laughed and shrugged. "I'm making do while being basically bedridden," he said, gesturing at his book. "Been reading on cultural practices, according to some ancient Fire Nation philosopher, I guess. He talks about some really strange stuff I never knew about, from all around the world." "And you have snacks too?" Angela asked. Sokka grimaced and shrugged. "They're, soy sizzle crisps," he grunted. Angela blinked blankly. Wait, really? She asked. Sizzle crisps can be made out of soy. According to Song, yes, said Sokka, sighing. She says soy is one of the best foods for me to replenish my strength and rebuild my blood content, though she said liver was even better. I told her that if she's planning on giving me any, to at least not make it Komodo rhino. Huh. A wise decision, said Angela. Sokka bit his lip and smiled. Want to join in with reading? Could be fun. Unless you actually have something to talk about, that is that why you came? Did your dad react badly over what happened? No, he didn't, Angela said, shaking her head. Sokka hummed. Though he doesn't want me involved in any attempts to chase down the White Lotus. I guess he thinks I'm not fit for the challenge as I am. Well, you do need more sleep before you can chase anyone, said Sokka, with a weak smile. Angela snorted. He said something similar. Funny, she said, dropping on the bed beside him. Sokka smiled and pressed his forehead to hers. Seems like the only thing he and I ever agree on is that you need to look after yourself when you're not feeling well, said Sokka. I'd say, since we're the most important people in your life, you should listen to us. Oh, you are, huh? Angela asked, smiling a little. So cocky, boasting about it that way. What, am I not supposed to? He asked, smirking. I'm sorry if you'd rather I lied about this, but I'm pretty pleased that you love me, princess. Sure you are, she said, shaking her head and leaning closer to him. His lips met hers, and more of her anxiety and grief seemed to fade as the kiss's touch appeased her. She sighed and closed her eyes, pressing her lips to his constantly, but lovingly, slowly. It wasn't like her usual wild kisses, it was far too tender in comparison. It felt as though she were treasuring the very fact that she could do this, that she could still lie beside him and claim his lips with her own. And Sokka was happy to let her do it as many times as she pleased, responding to her every kiss. I missed you, he whispered. She hummed and leaned closer to him, draping her arm around his chest, where he had no bandages or burns she needed to worry about. I missed you too, she said, keeping her forehead against his. He smiled weakly. Surprising of you to say it so easily, though, he said. You usually remind me that we were together like, less than a day ago, or so. I guess. She said, sighing, and stroking his chest gently. Maybe it felt like we really spent an eternity apart this time. Must be because we didn't kiss before parting ways, he said, pouting. She smiled. It was bugging me all day, you know? I really had wanted to kiss you. Don't you always, she whispered, her fingers trailing his collarbone and neck. Her fingertips continued to rise, sliding over his stubble, stroking the hair on his chin ever so softly. She reached his lips, tracing their outline, and smiling whenever he kissed her fingers for what she was doing. You don't make it easy for me, you know, princess, he said, his voice deeper than usual. Her heart seemed to skip a beat upon hearing it. Maybe stop being so beautiful for a little while and I'll stop being so smitten. Oh? It's just my beauty, then? She asked, raising her eyebrows. All your beauty, yes, he said, smiling. Your bodies, your minds, your souls. That's beyond corny, she said, and he laughed. Well, maybe I am just that corny by nature, he said, kissing the tip of her nose. Besides, you asked for it. That was a trap and there was no way I'd jump into it defenseless. Of course, she said, smiling weakly and closing her eyes. Her fingers continued to trace him, slowly roaming his scars as they often did. Her caresses compelled him to relax, and to try to return the favor. His own hand rose to her cheek, knuckles grazing it softly. Nothing bad happened with your dad, then? He asked. Or was it something else bothered you? Well, it might have been something else, Angela admitted, shrugging. She bit her lip lightly before sighing, her brow drawn together. I'm just wondering if maybe I misjudged the situation, cast my vote too soon, something like that. What do you mean? Sokka inquired. What situation? The White Lotus, Angela said. I'm going against what my father commanded. He said I was supposed to rest and forget everything about them, but I couldn't. I can't. He thought it was a good idea for me to distract myself by visiting the head sage and telling him about the wonderful use of gold fire. Huh. And how did that go? Sokka asked. He frowned when she tensed around him. Maybe I'm losing my mind, she whispered. His eyes widened. Or maybe I am onto something by thinking he could be the reason this all happened in the first place. Whoa. Wait a minute, what? Said Sokka, his eyes wide. Azula sighed and dropped her head on his shoulder. He was the one who talked about Zhang in the first place. He was his friend once. He admired him. Now he says he doesn't anymore, but what if that's a lie? What if? What if he was the spy all along, and not Iroh? Sokka finished. Azula sighed. It seems extreme, but it's not impossible, is it? But isn't that crazy? Said Sokka, swallowing hard. A sage? I mean, you mentioned your father doesn't get along with him, but do you remember how the White Lotus people escaped from prison that day? Azula asked. Sokka frowned. Their friends were disguised as guards, pretended they'd been ordered to move the prisoners, right? Said Sokka. Azula nodded. The reason they had a chance to do it was because the man in charge of the prisoners, Captain Kuo, wasn't in the prison's premises at the time, said Azula. He wasn't there because my father was meditating in the temple, and Kuo had wanted to inform him of what had happened with the men he'd captured. The head sage didn't let him speak to my father, though. The head sage, if Kuo hadn't wasted all that time, he might have intercepted the White Lotus men just as they were breaking out the White Lotus agents, if not sooner. So, if you think about it, how do we know he's not the one who helped them? Sokka's eyes were wide, his heart beating a little faster than it should these days. He huffed and blinked blankly, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips while Azula looked at him somewhat desperately. I'm not going mad, am I? Whenever something happens involving the White Lotus, he's always connected, even if indirectly, she said. What if he told Zhang we would travel to Udeo, once he heard of it? What if? So, you think all his approval of you is a farce? Sokka asked. Because Zhang, the way he spoke of you, it didn't sound like he had a favorable opinion of you at all. Of course he doesn't, said Azula. Why would he? And why would the head sage, if you think about it? You're a talented firebender. If what he cared about is fire, rather than politics, said Sokka. Azula snorted. That's far too wishful. He's probably been involved in politics since long before I was born, and I'm quite sure he's still as interested in games of power as ever. But then what about Iroh? Said Sokka. He was suspicious as well, very suspicious. What of his link with the White Lotus? What about how he acted around me after what happened? The way he questioned me. The way he's been behaving all along, said Azula, sighing. He's suspicious, always has been. He could have easily tipped off Zhang as well, especially since he has been writing all those letters as of late. According to Toph, anyways. Heck, that's a very valid point, Sokka said, his eyes widening. He could have done it, and he has a motive to take revenge, to a degree. If you made it so Zuko can't be Fire Lord anymore, according to him, then he'd make me lose you, since you are, on great measure, the reason why I've risen as much as I have in the last years, she said, hiding her face in the crook of his neck. Revenge on relatively equal terms. Sounds like it. Do you really think he'd be that petty? Sokka whispered. She shrugged. I don't know what to think about any of this, she said. The more I ponder it, the more I worry about a potential secret alliance between Iroh and the head sage. I've never understood why they never joined forces to depose my father when Iroh returned home. You expected them to? He asked. She shrugged. I did. My father did. Everyone did, she said. My father had prepared for it, for the Agni Kai he knew he would have to fight, but Iroh didn't demand for the return of his birthright. He just remained complacent. If he was White Lotus, trying to put an end to the war, to the Fire Nation's regime, why didn't he act? I've never understood it. And I guess it's so confusing it literally keeps you up at night, huh? he whispered, surrounding her shoulders with an arm. She groaned. It's just a little trouble sleeping. It's nothing serious, she lied. You'll have more trouble yet if you keep thinking about this, Sokka said. Like I can help it. If I don't think about this. She started, but she stopped short of finishing her sentence. She couldn't tell him what was bothering her the most. She couldn't tell him that her constant mulling over what the White Lotus had done was more than just a whim, more than just a pursuit for revenge. It was one of the only ways to keep the image of his broken, bloodied body away from the forefront of her mind. What, you think no one will? Sokka guessed, trying to finish her sentence. Azula, you need to relax. To stop worrying about there being 2 spies instead of 1. We should just rejoice that we made it back home safely, shouldn't we? Did we, really? She muttered, but she sighed and shrugged. If you say so. Here, entertain yourself with this, he said, showing her the book he'd been reading. Azula frowned. A long study by some old Fire Nation crook, about traditions of other nations. Huh. Where did you get that? Azula asked, reaching to take the book in her hands. Song found it on sale, seems like nobody wanted it, said Sokka. And it's pretty damn old, too. Must be like 150 years old, if not older. Looks like, said Azula, stroking the brown cover with confusion before opening it. Are you sure you should be handling this sort of material when you're convalescing? Well, why not? He asked, pouting. Song changed my bandages earlier today, the wounds are well protected from the dust. I'll be fine. Heh, well. If you end up sick, don't say I didn't warn you, she said, turning the pages over with curiosity. Why this book? Because it's great to see what the world used to be like, said Sokka. You know, when you become Fire Lord, some of these traditions can come back, like the ones from the Earth Kingdom. I know it won't happen right away, but there used to be so many different things. The Southern Water Tribe, for instance, it's quite amazing. What about it? Azula asked, turning over the pages to find whatever he was referring to. There used to be more than one tribe down there, Sokka said. There were multiple ones, but they merged into a single one during the war, so we'd be able to join forces against the constant attacks from the Fire Nation. But according to this guy, they used to have yearly competitions of so many different kinds, measuring which tribe had spawned the strongest members of their newest generation. Also, he talks a little about southern waterbending. Whenever I go home, I'll have to tell my sister all about it. You said she was the last, didn't you? Azula asked. There was no master for her, right? No, she learned all she did by herself, said Sokka, with a fond smile until his eyebrow twitched. And she tormented me with everything she learned, too. And I bet you let her get away with all of it, didn't you? Azula asked, smiling a little. Sokka snorted and shrugged. Heck, she was my sister. I snapped at her, she snapped at me, but in the end, I knew she'd always get the upper hand somehow, he said. Azula smiled at him and shook her head. You shouldn't be so gallant, she said, sighing, and setting the book down. Well, I can't find the Water Tribes section. Most is about the Earth Kingdom. Oh, it's further back, said Sokka, taking the book and scrolling through it. By the time he opened it fully, blue pictures were indeed drawn on it, but one glance told Azula he had gotten the wrong section after all. Large symbols for the north were on the pages, decorating the section that described what looked like important rites of passage. Ah, well, that's the north, Sokka said, shrugging as he eyed the traditions that Azula was intrigued by. But we do that too, though not quite like that. Which one do you mean? She asked. Sokka gestured at the depiction of a nice house. This, building your own house, with your own 2 hands, to prove you're fit to raise a family. We'd do it with igloos in the south, though, he said. Azula bit her lip. Did you ever do it? She asked. Build one of them, I mean. Not quite, said Sokka, chuckling. Didn't need to. Had nobody to make a family with. Azula's heart seemed to race upon hearing those words. What fool she was to wish he'd say he would gladly build one of those igloos now that he'd found her. These guys seem to do it with waterbending mostly. Like, their buildings are all crafts of waterbending, said Sokka. So, I guess there were more waterbenders than non-bending warriors up north, eh? Possibly, said Azula, passing the page. The south is somewhere close by, yeah? Said Sokka, but Azula stopped on the very next page. Sokka bit his lip and smiled. And yep, that's the wedding rite, hee. See, they do the ritual by cutting their palms, too. I see, said Azula, smiling a little. The one I'm supposed to do with you. Just if you want to. He said, smiling enthusiastically. Unless you changed your mind about marrying me now, eh? I haven't changed my mind, though I still fear it's impossible to achieve, realistically. Azula whispered, pressing her lips softly to his shoulder as she passed the page. A drawing on the next one caught her attention. And how about this? Is this betrothal necklace the same for you, too? The what? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Heh, I probably missed this page, I didn't, whoa. Wait, what? Azula blinked blankly and looked at him. His eyes were wide, fixed upon the drawing. I take from your surprise that this is new information for you. She said. Sokka nodded at first, but then shook his head. And not as new as you'd think, he said. We, in the Southern Water Tribe, we don't do this. As soon as a guy finishes his igloo, he's proven himself capable of raising a family and taking a wife. Until then, he doesn't get to ask a woman to marry him at all, so I guess that's different, but I had seen a necklace like this before. Oh? Maybe it's a relic from times gone by? Azula inquired. It might be this tradition used to exist in the South Pole too and you didn't know it. Oh, no, it's not that simple, said Sokka, shaking his head. It was no relic, I'd seen it before, on someone from the South. On my sister. Wait, your sister? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Is she engaged to someone, then? Not at all, she got it as inheritance from my mother, said Sokka, swallowing hard. At Azula's confused stare he shook his head. Mother got it from my grandmother, the original owner of the necklace, who, I guess, told my dad to give it to his bride. Huh. That's confusing, said Azula, biting her lip. But wait a minute, didn't you say that your grandmother was from the Northern Water Tribe? Sokka finished. Azula's eyes widened with understanding. Yeah, and I said she ran away to avoid marriage, too. Which means, she gave away the necklace her old betrothed must have made for her. She had my dad give it to my mom, and mom to Katara, and they have no idea what it used to mean. Heh. It's somewhat cruel, I must say, said Azula, with a weak smile. She took that necklace and gave it a whole different meaning, didn't she? And what's worse is my sister and mother probably had no idea, said Sokka, chuckling. She never explained what the necklace was. I had no idea it was a symbol of betrothal. If Katara ever went up north they'd assume she's married or engaged to someone because of it, imagine that. Sounds awkward, said Azula, smiling and closing her eyes. Did your grandmother ever explain why she left? What was so wrong about the man she was supposed to marry? Heh, I don't know, said Sokka, shrugging. Maybe she just didn't love him. Azula smiled, leaning close and kissing his cheek softly. Sokka glanced at her, a small smile on his face too. And the South gave her the right man instead. Why am I not surprised? She whispered by his ear. Sokka chuckled. You'd have a few things in common, heh? He said, smiling sweetly at her. Azula stroked his cheek, tracing the still healing wound across it before letting her fingers slide to the back of his head. Sokka hummed. You think I'll have a scar on my cheek now? I don't know, Azula admitted. Wouldn't look bad if it did, but maybe it wasn't deep enough for one. I'd rather stop collecting scars, really, but if you don't mind it so much, I won't worry, he said, smiling. Azula's fingers trailed his scalp, brushing his short hairs gently, sliding up to his wolf's tail and undoing it. His hair fell as graciously as ever over his face, and she took to sliding her fingers through the tresses, basking in the soft touch of his straight hair. So, you'd get along with Gran, likely, said Sokka, smiling. I wonder what the look on my sister's face will be when I tell her what that necklace means. She might not believe it, your grandmother will have quite a story to explain, huh? Said Angela, closing her eyes and letting her head fall on his shoulder again. It should be a funny one, though, said Sokka, kissing the top of her head. Getting sleepy now? I guess. Angela whispered. Sokka smiled. Then sleep. It's okay, he whispered. It surprised her that he would clasp her hand in his, guiding her fingers towards his torso. She gritted her teeth, realizing what he was doing. She had snuck into his cabin every night ever since they had started traveling back to the Fire Nation. She had left her hand on his chest each of those times, feeling his soft heartbeat under her palm. She had tried to hold back from doing it until he was asleep, but it seemed he hadn't been all that unconscious after all. He had understood what she wanted, why she needed to touch his chest, to feel his heart against her hand. She sighed, pressing closer to him. Sokka kissed the top of her head once more, hoping she would know now that he understood what this was really about. Hoping that she wouldn't be scared anymore, that she'd know he wasn't judging her in any way, though he had no doubts appeasing Angela would take much more work than this. I love you, she whispered, breathlessly. His fingers squeezed hers, and his heart continued to beat underneath them. I love you more, he said, somewhat teasingly. Angela snorted and shook her head. Not possible, she whispered. He smiled and prodded her face with his nose. Try me. Angela knew he was coaxing her to raise her head, but she didn't quite want to comply at first. She didn't want him to see her tearful eyes, so she didn't let him. She kept her eyes closed and moved up to kiss him, not expecting her nose to crash with his chin before their lips could find each other. Ow, what are you headbutting me for? Sokka asked, chuckling. Angela groaned, rubbing her nose with her fingers at first before laughing at the ridiculousness of the situation. That's not how you prove you love me, you know. Shut up. She said, between laughs. She did open her eyes now, not afraid of showing her tears anymore even though they were still there. Again, he passed no judgment. He smiled and moved closer to her, kissing her lips gently. Her free hand cupped his face, compelling him to linger, to suspend, and help this moment last for as long as it could. Angela's lips stopped responding soon enough, and Sokka smiled gently. He pressed one last kiss to her brow and sighed while closing his own eyes. Indeed, they both would rest better if they were in the comfort of each other's arms. His fingers intertwined with hers, both hands still resting atop his beating heart. Chapter 130, Appeasing Angela 2. Hey, hey. Angela. It took her a moment to realize she was being shaken gently, and that a voice called her softly, but with urgency. When she finally registered it, though, she jumped so violently she scared Sokka too. Hey. It's okay, it's just me, he said, looking at her with surprise. Angela? You alright? Sorry, she said, her heart racing wildly now. Sokka swallowed hard. I'm the one who's sorry, you were sleeping so soundly, but it's starting to get brighter outside, he said, his jaw square as he looked out the window. Angela huffed. Of course it is. What a fool, she said, climbing off the bed hastily. Sokka sighed. I hope you got some rest after all. He said, but when he made to climb off the bed, she forced him back to it. What? Angela. You're not going anywhere. I can return to the palace just fine by myself, Angela assured him, pushing him down on the bed. Sokka pouted and she cupped his face between her hands. I love you. Stay put. I'll see you again later. You will? Sokka asked, with a weak smile. I'll be waiting then. As always. Angela's hands caressed his face gently. She kissed his lips one last time before parting ways. He lengthened the contact between them, holding her close by the nape of her neck. Angela sighed, unwilling to leave, but knowing she had no choice. She had been reckless enough with this escapade as it was. She took off without another word, and Sokka merely watched her go, the gentle smile on his face shifting into concern once Angela was out of sight. Some things escaped his observation skills at times, but he knew last night had happened for a reason. Angela had been lurking, sneaking into his cabin constantly ever since they had left Udeo, but Sokka had expected that to end once they returned home. It hadn't. It wasn't, of course, that he didn't want her around. He couldn't possibly be happier about waking up by her side, and if it were up to him, he would continue to do it for the rest of their lives. But this wasn't normal. Angela usually was eager to be by his side, no doubt, but this wasn't merely for the sake of it. Something deeper, more complicated, was at play here, and he had known as much for a long time. What they had lived through in the Earth Kingdom would come back to bite them, and it hurt Angela in more ways than it had hurt Sokka, it seemed. Still, he didn't blame her. He couldn't. Not when he realized that, had the situation been reversed, he would be the paranoid one, unable to let her out of his sight for longer than 5 minutes. He understood why she kept placing her hand on his chest, right above his heart. He didn't mind it, personally. He loved to be touched by her, no matter the intent of said touch, but he did mind that Angela was as troubled as she was. He had to do something about it. This situation couldn't carry on as it had. But what to do? How to speak to her about this, when he knew she would likely withdraw even more than she usually did. She still struggled when talking about difficult things with him more often than not, and the fact was that they had spent weeks together at sea, yet she had never spoken aloud about the anguish that brought her to visit him in the middle of the night, not even once. Tonight had been worse than before, even. She was struggling with her feelings, and he knew her well enough to understand why she wouldn't open up to him. She thought he already had enough matters to worry about to burden him with her troubles, too. He sighed, sinking in the bed and rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. There had to be something he could do. Anything to put her mind at ease, once more. She rushed back to her room, closed the trapdoor, rolled the carpet back in place. She cleaned up the sweat that clung to her after her race back home, and she jumped between the sheets again, trying her very hardest to conceal her nocturnal absence. She sighed, hoping she might get a few more hours of sleep, but it wasn't to be. After barely a half hour, the servants were in her room, to ready her for the day. She gave a good performance, without breaking the illusion of being the perfect princess, not even for an instant. Nobody seemed to notice anything was amiss with her. But although her servants weren't too observant, she wouldn't be able to drop her guard so fast. Her morning at the palace wouldn't end as quickly as she had hoped it would. A visit from her father, and his invitation to walk with him through the gardens, distracted her from her preparations to head back to Sokka's house immediately. I merely wanted to ensure that you're adapting well to your return home, Oze explained, as they paced together through the roofed hallways. Imperial guards followed at a safe distance, keeping up with the Fire Lord's rhythm while watching their surroundings warily. Angela raised an inquisitive eyebrow towards her father, whose eyes challenged her to speak her mind. She wouldn't fail to rise to said challenge. "It's the first time you're so concerned about something like that," she said. "Are you sure that's what this is about?" "Well, what else could it possibly be?" Oze asked, his arms behind his back. Angela snorted. "You're making sure I'm not trying to insert myself into the White Lotus investigation," she said. Oze sighed and shrugged. "I'm afraid I know you too well. I admit, I take no pride in my distrust, child," he said. "But you must understand it's for your own good. Those Med rebels have given you enough sorrows for a lifetime. You ought to concern yourself with less stressful matters. For instance, I've already arranged preparations for your birthday feast of this year. I'm sure you were so busy you forgot it was barely a few weeks away." "Huh. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, father," she said, smiling a little. Her birthday, it truly felt like such banal, meaningless celebration in the face of the current events. "It's fortunate I came home when I did." "Indeed. And as you can see, there are other things you could be focusing on rather than worrying about this tiresome matter. I will not see you waste away consumed by concern over the White Lotus," said Oze. Angela smiled, looking at him in mild disbelief. "Is this your way to look out for me, then?" she asked. "Making me worry about feasts while you take care of the real problems. You've had far more tastes of real problems than I did until I was around 15 years older than you, Angela," said Oze, raising his eyebrows. "I believe you need a break, even if a short one. You have already done much for the Fire Nation. So, sitting this one out isn't that grave an offense, said Angela. It's not an offense at all, to begin with, Jose stated. My father used to send his firstborn and his grandson into danger without thinking twice of it, and that wasn't the wisest idea, now, was it? I'm no such fool, so I will see to your safety, without limiting your possibilities, if I can avoid it. I appreciate that very much, father, Angela said, nodding towards him. Jose looked at her, his chin raised. Let it be known that I see to the crown princess's well-being, he said. At any rate, I don't want you to be stressed over your feast either. I have already prepared for it. And you've arranged for all my suitors to come sway me with ridiculously expensive gifts that won't impress me? Angela asked. Jose smiled. They had to be invited, he said. Though, of course you won't be impressed. It's in your blood. Indeed. I was born and raised in a palace, of all places, said Angela, looking at Jose somewhat skeptically. But the look in his eyes gave her pause. Or, did you mean something else? Jose said, startled out of a momentary daze by his daughter's question. He swallowed hard and looked away. I was merely thinking your mother wasn't easily impressed by jewelry either. But of course, for vastly different reasons. Angela's breath caught in her throat. Her father, willingly speaking about her mother? For the first time, someone had drawn a comparison between Angela and her mother, and it hadn't bothered the princess. If anything, the comparison itself had failed to sink in, shocked as she was upon hearing her father acknowledging her mother in front of her, after such a long time. Either way, I'm sure your suitors will be happy to congratulate you for your 23rd birthday. And I'm sure you will reject every last one of them, as you usually do, Jose continued, hoping to change the subject quickly. I no longer hold hopes to see your wedding happen anytime soon, truth be told. I only hope you're sensible enough to marry before you are no longer fit to carry children. I suppose, said Angela, with a weak grin. Would be a waste if our ever-powerful bloodline died with me, right? Indeed. And since your brother inherited all the worst and none of the best of our family, there is no point in hoping that his potential descendants will be of any use, said Jose. That is, of course, if any woman can bear with him long enough to procreate. Angela snorted, despite herself. Regardless of her current opinion on Zuko, she found it amusing to hear her father speak of his potential grandchildren and his son's love life this casually. Well, you surely don't know it, but he took a girl with him when he left, Angela said. At Jose's disgusted but inquisitive stare, she specified, a slave. Huh. Well, then, she surely bears with him because she has no choice. I pity her, he said. Angela bit her lip and looked at him with disbelieving amusement. I don't imagine he has a lot of luck with romance, but you may be underestimating him, she said. He did get my friend Mai to fall for him, for whatever reason. Ah, a suitable match she was, said Jose, sighing. But Zuko's erratic life certainly had no room for a wife, let alone one like her. Her relationship with her husband has been good, I take it. So far, yes, said Angela, nodding. Their son is a good child, too, and that's saying something. Not a lot of children are tolerable. I suppose you haven't seen her in some time, said Jose. What with being away for almost 2 months, perhaps you ought to visit her. It would be appropriate. I could. Said Angela, looking at him with curiosity. I guess Admiral Zhao's return has reminded you of the value of keeping in touch with your friends. Perhaps, said Jose, smirking. Though I do hope you won't try to train as harshly with your non-bender friends as I do with Zhao. I won't, said Angela, nodding. Well. I suppose it's a thought, then. I'll be out for the day, if you don't need me for anything else. As you well know now, I'd rather you spend your time elsewhere, instead of worrying here, he said. And since you can't distract yourself by training with your gladiator while he's convalescing, this is quite possibly the only way to entertain you, for the time being. Oh, of course, said Angela, swallowing hard and smiling weakly. You're right. Hopefully he will recover soon enough, said Jose. In the meantime, you can even train with your guards, perhaps. You shouldn't be complacent about your skills, but I don't need to tell you that, of course. I've always strived to follow your example, even when it comes to constant training, said Angela, smiling a little. Very well, then, I won't get in your way and I'll put your mind at ease. Thank you for this conversation, Father. There's no need to thank me, he said, smiling and waving his hand. Off you go, then. Angela smiled too and did as she was told. She paced almost absent-mindedly towards the dragon refuge, where Xian Long awaited patiently. He bumped her shoulder with his head, offering her some sorely needed physical contact, and she surrounded his neck with an arm. Hi. I missed you too, she said, stroking his hair gently. Xian Long groaned happily. Care to go for a flight? We could spend some time airborne together, if you'd like. I'm in no real hurry to go anywhere. Xian Long seemed puzzled by that, asking Angela why wouldn't she want to rush to see Sokka all of a sudden, especially after she'd done it the previous night. Angela's chest stung with the reminder of her actions, and she sighed and looked away from her dragon's golden gaze. I shouldn't go see him right away. I'll probably drop by at Mai's house today instead. My father would rather I spend the day with my friends, said Angela, with a dry smile. Xian Long groaned in confusion. Angela sighed. I don't know how closely he'll watch my movements. I'm better off doing as he says, at least at first. I can drop by to check on Sokka later today. Xian Long accepted his rider's decision, but he grew suspicious over whatever might have caused Oze to act this way. Angela patted his neck, reassuring him as she climbed on the saddle. I don't know, he's clearly hiding something. But we should take off now, shouldn't we? She said, rustling her dragon's mane a little. Xian Long puffed, shaking his mane in a proud gesture before darting out to the sky through one of the windows on the upper levels of the refuge. They rose high, and only then did Angela dare speak to her dragon freely. She sighed, relaxing over his neck while frowning heavily. If he had any suspicions about me and Sokka, he wouldn't be acting so casually, she said. He would have already punished me, already would have. She didn't finish the sentence, as her chest constrained by the mere reminder of what Oze could do to Sokka if he knew the truth. She swallowed hard, shaking her head and clutching the saddle harder. He's too calm. He's trying to get me to relax, and that's not what he'd do if he knew, unless he's trying to set me up. Angela said. But I doubt it. Not when he's clearly as outraged over the White Lotus's schemes as I am. I'm sure he's up to something weird, he just doesn't want me involved. It can't be about Sokka and me, not for real. Xian Long added that, if that were the case, she could just as easily spend the day with him instead of visiting her friends. Angela shook her head. I don't want to lie to my father more than necessary. If he wants me out of the way, he'll probably watch me at first, to make sure I do as he said. And if he noticed I'm heading to Sokka's place when he's indisposed, well, that'd be the best way to make him suspect us, wouldn't it? Xian Long seemed to sigh, but he understood Angela's point. She stroked his mane reassuringly as he landed before Mai's doorstep. I'll call you again in the afternoon, I suppose, Angela said, as she climbed off his saddle. Have a fun day chasing squirrel rats or wolf bats, whatever you like best, but claws off the livestock, okay? Xian Long huffed, rolling his eyes. Angela smiled as he turned on his heels and left her before the door. She breathed deeply and stepped up to the doorway, knocking on the wood lightly. Mai herself answered the door, and to Angela's surprise, her friend's eyes widened upon meeting hers. It wasn't like Mai at all to show that much emotion, it was especially strange for her to reach out her hand to touch Angela's shoulder. You're back. You're okay, she said, frowning in concern. Angela gulped and nodded. Somehow, yeah, she said. I take it you've heard stories about what happened. Hideous stories. You wouldn't believe how bad, she said, shaking her head. Goodness, Ty Lee has been hysterical. You haven't seen her yet, have you? No, your house was closer, so I came here instead, said Angela, shrugging. Mai sighed. Well, I can set up a carriage, we can go see her. It's such a relief to see you in one piece, said Mai. I mean, I knew there was no way anything too awful had happened, it's you after all, but... Truth be told, it was bad enough as it was, said Angela, looking at her matter-of-factly. And actually, yes, we should go to Tylee's place. I'd rather just tell the story once instead of repeating myself for the 1000th time when she asks about it. Agreed, said Mai, breathing deeply and dropping her hand at last. Angela smiled weakly. It's good to see you, truly. I don't think you'd ever worried us as much as you did this time. I don't think I ever gave you as much cause for it, truth be told, she said, as the two of them entered the house. Mai would take you a day with them, as she always did. Even when I was stuck in a forest for a week, nobody heard of it until I was safe again. I suppose it's harder to keep rumors in check when it comes to madmen hunting us down. Us. Mai repeated, raising her eyebrows. It wasn't about you specifically. Angela sighed and shook her head. Mai's narrow eyes were wide again. I'll explain when we get to Tylee's, Angela said. Mai gulped and nodded. Uday was curious upon seeing Angela again. He was blurting out random strings of words, some slightly coherent, others not so much, and he had learned how to stand up and walk a few paces by now. He spent the whole carriage trip rambling nonsense to his mother, who had no opportunities to talk to Angela because of him, but the two women didn't mind it so much. Questions would be best saved for once they reached their destination. Haru answered the door at Tylee's house, and he gasped in relief as well upon seeing Angela. The princess grimaced as she entered the house, wondering if the rumors were actually worse than what she had experienced, if that was possible. Did people assume she had died? Did they think Sokka had? She cringed upon thinking that the second thing had not been too far from the truth. Tylee! Haru called, rushing through the house and glancing upstairs. The princess is here. What? They heard Tylee exclaim right back. Angela raised an eyebrow and glanced at Haru questioningly. Were you two, by any chance? She asked. Haru blushed and shook his head. She's just a late sleeper. I went to wake her a while ago, but she said she wanted to sleep in a little longer, he said, shrugging. But this should be enough to get her out of bed right away. Almost on cue, Tylee showed up at the top of the stairs, her hair a mess, looking as though she had changed into her clothes in a matter of seconds, which she probably had. Her eyes, much like everyone else's, took in Angela's presence for a moment but, unlike everyone else, they were filled with tears in the blink of an eye. Angela! She exclaimed, bolting through the stairs in an acrobatic way that only she could have pulled off. She managed to rush down without tripping, despite she was skipping over multiple steps at a time to reach her friend. It wasn't every day that Angela accepted Tylee's forceful hugs, but she wasn't in the mood to push her off. She gritted her teeth and patted her friend's back, as Tylee clutched her in disbelief, tears running down her face. You're okay? You are? She asked, before pulling away and looking at Angela. Goodness, what on earth happened to you? We heard rumors, so many of them, but the fact that you're not just worried, but reluctant to believe in rumors, speaks very loudly about how bad they were, said Angela, with a weak smile. You were attacked in Udeo? Mai asked. Angela shook her head. Not exactly. It's a little more complicated than that, she said. Tylee gulped and nodded. I'll make us some tea, she whispered. She could tell this would be a long conversation. Haru took to distracting Uday, something he was remarkably good at, as he juggled for the child with his earthbending skills. Uday kept laughing, trying to grab the glass balls Haru was bending, but Haru would always make sure they stayed out of his reach. Meanwhile, the three girls sat by the living room's table, with Angela staring out at the garden Sokka and Haru had always trained at. The last time they had been here came to mind. She breathed deeply, trying to keep her focus on the conversation they were supposed to hold instead of getting distracted by thoughts of him, as usual. The story of the attack in Udeo is real, but I wasn't there when it happened, Angela started. Mai and Tylee stared at her apprehensively. We had left the city, hoping to aid Puhui's stronghold, which was being threatened by a Fire Nation traitor, Zhang, also known as the Deserter. He was behind everything that happened, of course. He had set up the attack to the stronghold to leave Udeo defenseless once reinforcements were sent to the military base. All of it so he could find, so he could find Sokka in the city, that is, if Sokka had stayed there in the first place. Sokka! Ty Lee exclaimed, her eyes wide. Mai swallowed hard, setting down her cup. Angela's words from earlier took a different meaning now. Why Sokka? What exactly? Huh. So you didn't hear of what happened to him? Angela said. I guess rumors travel a lot more clumsily than I gave them credit for. What do you mean? Is he okay? Ty Lee asked. Not quite, Angela admitted, lowering her eyes. The whole mess happened because Zhang Zhang is a White Lotus leader. He was after him. Oh, no. Oh, heavens no. Said Ty Lee, her eyes wide. What did he want? Revenge? Mai asked. Angela shrugged. Something like that, said Angela. On some level, yes. On another, he wanted to prove himself right, by proving to the rest of the White Lotus that Sokka was a fool that got corrupted by the Fire Nation's evil ways, and that he'd never influence me towards being a better leader than my father. What? You mean, they wanted to use him? Mai asked. Angela nodded. They saw him as a pawn in a game he had no idea he was playing. Turns out he has a lot more agency than they ever expected him to, said Angela. So, since the deserter couldn't wrap his head around the idea that someone might think the Fire Nation isn't completely rotten, he decided Sokka had to die for it. What? Ty Lee exclaimed. Please tell me he didn't. No, he didn't kill him, Angela muttered, closing her eyes. But not for a lack of trying. I almost failed at saving him. If I'd wasted another moment, he could have. Oh, hell, oh, Angela, said Ty Lee, shaking her head and burying her face in her hands. Mai breathed deeply and looked at Angela sternly. How is he? How bad was the damage? He's recovering, Angela said, doing her best to remain fully composed, no matter how painful these explanations proved to be. He was bedridden for a time, but he's too weak to move too much, even now. The wound was, well, they were a set of large cuts to his abdomen. It was done by a creature, a Shirshu. Zhang Zhang used it so he wouldn't have to finish the job himself, pretty much. Sokka is lucky that he chose to do that, said Mai. Angela frowned. From what I know, the deserter is one of the most powerful firebenders there's ever been. Sokka might not have survived at all if. Fair, said Angela, shrugging and shaking her head. But it was bad enough as it was either way. Zhang Zhang damn near got away with it. But, how? I don't understand any of this, weren't you guys in the stronghold? Ty Lee asked, grimacing. How did he find you, how did he even have a chance to do this? Angela breathed deeply, and retold the rest of the details for her friends. By the time she was explaining the attack to their carriage, her chest was constrained with fear and anxiety once more, a sensation far too common and terribly familiar for her, at this point in time. After I was paralyzed by the beast, I managed to move even if just by crawling, Angela said. I found him alone, after the creature struck him. He was bleeding, a lot. Too much. I wasted a lot of time panicking, not even thinking for a moment, fool I am, that I could have helped him with my fire. Wait, by cauterizing the wounds. Said Mai. But cauterization isn't done through direct fire, you'd have needed to heat up metal, or... Turns out gold fire has strange properties, said Angela. Both Mai and Ty Lee stared at her in surprise now. I didn't think of it right away, but Sokka said he was cold. I conjured fire, when it became gold, a spark fell on his wound. It seemed to help somehow. And since I had no idea what else to do, I used the gold fire to cauterize the wounds directly. Not the healthiest idea, for sure, and I've left him covered in burns again, but he's alive. He made it, somehow. That's such good news, but so scary too, said Ty Lee, sniffing and biting back tears. And you say he's recovering? He'll be better soon, right? I hope, said Angela, shrugging. It'll be a while before he is, though. He has never taken this much damage, not even when the blind bandit pummeled him back in the day. As long as he doesn't do anything crazy, he should be fine in due time, said Mai, sighing. For now, though, I guess he'll be anemic. That sort of blood loss is hard to make up for. Indeed. And even though he's mostly back to eating the way he used to, it's not enough to make up for everything he lost, said Angela, shaking her head. Anyways, what exactly were the rumors you heard? You were so worried. The story was that they'd attacked you Deo and taken you, said Mai, frowning. Angela huffed. Well, one of the stories, at any rate. There was another story that said you'd taken off to chase after them once they attacked. Some people said you were captured, others said you were dead. It was awful, said Tai Li, grimacing. I'd never been so afraid for you before. Well, I guess we were all afraid. For very different reasons, said Angela, sighing. But I'm fine, as you can see. I'm just shaken up, said Mai. And you have every right to be. Anyone in your position would be. But he'll be fine. He's already recovering, so everything will be back to normal soon, Tai Li said. Angela nodded. Not soon enough, I guess, but yes, she said. And I'd be with him now, but. Mai asked. My father has very cleverly pointed out that I can't train with Sokka as he is right now, said Angela, with a sarcastic smile. So he said I should likely spend my day doing other things, to distract myself from the very stressful matter of discovering what the White Lotus is up to, who they really are, and, well, anything about them. That spy you'd mentioned ages ago, said Mai. You still haven't found them? No. And what's worse, now I have two suspects, said Angela, her sarcastic smile widening as she shook her head and sighed. It's a pain. We know we have at least one White Lotus agent under our very noses, and who knows how many more members are infiltrating this city, probably masquerading as honorary Fire Nation citizens. It's not that far-fetched that I'd worry about what any of them might dare do to Sokka if they find out he's back and badly wounded, right? No, not at all, said Tai Li, swallowing hard. You should assign one of your guards to keep watch over him, Mai suggested. I know you'd rather do it yourself, but if your father will be keeping a closer eye on you nowadays, you'll have to find another way to protect him. Angela sighed, but nodded. It was a good plan, the best strategy so far. She'd considered it earlier, although it wasn't until this morning that she had been blasted by her father's reality blow. There was no other choice at this point if she wanted to be sure Sokka would be safe. Indeed, I'll have to do that, she whispered. He's become friends with some of my guards after all. I'm sure some might be fine with checking on him frequently. I'm so sorry all this happened, Angela, said Tai Li, swallowing hard and looking at her remorsefully. If you need anything from us, anything at all? Well, I may have to drop by to bother you more often than usual, if just to soothe my father's concerns, said Angela. But other than that, I don't know what else you could do. Tai Li and Mai eyed their friend worriedly. Never before had they seen her as defeated, as miserable, as she was right now. Her concern for Sokka was palpable, and no doubt she was resisting the reckless urges to rush to see him right away. But she couldn't do it, not yet. She had to wait until later, and only visit him briefly, too, so her father's suspicions would be kept at bay. Maybe she would sneak in at night again, if the coast seemed clear, but for now, she couldn't be so reckless in broad daylight. How about you train with us, for a change? Said Tai Li, smiling a little and hoping her idea wouldn't backfire. Angela's brow furrowed a little. I know it's been forever since we last did, but maybe that could help you. Angela didn't seem to be convinced, not at all, so Tai Li lowered her head. But to her surprise, the princess took her teacup and drained it quickly. Should help pass the time, at least, she whispered, as a response. Both Mai and Tai Li were startled after her unexpected answer. But I get to bend now. You're not getting away with more of those no-bending rules as you used to. Well, you're way too strong with your bending. Tai Li exclaimed. Mai smiled. And she's way too strong without it, too. Pick your poison, she told Tai Li. To Angela's surprise, Mai's comment actually made her smile. She set down her cup, pushed herself to her feet and her two friends followed. Despite her initial reservations, this just might turn out to be a good idea. Angela couldn't remember the last time the three of them sparred together this way. She did remember the first times, though. They were but children back when Ty Lee learned basics of chi blocking in a self-defense class, and after successfully blocking Angela's right arm, the princess, frightened and outraged, responded with an onslaught of fire-bending with her other limbs. Naturally, the chi-blocking rookie had fled from her friend's attacks, screaming in panic. Mai had been caught in the crossfire too, and in the end Ursa had scolded her limp-armed daughter while her friends made sure their clothes hadn't been charred by the flames. Mai had developed a penchant for knives when she was a teenager. She frequently conjured them to threaten Angela away from her if she noticed the princess was mischievously scheming to drag her into another all-out fight between the three of them. Ty Lee's chi blocking had improved too in time, and she had lost some of the fear she used to have for Angela's abilities, though not completely. So, even though Mai always complained, the three girls found themselves sparring quite frequently ever since Angela's father had become Fire Lord. It had pleased Oze back then that Angela would have allies she could count on to continue exploring her potential as a fighter. Time had changed many things, and as Angela followed her own path, hoping to become a powerful leader, honing her skills through constant, frequent training, her friends had moved on to other pursuits. Mai's relationship with Ruan Jian, along with their growing family, took up most her time, while Ty Lee had been very busy with her circus at first, and then she had tried to lead a low-profile life until the gladiator business caught her interest. Only after Angela had needed their help with training Sokka had the two girls tested their fighting aptitudes again, and even then, everyone's focus was always on Sokka. Their time of sparring, thus, had seemed a thing of the past until it was revived just now. Knives flew through the air, bursts of fire rejected them, and efficient stabs to chi points abounded that afternoon. Ty Lee mostly snuck away from her friends, and Angela and Mai tried their best not to turn their backs on her, but she was rather quick and nimble even after so many years. Mai's agility, surprisingly, had barely changed even after she had spent so long focusing mostly on being a mother. She still could cast knives with expertise, managing to pin Angela to a tree, and cutting Ty Lee's shirt at one point, at which she complained about having to buy a new one. But much as it had been in the past, Angela remained the more physically able of the three. Even after a bout where she had promised not to firebend, and she had abided by that promise indeed, she had proven she could hold her own just fine against them, even managing to defeat Ty Lee by using one of Mai's knives to stick the girl's braid to one of the walls of her house. Training and working out always served as a good emotional outlet for Angela, and she was pleased to find it still worked, even now. Although she didn't dare put her gratefulness into words as earnestly as she should have, she was grateful for what Mai and Ty Lee had done for her that day. "We can do this again whenever you like. Though, don't attack my hair again, that wasn't nice," Ty Lee pouted after the sparring was done, as Haru brushed her locks gently by the house's veranda. Angela smiled and shrugged as innocently as she could. Mai only smirked as she held her napping son in her arms. "If you give me an opening, I'm not about to waste it." "It's how it always has been," the princess responded. "Yeah, like when you pushed me for cartwheeling better than you." "Indeed. How much better were you if a simple push would knock you down so easily?" Angela said, smirking with malice. Mai actually snorted, looking at her friend in disbelief. Ty Lee huffed and shook her head, but she smiled soon enough. "Your competitiveness is impossible, Angela, really," she said, with a defeated sigh. Still, she couldn't be all that mad. As Mai pointed out later, Angela took off on her dragon around mid-afternoon, leaving her two friends behind to ponder the events of the day. "It's a surprise she could fight so well when burdened with that sort of grief," said Mai. Ty Lee nodded. "It's why I don't mind if she's being mean. At least, not right now," she said, smiling a little. "She's been through a lot since we last saw her. I'd never seen her so sad before." "Neither had I," Mai whispered. "Let's hope this is the saddest we'll ever see her." Ty Lee nodded. There was little they could do at this point other than hope and wish that their friend's future would have no more anguish of this manner, ever again. Her heart hadn't been troubled for as long as she had been distracted by that sparring session. It seemed her father had been right after all, and she needed to relax and unwind. But it wasn't long before the training session ended that she'd had the urge, again, to see Sokka and ascertain he was fine. She had taken her leave, still as calmly as possible, but as she rode Xin Long on her way to his house, images of what had happened in the Earth Kingdom flashed in her mind again, worsening at every moment. She gritted her teeth, breathing heavily, ushering Xin Long to fly faster, jumping off his saddle even before he was done landing on Sokka's backyard. She rushed through the living room, climbed the stairs and hastily past Song's room. His door was there, and she opened it almost brusquely. And there he was, lying face up on the bed, sleeping soundly. His bare chest, with the bandages on his lower torso, was in plain sight. She could see it rise and fall with each intake and release of breath. As ever, she sighed in relief and entered the room, regardless of his unconsciousness, the dark grip of those nightmarish images fading from her mind once more. She sat beside him, caressing his hair gently and brushing it away from his face. He didn't wake up at first, so she continued to do it, but he suddenly jolted up, blinking blankly and staring at her with unfocused eyes. "Hey, Angela," he whispered. "Hey," she said, cupping his face. "Sorry I woke you." "Don't worry. Though why didn't you come earlier?" Sokka asked, frowning, and rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. "You usually spend the day here, but since you hadn't, I figured you weren't coming at all." "When I can, yes," said Angela. "But as it happens, my father, he seemed to think I had no business visiting you as I usually do. He thinks I use you for training, after all, so if I was to keep him off our trail I couldn't drop by right away." "Oh. That makes sense," said Sokka, with a weak smile. "And here I thought you were bored of me. But I suppose that's impossible, huh? I am too much fun for you. Huh. I see you've woken full of confidence," said Angela, smiling. "Good to know." Sokka smiled mischievously, though his eyes were gentle. The princess's hand found his, linking their fingers. "It's always great to wake up to see your face, though," he said, breathing deeply as he pushed himself up. Angela jumped. "No need to move, Sokka, you should just..." she started. Sokka smiled and shook his head. "I wasn't all that comfortable. Don't worry, though, I'm not so weak anymore. I can sit up without much trouble," he said, squeezing her fingers. "How have you been?" "Had a good day. I guess." "It could have been far worse," Angela admitted, shrugging. "I actually went training with Mai and Ty Lee for the first time in ages. It was my father's idea. He thought I ought to visit them, though, since I didn't want him keeping an eye on what I did, I figured I'd spend most the day with them." "Huh, I hope you had fun, then," said Sokka, smiling and lifting her hand to kiss her fingers. Angela sighed and moved closer to him. "Though I'll admit, this business with your dad isn't reassuring. Why is he keeping such close tabs on what you do, all of a sudden?" "I don't know for sure," Angela admitted. "From the looks of it, he just doesn't want me worrying about the White Lotus anymore. He even brought up my birthday feast as a distraction." "Whoa. It's true. Your birthday is coming," Sokka said, grimacing. Angela smiled. "That's not really something to worry about, is it?" she said, caressing his hair. "And if you so much as dare consider building something as insane as Xin Long's armor this time around, I'll strap you down to this bed myself to make sure you can't." "Oh, we're tying each other up now?" "Sounds like fun," he said, smiling furtively. "Do I get to tie you up too?" "Absolutely not," said Angela smiling. Sokka pouted. "So stingy," he said, shaking his head before sighing. "So, he just wants you distracted. But he thinks I'm no good as a distraction." "I guess," Angela said. "He thinks all we do is train, and if we're to keep him thinking that, then you probably can't come to see me as often as you'd like," said Sokka, frowning. "Should you really be here right now, for starters?" I guess not. But I won't stay here long," she said. "As far as he knows, I'm only checking on you, right? To make sure you got home safely." "Right. He'd never know you snuck in here yesterday at night anyways," said Sokka, with a crooked grin. Angela nodded. "Doing that too often may represent a risk, but maybe it's the only way we'll spend time together at all at this point. So, I guess I can go now," but tonight. Wait, what? Said Sokka, frowning a little. Angela. What is it? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow at his troubled expression. I certainly enjoy the company, how wouldn't I? But, didn't you just say it's risky to do this often? He asked. What if you're needed, for whatever reason, and they don't find you in your room? What if a servant goes inside, too, and they notice you're not there? I guess it's not impossible. Still, I have to say, that sort of thing seldom happens. Said Angela. Sokka gulped. I'd say you can sneak around once in a while, but doing it every night would be. So, you think I shouldn't come see you? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. You think I should just abide by my father's wishes, leave you be until you've healed fully? It's not about what I want or don't want, Sokka muttered. But if it were? I just want you safe, and out of trouble. You've already risked a lot, and I don't want you to risk more if just. You're the one who always takes the worst risks, Angela replied, shaking her head. You just. I get it, all right? I do. I know I shouldn't do this. I've been able to withstand months without seeing you before, why not this time? But. Sokka swallowed hard, watching her tense up. Her eyes avoided his. Angela. I'm a mess, yes. I understand, she said, gritting her teeth. I'm endangering us both with my recklessness, and I shouldn't have. You're right. You're right. I need to get a hold of myself, and... No. Wait a moment. Sokka said, clasping her wrist and making sure she wouldn't leave, especially so she wouldn't leave as distraught as she was. Even now, Angela still avoided meeting his eyes. That's not what I mean. Angela, you're... I'm fine. I will be, I'm fine, I just need... You need to talk to me about what's troubling you, Sokka finally blurted out, frowning. I know you're not alright. I know what alright is for you, and this isn't it. It hasn't been since. I'm sorry, okay? I wish I wasn't acting as I am, I really do, Angela said, as good as snarling now. If I could stop it, I swear to you I would in a heartbeat, but... Sokka said. Angela swallowed and shook her head. This is stupid. It's ridiculous. Why the blazes would I burden you with my pathetic problems when I'm what? Sokka asked, looking at her sternly. Angela still didn't dare look at him. When I'm the one who almost got killed, is it? Angela swallowed hard again. He could feel her trying to inch away, to avoid this conversation, but he wouldn't let her. He breathed deeply. We do need to talk about this, Angela. Whenever you're ready, yes, but, we need to, he said. I'm not saying you're forbidden from coming at night anymore, and I don't like being away from you any more than you do. Truth is, I want to help you. I should be the one helping you, not the other way around, Angela snapped, huffing. Maybe if I help you, you'll be helping me by letting me help you. Sokka said, with a weak smile. Angela frowned. No? Really? That's strange, she said, looking at him at last. His blue eyes were as beautiful, as inviting as ever. But I don't think it makes sense. I don't think I should. Look, whatever you need to do, I'm here for you, Sokka said. If it turns out that you can't sleep unless I'm with you, then drop by and I'll be here waiting happily. But, lock up your room properly so nobody can go inside and find you're not there, Heh. I guess that's one way to solve that problem, said Angela, shrugging. Maybe, do that tonight, Sokka said. Angela stiffened. If you don't want to talk things over right now, because you should run back to appease your dad, then we can talk tonight instead. And once we do, we can decide on a course of action from now on. We'll find a way to deal with all these obstacles, Angela. We always do. I guess, she whispered, lowering her eyes again. Are you sure I should come, though? You had a point, earlier. Locking all accesses to your room should be fine for one night, said Sokka, with a gentle smile. If it's not, you can come up with a false story, maybe? Tell them you went on a midnight trip with Xin Long and it dragged on a little longer than intended? I don't know. Hopefully I'll think of something more believable than that, Angela said, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Sokka pouted. It's something, though, he mumbled. She smiled and looked at him with uncertainty. So, we're going to talk things through? She asked. Sokka nodded. It's only right, isn't it? He whispered. It's what we keep saying we need to do in these sorts of situations, too. And I get it if you are not comfortable talking about it yet, but I'd hope you know that I'm not going to be bothered by anything you share with me. Else I would have freaked out about other things you've told me, right? Heh. Maybe I can still scare you off, Angela said, with a slightly defiant smile. Sokka smiled back, leaning closer to her and kissing her lips softly. Angela sighed, kissing him back gratefully. He was right, of course. He could be trusted. She could tell him anything, she always did, so she could talk about this. Even though it would sound ridiculous, no doubt, to tell him about the image that plagued her mind constantly when he had lived through that nightmare himself, but she would do it. She would do it that night. Voicing it might be what she needed to convince herself of how foolish she was being. Seriously, princess, he said, cupping her face. I don't think anything you do or say will ever make me leave your side. And yes, that's probably a bad idea, all things considered, but it's still true. Is this unconditional love, then? Angela asked, with a weak smile. Doesn't matter what I dare say or do. Yeah. I'm sure you can upset me, and I certainly won't like it if you do some things just to piss me off, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. But alas, what's done is done. My heart has been yours for a very long time now, Angela. No arguments or disagreements will change that. I sure hope so, she said, sighing, and hugging him gently. He smiled and buried his face in her neck. Her fingers played with his hair, her lips kissing his ear softly as she stayed close to him. Still, every second spent embracing Sokka was one more second at risk of being caught doing what she wasn't supposed to. Her father, hopefully, hadn't noticed she was here, but if she didn't want him to find out, she should leave soon. All right. I should go. I really should, Angela whispered, pulling away gently. Sokka sighed, but he smiled reassuringly. I'll wait for you tonight, then, he said. She nodded. Rest more for now, all right? I don't want you losing sleep, especially when you need your rest as much as you do, she said, cupping his face. Sokka shrugged. I'll do what I can. Not so hard to get me to sleep, now, is it? He said, chuckling, and dropping on the mattress. Angela smiled. Not usually, no. Just relax, she said, standing up and moving to the door again. I'll be back before you know it. I do hope so, said Sokka, smiling still. See you in a bit, Angela. She smiled over her shoulder and nodded before stepping out of the room and closing the door behind her. She sighed deeply, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips as she headed downstairs. Would this be a good idea at all? She was getting far too used to talking to Sokka about everything that burdened her, she realized. It wasn't a bad thing, but it also wasn't good to depend on him to this degree. He loved her, no doubt, but her attachment to him was what triggered the onslaught of nightmares and traumatic images ever present in her mind right now. Loving someone seemed to be both a blessing and a curse, in very different ways. As she pondered those thoughts, she heard two voices in the kitchen. She frowned, wondering who might be keeping Song company today. A glance inside the room answered the question right away. Her eyes widened, and her jaw dropped ever so slightly as she watched Ruishi smiling and holding Song's hand as she talked to him animatedly. As the trained soldier he was, though, Ruishi sensed they were being watched and he froze cold when he realized Angela was there. At first, he paled, but soon enough he was blushing instead. P-Prindash. He stuttered. Song blinked and raised her gaze, her face reddened just as much as Ruishi's did as a slow smile spread over Angela's face. Huh. Well, I suppose you resolved your problem for the better, didn't you? She said. Ruishi swallowed hard. I know you may worry that I will neglect my duties, princess, but I promise. Actually, I'm sure you won't. You have a new task that I'm sure you'll be happy to fulfill, she said, looking at him somewhat sternly. Ruishi stiffened. Yes. My father has strongly implied that I have no cause to visit my gladiator while he's recovering from his wounds, she said. Defying him in this matter, it's certainly ill-advised, especially when I stand to lose a lot from doing as much. But I still need someone to keep an eye on Sokka, to make sure he's recovering properly, and since you have a personal reason to stop by at his house, too, I'm sure you won't mind taking up this mission, or would you? Ruishi blinked blankly. Angela stared at him expectantly, waiting for an answer. Yes. I think I can do this, yes, he said, nodding. But then, you don't mind this. Song as well looked at Angela, somewhat nervously. The princess actually smiled skeptically. After everything Sokka and I have put you both through, do you really think I'd be that much of a hypocrite? She said. Carry on, have your fun. You deserve it. She waved in a gesture of farewell and walked off to the backyard, leaving the blushing new couple to stare after her. Song smiled, though, and she squeezed Ruishi's fingers softly. Well, we have her approval, right? You did worry about that, but there you go. She said, beaming. Ruishi chuckled and nodded, watching as Angela climbed on her dragon's saddle and took off. I guess she has a point. They did torment you a lot, didn't they? He asked, looking at Song. She shook her head. I didn't really give them the chance to, she said, with a shrug. As soon as she arrived, I'd run out of the house to avoid, overhearing anything I didn't want to. Still much worse than anything they did to me, said Ruishi, smiling and pressing his forehead to hers. You really are too kind, Song. Am I? She asked, laughing, and lunging to kiss him softly. Their tender moment was interrupted, though, by an unexpected sound. Footsteps rushing down the stairs. Oh, said Song. Ruishi frowned, letting go of her hand and moving to the kitchen's entrance just as Sokka showed up at the foot of the stairs at the living room, his eyes wide. Her birthday, he said, looking at the guard. Ruishi froze. Yes? It's, in a few weeks. He said. I know. That's why I need to do something. Sokka, you're in no shape for this nonsense, said Ruishi. Sokka huffed and shook his head. Not true. He declared. I'm not building something huge this time, I promise I'll keep it small. But I do have something in mind, something I really want to do for her and I need your help, again. How surprising, huh? What now? Do you want to build an armor for her this time? Song asked, crossing her arms over her chest and grimacing. Sokka shook his head. She already has enough armors, no way I'd make a better one than those, he said. No, what I want is, you just have to buy a few things for me, that's all I need. After that's done, I'll take care of the rest. I promise it won't be anything too tiring for me. Song and Ruishi looked at each other in confusion before looking back at Sokka. He gulped. Please. Do we really have to? Ruishi asked. Sokka bit his lip. You can go to the market tomorrow, if you don't want to go today, he said. But just. I won't ask for anything else. I just need. Okay, said Song sighing and shrugging. We need to restock on food before dinner, after all. It won't hurt to buy what you need. Sokka's anxious grimace morphed into an ecstatic smile. Song smiled too, while Ruishi raised an eyebrow. And what exactly is it you need us to buy? Sokka rubbed his hands together, his smile changing into a smirk. If he had surprised her last year, he was aiming for blowing her mind this time around. There was no sign of Oze in the palace when Angela arrived. She frowned, wondering if she could have spent more time at Sokka's place instead of rushing home as she had. Maybe Oze wasn't keeping watch on her at all. Maybe what she did with her time didn't worry him as much as she had thought it did. She didn't dare drop her guard completely, though. She'd have to find something else to occupy herself with for at least another week or two, and visit Sokka infrequently, if at all. She had to deal with her birthday celebration, too, so she might as well supervise the remaining preparations for it, if that would give her father some peace of mind. She pondered all this as she walked to her room, not expecting to find someone standing next to the door. Her eyes widened, taking in the small, unusually defeated shape of the blind bandit. Toph! She called. The earthbender raised her head quickly. I heard you were home. I thought we could talk, she said. Azula shrugged and nodded, stepping towards the red door. We can, of course. It's odd to hear you asking so nervously, she said, opening the door and letting Toph inside. You really think it is? Toph said, grimacing in confusion as the princess closed the door behind them. You don't think that, well, that whatever you went through in Udeo was my fault? No, I didn't quite think that, said Azula, frowning. Toph swallowed hard. I told you that Iroh was snooping around, thinking my warning would help keep you guys safe, but instead. Azula closed her eyes. Toph's guilt made more sense than she had thought, initially. Had Iroh used her to convince Azula to leave? Had he predicted the situation, sent word to his White Lotus ally, Zhang? It wasn't impossible, no doubt, but it was improbable. Even Iroh couldn't be that much of a puppeteering mastermind. As much as I'm touched to see you're as affected by our misfortunes as you are, I think you're going too far, said Azula. Too many people made mistakes, not just you. There are many others to pin the blame on, and each of us think we're the real reason it happened, so. What, you blame yourself too? Toph asked, stunned. Azula shrugged. Why wouldn't I? She said, stepping towards her dresser. My decisions landed us in Zhang Jiang's trap eventually, even if we avoided said trap for a fairly long time. If I'd been more careful, maybe things could have ended differently, too. I guess, said Toph, sighing. So don't beat yourself up over it, unless you did it consciously. Azula said, smirking, and turning to look at Toph. Did Iroh tell you to convince us of leaving? Of course not. If he had, I wouldn't have done it. Toph exclaimed. Azula chuckled. What's so funny? Nothing. It's not that I trust you, Bandit, it's that I trust your inability and unwillingness to lie, she said. If you were being manipulated by Iroh at all, you wouldn't have known it. I know you were trying to help us. I did a pretty damn shitty job at that, though, she said, huffing and shaking her head. I'll try not to cause more trouble, I promise. Next time, I'll think things through. I would hope you do, but truly, the risk of being discovered by my uncle is still. Said Azula, breathing deeply and shaking her head. Never mind. Anyways, did anything change since we were here? Has he said or done anything out of the ordinary? Not really. Still with his letters, said Toph. But he implied Zuko's crew is coming home soon. I think he's planning to question them when they do. I see, said Azula. So, he's still not making any meaningful moves. Literally, nothing, said Toph, shaking her head. Iroh's patience was suspicious. If only she hadn't thought the head sage was another fair candidate of being the spy for the White Lotus, the way Iroh had behaved would have set off every possible red flag by now. He had a motive. All he cared about at this point in his life was his nephew. Azula had ripped him from his side, or at least, that was what Iroh thought. With Zuko potentially lost forever, why wouldn't Iroh want Azula to lose her means to continue proving herself to the world? No doubt Iroh knew Sokka was what mattered most to Azula, but as long as he didn't suspect of the affair between them, he'd think Sokka mattered only because he was her means of advancement. Iroh thought her too ambitious and lustful for power and glory. He didn't have to know about their relationship to figure out how to destroy Azula, just as Iroh had been destroyed when Zuko left. Therefore, it wasn't unthinkable, Iroh could have been behind Zhang Jiang's attack, somehow. Azula sighed as she felt a headache coming up. Toph rested against one of the posts of Azula's bed, her arms crossed. How is he, though? The earthbender asked. And how are you? Did anything, well, really bad happen? Nobody's dead, Azula said, bluntly. So naturally, it could have been worse. Still, He's not in the best shape, so if you want to stop by his house to apologize, feel free to do it, but don't expect him to be too hospitable, I guess. I won't mind. Still, don't bother offering me a ride on your dragon so I can apologize, I'll go on foot. I'd rather not fly if I can help it, said Toph, smiling. Angela scoffed. Who said anything about giving you a ride? She said. Besides, I probably won't be visiting him often anyways. So, if you do go, send my regards to him. Your regards, all your love and care and whatnot, Toph said. Angela smirked. Here I thought you weren't being yourself. Made sense that you'd go back to the mockery in no time, she said. At any rate, stop worrying and blaming yourself for what happened. Many others are far guiltier than you, starting with Zhang himself. Don't beat yourself up over it anymore. Heh. I won't if you say so, then, said Toph, with a weak smile. Thanks for not holding anything against me. I hope the next time I try to help you is a lot less chaotic than this one. You and me both, bandit, said Angela. Toph smiled and nodded towards her. Well then, I'll be off. I'll visit your dog once in a while, maybe let you know if he's feeling any better. That'll be very appreciated. Have a good night, said Angela. Toph smiled again, though the unease in her stance betrayed she still felt conflicted about everything. She wasn't the only one who did, though. Angela wasn't about to stop feeling guilty either, regardless of what anyone else might say. Angela dined alone after Toph left, while trying to ease her mind as the servants hurried around her, carrying food and trays and fixing her room to the best of their ability. She only bathed after eating, and then clad herself in her sleeping gown to get some rest. At least, that was what she pretended to do. She lay awake in bed for around an hour and a half. By then, she got up and locked the door from the inside before repeating her actions from the previous day. She wasn't led by frantic despair this time, though. She was calmer today for some reason, but she knew the change wouldn't be permanent. Her mind remained ever in disarray. She had no way of predicting when her subconscious would choose to torment her again. She would have to return before dawn, and she hoped not to do it so clumsily this time around. She breathed deeply before opening the secret trapdoor, and she plunged into the darkness with a quick jump. Angela didn't rush through the corridors this time. She was grateful for the lack of vigilance in the underground tunnels, but it worried her, too. Anyone with ill intentions and fire-bending ability could easily access them and wreak havoc through the capital, so long as they knew how to traverse the tunnels. She grimaced, hoping her suspicions would be wrong. Hoping that the White Lotus wouldn't try to attack again through the underground tunnels. It took her around 20 minutes to reach his trapdoor. She opened it carefully and walked to his house quietly in the night. There was no one nearby. It was late, and the distant street was as lonely as ever. She breathed deeply after she was safely inside the house, and she climbed to the second floor right away. The stairs' floorboards creaked under her weight, but she ignored the sounds and approached Sokka's room, hesitating slightly. While she had been eager to see him, what was she going to say? How would she explain herself reasonably, without sounding as foolish as she knew she would? Her doubts were pointless by now, she'd figure it out once she was inside, with him. She shook her head and opened the door, hoping this would end well. As of late, these conversations with Sokka usually did. Sokka laid in bed, his eyes open, his limbs splayed somewhat lazily over the mattress. A lone candle burned on his shelf, providing the room with a hazy glow. Angela's eyes found his right away, and she relaxed when he smiled warmly at her. Well, well. What's a beautiful princess like you doing in a place like this? He asked, teasingly. She shook her head and closed the door behind her before walking to his bedside. Who knows? Maybe she has lost her way, she replied, enigmatically. Will you send her home safely? I guess I will, eventually. First, I should make sure the princess isn't all that disoriented after getting lost, though, he said. Angela sat on the bed, taking Sokka's hand in hers. How do you plan on doing that? She asked. Any ideas? Well, lying down might help, he said, smiling, and patting the space next to him. There's plenty of room. Angela smiled and complied, settling against his body, to his left. Her hand went to his heart by instinct, although she hesitated when her fingertips brushed his chest. Sokka simply kissed her brow softly, easing her into touching him in full. "How are you feeling by now?" Azula asked, her hand moving towards the border of Sokka's bandages instead. He hummed and shrugged. Song helped change the bandages after dinner. "The balm is pretty helpful, I'll admit," he said. Azula sighed. "Now, really, Azula. You burned me much worse the first time you did it. This is easy peasy in comparison." "Oh, really?" Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka smiled. "Yep. Seriously, though, I'm feeling better," he said. "Her special diet is truly helping." "Though." "What?" she whispered. Sokka bit his lip and looked at her furtively. "I know I made promises yesterday, but I have to say this, even if you'll think so poorly of me once you find out," he said, sighing. "You'll be so betrayed, horrified by my crime." "What?" Azula said, raising an eyebrow as she recognized his overdramatic tone. "You committed a crime regarding her special diet? What did you do, fry your messenger hawk?" "What? No. I'd never do that." "Poor Hawkie." Sokka pouted. Azula laughed and smiled at him. "Well then, out with it. What is this mysterious, terrifying betrayal of yours?" she asked, commanding him to be honest through her teasing leer. Sokka bit his lip and sighed. "Well, according to Song, one of the best foods for regaining my strength happens to be, oh, goodness, you'll never forgive me," he said, shaking his head. Azula snorted. "Honestly, Sokka, what could be so bad that you'd think I—" She started, but an idea came to her mind now. Her eyes widened, realization dawning on her face. "Oh, no. You did not." I knew you'd be horrified." Sokka cried out, covering his face with his hands as Azula sat up. "Goodness, you ate Komodo rhino." "Really?" she asked, her attempt at indignation shifting into laughter soon enough as Sokka groaned in despair. "And it tasted good." "That's the worst part. I'm ashamed," he exclaimed, as Azula's laughter brought her to lie down beside him again, her body shivering with the force of her laughs. "Oh, I knew this would happen. You're such a carnivore that it couldn't be that long before you ate it again," she finally said, still smiling. "Though I do suppose it must have been a lot better now that it was cooked by someone who knew what she was doing." "I think that's the trick, really," said Sokka. "I wasn't kidding at all back when I told you I couldn't cook to save anyone's life." "A lie, since you saved ours," said Azula, with a weak smile. "Though I admit I'm not sure how, since you really are a terrible cook. It's a true wonder we survived that mess of a forest. We've really been through a lot, huh?" Sokka whispered. "And after all those learned lessons, I still ended up having Komodo rhino liver for dinner again. Though hey, the way Song makes it is actually such an improvement." "Sokka, you may have gotten over the gag reflex upon the mere thought of Komodo rhino meat, but I haven't," said Azula, with a sarcastic grin. "Please don't talk about that liver. Hey, it wasn't you who ate it. I watched you eat it. Believe me, it was disturbing." Sokka snorted and laughed. Azula sighed and shook her head, embracing his chest. "I haven't touched any rhino meat ever since. I seriously doubt I'll do it again," said Azula. Sokka smiled and shrugged. "Hey, if you don't have to, there's nothing wrong with that," he said. "But, if you ever need to eat it, ask Song to cook it." "All right. I'll keep that in mind," said Azula, kissing his shoulder softly. Sokka's arm wrapped around her shoulders, enabling him to caress her hair while she relaxed against him. They were quiet for a short time, until Azula broke the silence with a seemingly simple question. "Have you had any nightmares?" Sokka closed his eyes. The previous conversation had been a nice icebreaker, but this was the real reason she was here. The time for amusing anecdotes was over. "I've had some from time to time, but they've increased recently," he admitted. Azula swallowed hard. "How about you? Have you had any?" "Many." Azula whispered, pressing her face to his shoulder. Though it's not just nightmares. I guess there's something wrong with me, after all. It doesn't matter what I do, that image is always chasing me. Asleep, awake, it happens either way. Sokka gritted his teeth, his caresses of her hair growing gentler despite his tension. His fingertips massaged her scalp, hoping to soothe her a little this way. What image, exactly? He whispered, even though he already could guess the answer. Azula sighed. Just, the clearing. You, lying there. I can't get rid of it, she said, closing her eyes. The only way to keep the thoughts at bay, and even then, it doesn't always shut them out, is being near you. By making sure I'm still alive and kicking. I get it, said Sokka, biting his lip. Azula sighed again. I know I shouldn't be like this, I'm being reckless and causing trouble, and... Now. None of that, said Sokka. I know what all that really means. You think that, since you weren't the one who got her stomach slashed open by Nilla, you aren't allowed to suffer about it, and you should just busy yourself with taking care of me. Right. Something like that, yes, said Azula, with a grimace. And as predictable as I am, I suppose you'll say I shouldn't feel that way at all. Well, if you already know it, there's not much point in me saying it, said Sokka, with a weak smile. But I do want you to know that, if the situation were reversed, I wouldn't be handling it much better than you are. Azula frowned and looked at him. His eyes were lost in the distance now, staring into space, perhaps imagining the situation that he'd just mentioned. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply again before speaking. At this point, though, I think all we can do is accept that it happened the way it did. It happened, and damn, did it suck, but it's over now, Azula. I don't think this is the absolute solution for your problem, but you probably should stop thinking of what could have been, what should have been, or how much worse it might have been. I can't really help it, though, said Azula. I made mistakes, so many of them, and they nearly cost my life. But they didn't, said Sokka, pressing his forehead to hers. We won't let things come to this again, Azula. I know it's hard to make promises like this, especially since we're in this relationship, but it didn't happen because of our relationship. Not directly, anyhow, said Azula, looking at him almost remorsefully. But it was a consequence of your actions from over a year ago. Actions you took because I chose you instead of them, said Sokka, swallowing hard. But it's still not because of our relationship. As far as they're concerned, I did it because I felt like it, not because I love you or because of how many times we've tumbled under the sheets. I do hope so, said Azula, grimacing. If they suspected we're together, and they reported that to their spy. Oh, said Sokka, his eyes wide. That would be chaotic, but I don't think I said anything too compromising. Azula smiled, her hand moving slowly over his chest to stroke his stubble. Sokka bit his lip. Anyways, I just want you to know I understand, he said. I wouldn't be much better than you right now, if you'd been their target instead or something. Your father would have to drag me away from your side with around 7 guards if he really wanted to keep us apart. It's almost sweet to hear that, said Azula, smiling more warmly now. Sokka gave her a full grin. Well, thank you for understanding. You always do, after all. But I just wish that I could find a solution for this. A way to stop my mind's torment for good. I'm afraid it doesn't work that easily, said Sokka, kissing her brow. Back when we first met, I had nightmares too. Lots of them on the ship. They only stopped when reality became more horrifying than my dreams. Or maybe they didn't stop at all, but dreaming of you and of taking revenge turned into a welcome thing instead. Considering I caused you that much grief, I think that's a reasonable guess, said Azula. Sokka shrugged. Your face was still the most beautiful one I'd seen, regardless of how angry I was. It was nicer than I'd ever admit, recreating it in my mind, instead of watching the way gladiators were forced to kill each other. Huh. I'm surprised to hear that, Azula whispered. Sokka smiled skeptically. Surprised, really? Haven't I told you how beautiful you are enough times yet? I mean, I guess I really haven't, but still. I mean, that I'd provide any form of comfort or relief for you back then. Even if just because you wanted to kill me, she said. But I'm glad I did, for whatever reason it was. Now, you shouldn't be. I was quite an angry and bitter guy back when you found me again. Indeed, you were, only because of what I did to you. Ah, nonsense, said Sokka. Azula smiled. You still spared me first, then saved me from Huiyi. You saved me this time, too. Sure, you make mistakes that maybe can't be taken back easily. But you still fix them, knowingly or not. You still save me every time, and I know you're relieved that you have. Of course I am, Azula replied. But it's complicated. I just wish I hadn't put you in any circumstances where you'd be hurt, to begin with. Azula, the past is in the past, Sokka whispered, kissing her brow again. As I said, we'd do best to stop fretting about what we could have done better and accept what we have now. I know it won't be easy, but it probably will let you sleep a lot better once you manage to do it. I really can't keep relying on you to keep all my nightmares at bay, can I? Said Azula, sighing. I do love sleeping beside you, but it's inconvenient for the both of us. I wish we could get away with it, said Sokka. If things were any different, I'd gladly cuddle you every night while you keep your hand over my heart if you need to. It's just too many risks, said Azula, nodding. It's worked so far, but maybe it is time I stop it. I'd never even needed to hug toys in bed as a child, so this is ridiculous. Huh? You didn't use anything to soothe yourself to sleep as a kid? Sokka asked. Not even a doll? A doll? Azula said, with a snort. The last one I got was, a gift from my uncle, actually. I set it on fire. You what? Sokka asked, his jaw dropping as Azula laughed. Wait, was it because it was a doll or because it was from him? I suppose it was both. Said Azula, smirking. What's it to you, anyways? It's just, dolls can be fun, you know, Sokka said, blushing and looking away as Azula snorted and pressed her head to his shoulder, overtaken by laughter again. What's so funny? You'd play with dolls? Seriously? She asked, looking at him in amazement. He only grew more flustered, but he sighed and shook his head in defeat. Yeah, laugh all you want, but I was 6. I didn't have a lot to do to entertain myself while I was shut inside the igloo during a blizzard. So, you just played with dolls. I get it, said Azula, still chuckling. Sokka pouted. I started to learn how to brush hair with dolls, you know? If you have any appreciation for the way I brush yours, you should be grateful to them for it. His comment only served to make Azula laugh harder yet, unable to articulate more words. Despite his embarrassment, he joined in on her laughter soon enough, as he held her close and smiled warmly at her. He probably was a fool indeed, but he didn't mind feeling foolish if it would make her laugh like this. Ah, goodness, all this concern and all this suffering for your fate. She finally said, smiling. And now you are going to dump me for setting your beloved dolls on fire. Seems appropriate. Pfft, who said anything about dumping you? Don't be ridiculous, said Sokka, smiling. You'll have to do a lot worse than that if you want me to dump you. Oh? How much worse? Azula asked. Sokka bit his lip and shrugged. Honestly, I can't even imagine anything that might make me do that, he said, smiling. Azula sighed and shifted closer to him, pressing a kiss to his cheek. I told you to stop loving me that much, didn't I? She said. And yet nowadays you keep talking about unconditional love, of all things. You're to blame for that, princess, he said, smiling at her. Stop being so lovable and I might do as you ask. Stop being? How am I lovable, for starters? Azula said, looking at him with disbelief as he snickered. Truly, Sokka, some people think I'm crazy, but you. What, I'm crazier still? He said, before leaning in to peck her lips. Maybe. Crazy about you, to be sure. That couldn't be cornier if you tried, you know, she said. He chuckled. You just can't cut me any slack, can you? Of course I can't, but you should be fine with that. You said you'd love me no matter what, remember? Angela teased him. Sokka chuckled and kissed her brow. That's right, you troublemaker, he said, slipping an arm around her shoulders and embracing her tightly. And I always will. Angela swallowed, glancing up at him as he closed his eyes. He held her tightly, with what strength he could muster. She couldn't keep from wondering if maybe he had needed her these days just as badly as she had needed him. I'll always love you, too, she said, kissing his lips softly. He responded sincerely until their lips were apart once more. No matter what. But we need to part ways for a bit, he said, looking at her sadly now. I know. You know I'd rather stay, but, said Angela, sighing and looking at him hopelessly. Sokka smiled. That's okay, he said. I'm sorry we couldn't give your nightmare problem a more final solution, but talking about it helped, yes, Angela said, nodding. Sokka smiled. I'm glad, he whispered. Still, you say your mind frequently gives you these unwanted thoughts, right? At any random moment. Yes. And of course, you won't be able to fend them away every time by coming to see me, said Sokka, looking at her thoughtfully. Angela raised an eyebrow. Your point. Just, wait a moment, he said, smiling, and sitting up. Angela watched him as he stretched an arm over her body, reaching to his nightstand and opening its cabinet. He rummaged through it for a moment until he finally found what he was looking for. I can't really stay beside you at all times, as much as I'd love to, said Sokka, offering what he'd found to Angela. So, even if it's not much consolation, I'm thinking you can take this with you. Whenever your thoughts go astray, you can keep this close by to remember I'm fine, and safe, thanks to you. Angela took the bone necklace into her hand, recognizing it quickly. She hadn't seen Sokka wearing it in a very long time. She looked at him in surprise. Isn't this one of your last keepsakes from home? Angela asked. Along with your weapons? I hadn't seen you wearing it for a while, I wasn't sure if you'd lost it or... Nah, if anything I kept it closer and safer than before, Sokka explained. I used to wear it all the time in the amateur league, because I never knew which fight would be my last. Ever since you found me again, I've thought it's best to keep it safe. As you said, it's one of my last reminders of home, but, some wise corny person once said that home was where the heart is, right? What does that have to do with anything? Angela asked, with a skeptical smile. Sokka beamed and kissed her lips softly. You gave me a reason to believe I still had a home to return to, for starters, he said. Yet my heart has belonged to you for quite some time now, so I guess that means you're my new home. And thus, giving you the necklace means I'm bringing my old and new homes together, huh? Sounds crazy, yes, but I hoped it might help you a little. Huh, said Angela, biting her lip. So, you're giving me this because I'm your home? Really? Really? Like it or not, said Sokka, smiling and dropping beside her again. Is it that far-fetched? No, it's just, well, we were talking about your tribe's strange engagement rituals just last night, said Angela, with a weak smile. Is this some sort of symbol of... what? No. Sokka exclaimed immediately, before blushing at Angela's questioning stare. It wouldn't work like that. This is a bone necklace, it's not a proper betrothal necklace. Those need to have a pendant on them, besides, I'd be expected to make it myself. I shouldn't give you a necklace my grandmother made for me as a symbol of our engagement. Well, if you did it wouldn't be all that far-fetched. You did say your grandmother's engagement necklace was handed down to your sister, even, so maybe your family is reinventing the way these necklaces work, said Angela, with a weak grin. Yeah, well, I'd rather do things properly, my insidious princess, said Sokka, kissing her temples. Will you keep it, then? Or am I indeed being too nonsensical for you? Oh, you are. No doubt, said Angela, smirking and pressing closer to him. But I'll take it even so, if you don't mind. I don't really follow your reasoning, but I do understand it's valuable to you. I won't let any harm come to it. Why, thank you, said Sokka, smiling in relief. I was starting to think you were going to throw it back in my face. Well, you underestimated the extent of my greed, Azula said, smirking before kissing his lips softly. Honestly, though, thank you. I have no idea if it'll work, but hopefully it will keep your worst thoughts at bay, he said. Just use it to remember this moment, to remember all the silly things you've laughed about tonight. Remember there's still much to live for, and no time to waste mulling over the past and wishing we had done things differently. I'll try, she said, pressing her forehead to his. I love you. I really do. And I love you even more. Sokka exclaimed, beaming. Azula laughed and shook her head, kissing his lips again. I don't think that's possible, she said, caressing his face gently. She stared at him, her heart ablaze as usual, as she studied every detail on him. His blue, dazzling eyes, his straight and strong nose, his soft lips, his jawline, the stubble on his chin. His cheekbones, his ears, the graceful way his straight hair fell on his face, and the marks, most of them faded, most of them imperceptible, of the wounds he had received in the past. All the scars were faded, except for that cut across his cheek, which was still healing even though it'd no doubt be all better soon. She knew his face, she had memorized it already, but she would look upon it forever, if it were up to her. As she had no idea how long she'd have to endure away from him, she allowed herself the chance to cherish him personally, directly, for one long, tender moment. Stay safe. Keep healing, she whispered. I'll check on you whenever I can. I look forward to it, he said, kissing her lips softly once more. I'll recover so fast we won't even have time to miss each other, or I'll try to do it that way, at least. You're adorable and ridiculous at once, said Azula, smiling. Sokka pouted. Adorable? Really? I'm a manly man, manly men aren't adorable. You might just not be a manly man, then, she said, smirking. Sokka gasped, offended. Or you're the single manly exception to that rule. The world may never know. How dare you, princess? He said, shaking his head in outrage. Azula laughed and kissed him again. Goodbye, silly, she said. Thanks for tonight. Heh. You're welcome, but I'm still manly even if you deny it, he said. Azula beamed. Like you really need to prove it at all, Sokka, she said. Silly man indeed, insecure after mere teasing. It comes from you, I can't let it slide so easily. Your opinion of me matters, a lot, he said, pouting. Azula sighed, pushing herself up on the bed but positioning her hands on either side of his head. Sokka looked at her wistfully. Yes. My opinion of you is that you're silly, adorable, for sure a little foolish, but then you're smart, handsome, strong, clever, and who knows what else, too. What I truly think is, it's not fair for you to be all these things, Sokka. If only you were any different, I might have resisted the temptation you posed. I tempted you? Wait, you still didn't say I was manly. He said. Azula chuckled and kissed him. You're manly, and adorable. Live with it, she said. I love you. I'll see you later, then. Whenever I can. Okay. I love you too, he said, smiling. I hope I'll be able to conciliate my manliness and cuteness the next time we meet, if that's possible. Azula laughed again and climbed off the bed. Sokka watched her with longing eyes, but he smiled back encouragingly as she moved to the door, his bone necklace in hand. Goodbye. Sleep well, she whispered, stepping through the threshold. Sokka waved weakly. You too. I love you, he called out again. Azula's warm smile was enough answer for his words. As she left, Sokka slumped on the mattress and sighed, feeling a little emptier without her. The sensation was familiar, for he felt it whenever they had to part ways. He knew this was the right way to proceed, but it still hurt knowing he might spend a long time without seeing her again. He sat up and climbed off the bed, though, not quite sleepy yet, as he'd rested through the day. He approached his dresser, opening one of the cabinets to find carving utensils, a thin, black and soft fabric, and a set of small, round stones. Only one of the stones was blue, and it was still untouched. He wanted to practice as much as he could before working on the real thing. There was a reason why he hadn't allowed Angela to think his necklace represented a betrothal one, and he was staring at said reason right now. There weren't many solutions for the predicament they were facing. The only idea Sokka had, at this point, was moving forward, towards the future. Maybe once they made new memories, Angela would be able to overcome the recent, darker ones that still plagued her nightmares. So he picked up one of the grey stones, sat on his dresser's stool, and began carving the symbol of fire into the rock. A smile of anticipation graced his face, as he hoped she would enjoy the next necklace he planned on giving her. Check the description for the links to the author.